Chapter 3399. The two stood in front of a stone stele. The stone stele was 100 feet tall and was completely black. There were no inscriptions on it and it was as flat as a mirror, but it emitted a mysterious aura. Wang Chongyuan and Pei Tianhong were both extremely strong, but under this aura, they were as small as ants. Qin Feiyang, Frenzy, White-Eyed Wolf, and the artifact spirit landed beside the two. We found this stone stele in the valley. As Pei Tianhong spoke, he scanned his surroundings cautiously. Qin Feiyang and the others looked up. When their eyes came into contact with the stone stele, a sense of awe emerged in their hearts. It was as if what stood in front of them was not a stone stele, but an ancient god. It was shocking. Little Frenzy, increase the power of the blood demon. The white-eyed wolf suddenly spoke. Although Pei Tianhong and Wang Chongyuan had already checked the entire valley, in the face of this black fog, what if they accidentally missed something? Frenzy nodded and a large amount of blood demon power appeared. Wang. The barrier that enveloped them immediately began to expand. In less than 3 breaths, the barrier covered the entire valley. Following closely, Frenzy and the white-eyed wolf absorbed the yin demon power in the barrier. Without the obstruction of the yin demon power, the entire valley was displayed in front of everyone's eyes. The valley. About half a mile. There were mountains on all sides and the only entrance was the place where Qin Feiyang and the others came in. There were no weeds or anything inside. After all, in this place, even living beings could not survive, not to mention flowers and trees. It was bare everywhere and looked extremely desolate. The white-eyed wolf scanned the entire valley, not letting go of any place. But in the end, other than the stone stele in front of them, they found nothing. Qin Feiyang turned to the artifact spirit and asked, "How do we obtain the inheritance? How do we know what kind of law inheritance is inside?" Press your hand on the stone stele and carefully sense it. The aura of each law is different, you can judge from the aura. As for obtaining the inheritance, you only need a drop of blood essence to drip on it. The artifact spirit explained. As soon as he said that, the white-eyed wolf and madman immediately raised their claws and arms, pressed them on the stone tablet, and closed their eyes to sense it carefully. Look at how anxious they are. Qin Feiyang was speechless. What a joke. After all, this is the highest profundity of an ultimate law. The artifact spirit laughed cruelly. Qin Feiyang asked suspiciously, "Although we can tell what kind of law it is from its aura, how can we tell if it has any supreme profound?" This, the artifact spirit didn't seem to know how to judge. After pondering for a while, it said, "In the past, the fire dragon and the others judged based on the strength of the barrier. Logically speaking, from the strength of the golden barrier, there is a 90% chance that it contains the ultimate profound. That might not be the case. In the past, the best legacies the fire dragon and the others had encountered were the profound truths of ordinary laws. In terms of overall value, even if it's only a 5th ultimate law, it's still more valuable than an ordinary ultimate law. After all, ultimate laws are existences that can crush ordinary laws in the end." Qin Feiyang said. The artifact spirit lowered its head and muttered, "Why didn't I think of this?" As far as he knew, only the supreme essence of an ultimate law could surpass the supreme essence of an ordinary law. Therefore, when he saw how powerful the golden boundary was, he instinctively felt that there must be a supreme essence of an ultimate law inside. In fact, that was not the case. In the long run, no matter how strong an ordinary law was, it couldn't be compared to an ultimate law that had just been comprehended. Therefore, this stone stele might not contain the ultimate profundity. Qin Feiyang looked up at the stone tablet and thought, "It's possible that it's only the 5th ultimate profound." The artifact spirit nodded and looked at the stone tablet with a smile. "Whether it's the 5th ultimate profound or the ultimate profound, it's definitely an ultimate law. This is certain." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. If it was really an ultimate law, even if there was no ultimate profound, it was still worth it. He also walked forward, raised his hand, and pressed it on the stone tablet. Then, he closed his eyes and sensed. Very soon, a vast aura emanated from the stone tablet and enveloped him along his arm. In an instant, Qin Feiyang seemed to have merged with time and space. It was as if with a thought, he could cross this world and reach another time and space. Qin Feiyang was stunned for a moment, then he couldn't help but be excited. He couldn't be more familiar with this aura. He had sensed this aura from his ancestor, Qin Batian, the Alliance Master of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance, the Deputy Hall Master of the Demon Palace, Chu Yun, and Old Hai, including Yun Xiang, Yi Tian, and the White-Eyed Wolf. That's right. This was the aura of the space-time law. It was indeed an ultimate law. We've made a killing. We've made a killing. Frenzy's roar suddenly sounded. Qin Feiyang opened his eyes and turned to look at Frenzy beside him. He saw that his face was so excited that it was flushed red. On the other hand, the White-Eyed Wolf. His mouth was pursed, his face was dark, and he looked extremely unhappy. It already had the space-time law, so it was meaningless. If it encountered other ultimate laws, it could still be thick-skinned and compete with Qin Feiyang and Frenzy for a shot. But this thing, it didn't even have the qualifications to compete. Our luck is really good. Pei Tianhong and Wang Chongyuan looked at each other. In fact, there was a trace of desire in their hearts. They also wanted it. However, they were also more tactful and wouldn't ask Qin Feiyang and Frenzy for it. What does this have to do with luck? It's obviously my credit. The artifact spirit was unhappy. If it wasn't for it leading the way, how could they find the inheritance of the space-time law? We won't forget your credit. Frenzy looked at the artifact spirit and smiled, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Old Qin, tell me, who should this inheritance belong to? Little Frenzy, be more honest. Last time in the temple, you have already obtained an inheritance. Now that you've encountered another inheritance, no matter what, you should give it to little Qin Zi. Don't misunderstand, I'm not speaking up for him. I'm just stating facts. White-Eyed Wolf said. Can you not talk about last time? Last time in the temple, you also had a chance to obtain the inheritance. But at that time, it was because you didn't want to accept the favor of Ice Dragon and Small Beast. Frenzy snorted. Okay, I won't interrupt. You guys do as you see fit. If you're really afraid of hurting the harmony, then be magnanimous and give it to little Pei Zi and little Wang Zi. White-Eyed Wolf grinned. Give it to us. Pei Tianhong and Frenzy were stunned and hurriedly waved their hands. No, although the space-time law is indeed useful to us, our cultivation has already reached peak dominator. In comparison, young Master and little Frenzy need this inheritance to increase their strength. When Frenzy heard this, he couldn't help but give the two a thumbs up. They actually knew how to be humble. It seemed that after following them for a period of time, their personalities had changed a lot. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. He looked at White-Eyed Wolf and said, hurting the harmony doesn't exist. How about this? Qin Feiyang turned to look at Frenzy and smiled. Let's be straightforward. Rock, paper, scissors, whoever wins gets it. Rock, paper, scissors? Is it so childish? Pei Tianhong, Wang Chongyuan, and Artifact Spirit were all speechless. This was the space-time law. No matter what, they should be a little more serious, a little more serious. Okay. Frenzy nodded and didn't consider it. There was definitely no need to fight. With their personalities and friendship, they wouldn't do it. Since that was the case, then it would be simple. Let's see who has better luck. Then I'll be the referee. White-Eyed Wolf smiled and ran between the two. He shouted, get ready, 1, 2, 3, start. Qin Feiyang and Frenzy attacked at the same time. In the end, Qin Feiyang used scissors and Frenzy used fists. White-Eyed Wolf was stunned. He looked at Qin Feiyang in disdain, as if saying, why are you so stupid, don't you know how to use paper? Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. He looked at Frenzy and said, okay, since you lost, it's yours. I know, you're just giving in to me. Frenzy waved his hand, but his face was filled with pride. Little guy, you want to play rock, paper, scissors with me? Don't you know that my nickname when I was young is Rock, Paper, Scissors Expert? Invincible in the world. Why don't we have a best of 3? White-Eyed Wolf said. Frenzy said proudly, I have no objections. Anyway, I have never lost in rock, paper, scissors. There's no need for that. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. He looked at Frenzy and said, "Don't waste time, accept the inheritance. Then I won't be polite." Frenzy smiled. He refined a drop of blood and dripped it on the stone tablet. Buzz. The stone tablet shook slightly and suddenly emitted strands of divine light. Immediately after, with a swoosh, a black light flew out from the stone tablet and went straight to Frenzy's forehead. When the black light merged into Frenzy's forehead, Frenzy's entire body was enveloped in the power of space and time. The surrounding space was also constantly distorted, as if it was about to shatter. Pei Tianhong and Wang Chongyuan couldn't help but look at him with envy. But soon, their gazes shifted to Qin Feiyang. Even if he lost, even if he saw Frenzy obtain the inheritance with his own eyes, there wasn't any regret or jealousy on Qin Feiyang's face. There was even a trace of a smile. He was happy that Frenzy obtained the inheritance. This kind of mentality was definitely not something that could be faked. To brothers, to friends, to generosity, loyalty, it was really admirable. Because if it was any other young man, not to mention brothers and friends who weren't related by blood, even if they were blood brothers, they might fight. Even if they didn't fight, they would definitely fight until their faces turned red. It could be seen. Qin Feiyang was indeed not someone an ordinary young man could compare to. To be able to come all the way from the lower realm to today, to be able to have such achievements, to have so many loyal followers, it wasn't a fluke, nor was it luck. He used sincerity and friendship to exchange for it bit by bit. The artifact spirit glanced at Frenzy, then turned to look at Qin Feiyang. He chuckled and said, "Actually, you don't have to worry. In the outer area of the inner area, there is another place of inheritance hidden. That place of inheritance is similar to the situation here." Chapter 3400. What? There's another inheritance ground? Qin Feiyang, the white-eyed wolf, Wang Chongyuan, and Pei Tianhong all looked at the artifact spirit in surprise. Frenzy was already sitting cross-legged on the ground, concentrating on receiving the inheritance, so he didn't hear it. Yes. The artifact spirit nodded. The white-eyed wolf came back to his senses and hurriedly asked, "Is the situation really the same as here?" "Why would I lie to you? I won't hide it from you. The inheritance grounds in the inner and outer regions have already been swept clean by the fire dragon and the others. Only these two inheritance grounds are left. If it wasn't because they couldn't break the barrier, these two inheritances would have already fallen into their hands." The artifact spirit said. "Then where is the other inheritance ground?" the white-eyed wolf asked. "The other inheritance ground is still a bit far from here. In the past, the fire dragon's nest was near the land of inheritance. It will take about 10 days. Of course. If I activate the sovereign-level heaven-defying divine art, it will take at most 3 or 4 days." The artifact spirit smiled. "So far." The white-eyed wolf raised his eyebrows and turned to look at Frenzy, who was sitting cross-legged. He definitely couldn't leave Frenzy here alone. Besides, Qin Feiyang, Wang Chongyuan, and Pei Tianhong couldn't leave Frenzy now. Because once they left the barrier, the three of them wouldn't be able to last long in the inner region. Although the white-eyed wolf could also absorb the yin demon power, he couldn't directly condense a barrier like Frenzy to isolate the yin demon power outside. But let's wait for Frenzy. He had just received the inheritance. How long would he have to wait? What if someone beat him to it? There's no such thing as being the first to arrive. Other than the dragons and us, no one dares to step into the inner region. At most, they will just walk around the entrance. The artifact spirit waved his hand. "What I'm worried about is the dragons. Didn't the ice dragon say that we caused a lot of trouble and the dragons will send people to deal with us? When they pass through the inner region, what if they are lucky and encounter the inheritance ground?" The white-eyed wolf frowned. "So what if I did? Can they break the barrier without a sovereign weapon? Although I don't know how strong these dragons are, I believe that sovereign divine weapons must be very rare to them." The artifact spirit sneered. "Something's wrong." Qin Feiyang suddenly shook his head, his eyes flashing. "What's wrong?" The artifact spirit was suspicious. "The dragons already know that I have 2 dominator divine weapons. If they really send people to deal with us, they will definitely bring the same number of Dominator divine weapons. In other words, they'll have at least 2 Dominator weapons with them. Only then will they have the confidence and the courage to find trouble with us. Qin Feiyang said. As expected, your brain isn't something an ordinary person can compare to. You've thought things through. The artifact spirit was full of admiration and said, then no matter what, we can only wait for madmen to accept the inheritance and then rush to the place of inheritance. It's fine, let's wait. As for the place of inheritance over there, let's just leave it to fate. It's best if we can get it, but if we can't, we won't force it. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. The artifact spirit was helpless. This kind of mentality was really unmatched. For a time, everyone was silent, and the place gradually fell into a dead silence. Suddenly, the white-eyed wolf gritted his teeth and looked at Qin Feiyang. Why don't I go and take a look at the situation first? Do you want to die? Although you're not afraid of the yin demon force, what if you encounter the dragons? Qin Feiyang's face suddenly turned black. Is he really willing to give up his life for the inheritance? It's fine. I know what I'm doing. As long as I'm careful, it's not a problem to keep my life. The white-eyed wolf smiled confidently. Actually, I think we can let him keep an eye on it first. If the dragons really encounter the place of inheritance, he can think of a way to delay them. The artifact spirit hesitated and looked at Qin Feiyang and said, no, it's too dangerous. Qin Feiyang shook his head as expected. What are you afraid of? These are all our guesses. It's not certain whether the dragons will pass through the inner area or not. Besides, the inner area is so big. Even if they pass through the inner area, they might not encounter them. Let me go. I'll definitely be alive and wait for you to come. The white-eyed wolf raised his claws and vowed, his face was full of pleading. You, Qin Feiyang was helpless. With a thought, the horsetail whisk appeared. Qin Feiyang looked at the horsetail whisk and said, you follow the white-eyed wolf and protect its safety. Okay. The horsetail whisk replied. Seeing that Qin Feiyang finally nodded in agreement, the white-eyed wolf was overjoyed, but then shook his head and said, no, it's better to stay here and protect your safety. After saying that, he looked at the artifact spirit and bared his teeth. You also stay here and lead the way for them. You just need to tell me the specific location. I'll take my time to find it. The location is in the southeast. The most obvious sign is a huge mountain peak there. That giant peak is like a trident. That's the fire dragon's old nest. The place of inheritance is also on the peak in the middle, the artifact spirit explained in detail. He even told the white-eyed wolf about the eye-catching signs along the way. After all, the yin demon's power blocked his vision too much. It was quite difficult to find a place he had never been to, so the more detailed the better. Okay, I'm going. The white-eyed wolf laughed and directly rushed out of the barrier, disappearing into the black fog like lightning. Then what should I do? The horsetail whisk was a little confused. What else can you do? You'll have to endure it and quietly follow it. No matter what, you have to ensure its safety. Of course, nothing can happen to you. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. This white-eyed wolf, he really didn't know what to say. Was it not willing to let the sovereign divine weapon protect it? Okay. The horsetail whisk responded and quickly rushed out of the barrier, disappearing without a trace. Brother Wolf is actually quite good. Wang Chongyuan laughed. Yes. At first, I thought it was so anxious to go to the place of inheritance because of me. But in the end, it didn't let the sovereign divine weapon follow. With its strength, even if it found the place of inheritance, it wouldn't be able to break the barrier without the help of the sovereign divine weapon. So from this point, it can be seen that it did this purely because it was worried that the place of inheritance would fall into the hands of the dragons. Pei Tianhong nodded. That's because you don't understand the white-eyed wolf, so you think so. Actually, it's really loyal. It's just that its personality and mouth are a bit annoying. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Pei Tianhong and Wang Chongyuan couldn't help but laugh. They had seen all this. That mouth was indeed a bit annoying. Let's all be alert. Without the sovereign divine weapon, we have to be more careful. Qin Feiyang smiled. Time flew by. Half a month passed. In this half a month's time, there was no sign of trouble. If it was someone else, they would definitely relax, but Qin Feiyang and the others didn't let down their guard. Although their eyes couldn't see the situation, their ears were always paying attention to the surroundings. Qin Feiyang looked at the motionless and serene frenzied man and transmitted his voice, "Old Pei, how long does it usually take to accept an inheritance?" Pei Tianhong was slightly taken aback and muttered to himself, "If it's just accepting the inheritance, it's very fast. Around 10 days to half a month, but if it's comprehending the inheritance and grasping the laws within, it'll take at least a few thousand years, or even tens of thousands of years. It can't be generalized, it depends on the strength of the laws. If there's no profound divine ability and it's just pure laws, then it'll be very fast. If one has good comprehension ability, they'll be able to grasp it in at most 10 years. But if it's the fifth profound or the highest profound, then it'll probably be like what old Pei said. It'll take at least a few thousand years, or even tens of thousands of years." Wang Chongyuan added. "It'll take that long?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. He thought that the inheritance of laws would be like the inheritance of a deity technique, which could be grasped quickly. "Is it? Compared to the time needed to comprehend it by yourself, it's 100,000 miles away." Pei Tianhong and Wang Chongyuan were speechless. Qin Feiyang was taken aback and laughed dryly, "That's true." Immediately, he once again looked at the mad scientist and muttered, "It's already been half a month, it's about time to accept the inheritance. Right now, he must first accept the inheritance, then find the white-eyed wolf and obtain the inheritance of another place of inheritance, then leave the Yin Demon Land and enter the Black Tortoise world to slowly comprehend it. Otherwise, if he stayed here and slowly comprehended it, how long would he have to wait?" The mad scientist had the experience of the inheritance, so he believed that he would definitely think of this. Boom! Suddenly, outside the valley on the left, a terrifying aura exploded. Qin Feiyang, Pei Tianhong, Wang Chongyuan, and the artifact spirit immediately turned their heads to look. Although the entire valley was isolated by the blood demon power and there wasn't any Yin demon power, but outside the barrier, there was a black fog. It was pitch black and they couldn't see the situation outside. However, they could clearly sense that the aura that had suddenly erupted was surging toward the barrier. "Is it the dragons? But I still can't feel the aura of a divine dragon." Wang Chongyuan was surprised. "It doesn't matter if it's the dragons or not, quickly protect this barrier." Pei Tianhong waved his hand and the time law surged out, forming another barrier outside the barrier formed by the blood demon power. If the barrier formed by the blood demon power was broken, then they would all be corroded by the Yin demon power. If the mad scientist wasn't accepting the inheritance, he could help them absorb the Yin demon power at any time, but now that the mad scientist was accepting the inheritance, he couldn't be interrupted, otherwise all his efforts would be wasted, so he couldn't help them absorb the Yin demon power. In other words, this barrier definitely couldn't be broken now. Seeing this, Wang Chongyuan also immediately activated the Thunder Law, forming another lightning barrier outside Pei Tianhong's barrier. The Time Law, the Thunder Law, this double barrier was only to protect the barrier formed by the blood demon power. Chapter 3401. Boom! Just as Wang Chongyuan condensed the barrier, a black divine light tore through the sky and fiercely bombarded him. With a loud sound, the barrier formed by the law of lightning began to tremble. What? Wang Chongyuan's face changed. It could actually shake his barrier. It seemed that the opponent's strength was extraordinary, but fortunately, the barrier did not break. After trembling for a while, it calmed down. "It seems that his strength is not as good as mine," Wang Chongyuan muttered. As long as his strength was not as good as his, there was no threat. At the same time, somewhere outside the barrier, there was a strange sound. From the distance of the sound, the person seemed to be a distance away from the valley. "Although I don't know who you are, I advise you not to provoke and cause trouble." Wang Chongyuan heard the voice and immediately opened his mouth to shout. "Hee!" An old laughter sounded. It was extremely hoarse, but there was a trace of ridicule. Boom! The next moment, a monstrous aura erupted, emitting the aura of the law. "Not good. This is the law of darkness. And looking at this level, it has reached the level of the ultimacy. Pei Tianhong's face changed. Wang Chongyuan's face also changed. He thought that the opponent was just a small character, but he never expected him to be so strong. The ultimacy of the law of darkness. Could it be dragons? That's right. Other than them, only dragons could come and go freely in the inner area. Coupled with the ultimacy, there was no doubt that it was dragons. Why were they so unlucky to bump into dragons? Boom! Following a loud explosion, a terrifying aura surged toward Qin Nan. The law of darkness was like a raging wave, shattering the void and land, and bombarding the barrier condensed by the law of thunder. The barrier immediately distorted and trembled. Hold on. Wang Chongyuan stared at the barrier, clenching his fists and roaring in his heart. But it did not last long. With a crack, the barrier shattered. However, the law of darkness also dissipated. After all, the strength was about the same. Wang Chongyuan's face was slightly pale, and he transmitted his voice, "I hope he has not mastered the ultimacy of the law of darkness." Qin Feiyang, the weapon spirit, and Pei Tianhong looked at each other and could not help but frown. Whoosh! Suddenly, an old figure appeared outside the barrier. The pupils of Qin Feiyang and the others suddenly shrank. It was a black-clothed old man with thick eyebrows and big eyes. Although he was old and had a face full of wrinkles, he had a head full of thick black hair and appeared to be hale and hearty. Especially his eyes, they were even more terrifying. They were like two devil's dens that could not see the light of day, frightening people's souls. "So it's you." The black-clothed old man sized up Qin Feiyang and the others, and the corners of his mouth gradually lifted into a smile. Although he was smiling, he gave off a chilling feeling, as if a demon was staring at them. "Are you one of the dragons?" Qin Feiyang stepped forward and said with a frown. "Not bad." The black-clothed old man nodded and asked with a smile, "Are you Qin Feiyang? The power of the purple gold dragon bloodline?" Purple gold dragon blood. Pei Tianhong and Wang Chongyuan looked at each other. Why were they talking about the purple gold dragon blood again? "It's me," Qin Feiyang said. "You're quite bold. Not only did you not leave, but you came to the inner region and even let you find a level 1 inheritance." The black-clothed old man's smile became even brighter. "Level 1 inheritance?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "You don't know?" "That's true. How would the people outside know about the situation here? Although there are many inheritances in the inner region, they are also mixed with good and bad. They are divided into 3, 6, and 9 grades. Level 9 is the lowest. It's just an ordinary law, it doesn't even have the first profound. But level 1 inheritances are considered top-notch. Because level 1 inheritances are all the strongest laws, and they all contain the 5th profound. The black-clothed old man seemed to be in a good mood, and he even explained to Qin Feiyang in detail. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization and transmitted his voice to the artifact spirit. As expected, there isn't any supreme profound. The artifact spirit said to himself, "It's not bad to have the 5th profound. As long as Frenzy grasps this space-time law, he will be able to step into the greater mastery ruler realm." Qin Feiyang nodded. The most important thing is that after obtaining this space-time law, Frenzy will have grasped 2 supreme laws. In the Sky Cloud realm, those who have comprehended 1 supreme law are already rare, let alone 2 supreme laws. Pei Tianhong looked at the black-clothed old man and asked, "Then is there an inheritance of the supreme profound here? You guys are really greedy, you even want the inheritance of the supreme profound." However, there really is an inheritance of the supreme profound in the outer region of the inner region. However, even if I tell you the location now, you won't have the chance to find it. Because you will die soon. As his voice fell, the black-clothed old man's eyes surged with killing intent. He raised his arm and pressed it on the second layer of the barrier, which was the barrier formed by Pei Tianhong using the temporal law. Boom! A terrifying destructive force suddenly roared out from the black-clothed old man's palm. With a loud crack, the enchantment was shattered. This is, Qin Feiyang and the others were shocked. It turned out to be the law of destruction. "Wang Chongyuan, prepare to fight," Pei Tianhong shouted. The other party could rely on the law of destruction to destroy the barrier he set up. It must have reached the level of the supreme profound. Wang Chongyuan nodded. Two ultimate profound meanings. This was another terrifying powerhouse comparable to the fire dragon. The fire dragon here naturally referred to the old man in fire robes who self-destructed. As for the fire dragon from Miracle, although he was also very strong, compared to these people, there was still a big gap. Hey, if it were me, I would definitely run away immediately. But you guys are still waiting for him to accept the inheritance. You really don't know what you are talking about. The black-clothed old man glanced at Frenzy, then looked at Qin Feiyang and the others. Ice Dragon smiled and his aura rushed towards the barrier formed by the power of the blood demon. With a loud crack, the barrier set up by Frenzy shattered on the spot. As soon as the barrier was broken, the power of the yin demon that was isolated outside surged in like a tide, instantly drowning Qin Feiyang and the others. Young master, quickly tell Frenzy to stop. Old Wang and I can only last for a short while against the power of the yin demons, not to mention with your cultivation, you can only last for a dozen breaths at most. We can't delay any longer. Inheritance, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Pei Tianhong anxiously shouted, meaning to stop Frenzy from accepting the inheritance. A dozen breaths, Qin Feiyang felt the power of the yin demons crazily surging into his body, and his face darkened. He then looked at Frenzy and muttered, "Senior brother, how much longer do you need?" Seeing this, Pei Tianhong gritted his teeth and shouted, "Wang Chongyuan, let's go." "All right." Wang Chongyuan nodded. The two of them took a step forward and set up a barrier with the back of their hands, protecting Qin Feiyang, Frenzy, and the artifact spirit inside. This was because once they fought, the fluctuations of the battle would affect Qin Feiyang and the other two. Thus, before the battle began, they had to be prepared in advance. Following closely, the two of them released a monstrous aura and charged towards the black-clothed old man. Humph! The black-clothed old man snorted from his nose. They actually dared to attack him? The law of destruction and the law of darkness roared out, and like two huge dragons, they charged towards the two of them. "You want to kill us? That fire dragon can't do it, and neither can you." Pei Tianhong and Frenzy roared domineeringly, and the law of time and the law of thunder turned into a torrent that crazily surged forward. Boom! In that instant, the four powers of the law met. Accompanied by an earth-shaking explosion, a world-destroying wave of air surged out in all directions. The barrier that Wang Chongyuan and Pei Tianhong had set up together around Qin Feiyang and the other two also began to distort. Shua. At the same time, killing intent flashed in Pei Tianhong's eyes as he activated the momentary time and instantly appeared behind the black-clothed old man, slapping his palm towards the black-clothed old man's back. So what if the law of destruction was strong? He had the extreme speed of the momentary time, and the black-clothed old man was unable to keep up with his rhythm. However, seeing that Pei Tianhong was about to succeed, another black figure suddenly appeared beside the black-clothed old man. This was a black-clothed burly man, 7 feet tall, with 2 scars on his face. He did not smile and appeared extremely cold. What? Pei Tianhong was shocked. Appeared out of thin air? This must have come out from the space divine item. The rules of the Yin Demon Land were indeed ineffective against the dragons. The most terrifying thing was that now that a black-clothed burly man had appeared, he did not know if there was anyone else hiding in the black-clothed old man's space divine item. Boom! As soon as the black-clothed burly man appeared, a cold light flashed in his eyes. 2 terrifying powers of laws erupted with a loud bang, following closely. He then threw a punch towards Pei Tianhong. The law of force, the law of earth. Pei Tianhong's expression changed. That's right. The black-clothed burly man had activated these 2 law powers. What shocked Pei Tianhong the most was that the strength of the black-clothed man's 2 law powers had already reached the level of supreme intent. As a last resort, he could only retract his hand that was slapping towards the black-clothed old man and turn to face the black-clothed burly man's fist. Because if he still wanted to kill the black-clothed old man, he would also be seriously injured. Moreover, he did not have the confidence to kill the black-clothed old man. Boom! The fist and palm met in an instant. Although the black-clothed burly man's law of force and law of earth had already reached the level of the supreme profound meaning, they were still ordinary laws and could not be compared to the law of time. Just in the battle of the law powers, Pei Tianhong had won, sending the black-clothed burly man flying with a palm. Yes. This was a simple confrontation of the law powers, without the use of the law profound meaning. However, just as Pei Tianhong sent the black-clothed burly man flying, the black-clothed old man suddenly turned around and threw a punch towards Pei Tianhong's head. The power of destruction roared in all directions, and a large part of the void collapsed. Damn it! No matter how fast Pei Tianhong was, facing such a fast attack, it was impossible to dodge. His face was as gloomy as water. He really did not expect that the black-clothed old man still had an expert with two supreme profound meanings hidden by his side. Otherwise, how could he fall into such a desperate situation? But at this moment, Wang Chongyuan pounced over. Because when he saw the black-clothed burly man appear, he realized that something was wrong and immediately rushed over to support Pei Tianhong. Chapter 3402. Bang! Wang Chongyuan pounced over and raised his arm, activating the law of thunder to meet the black-robed old man's fist. Immediately, Wang Chongyuan spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out like a meteorite. His entire arm shattered on the spot, flesh and blood splattering everywhere. Pei Tianhong took the opportunity to activate instant time and retreated like lightning, saving his life. But when he turned around and saw Wang Chongyuan being blasted away, his expression changed. He activated instant time again and instantly rushed to Wang Chongyuan's side, grabbing him and stopping him in the void. "How are you?" He looked at Wang Chongyuan with concern. "I'm fine. I just lost an arm." Wang Chongyuan shook his head and swallowed a life-divine pill. He looked up at the black-robed old man with a sinister gaze. Pei Tianhong was the same. Opposite, the black-robed old man's face was cold. The black-robed man who was blasted away before also walked to the black-robed old man's side and confronted Pei Tianhong from a distance. Looking at the black-robed man, Pei Tianhong frowned slightly. If it was only the black-robed old man, they still had the power to fight, but now there was this man. Although this man did not master the strongest law, he had two ultimacies and his strength was quite terrifying. It could be said that, one-on-one, they had no chance of winning. Looking at Qin Feiyang again. His sea of consciousness was full of yin demon power, crazily devouring the divine soul. A fatal crisis welled up in his heart. He looked at Pei Tianhong's situation and then turned to look at Frenzy. Why wasn't it done yet? Bang! Suddenly, a murderous intent appeared behind Qin Feiyang. This murderous intent was quite weak. If it was an ordinary person, they would not be able to detect it. But Qin Feiyang caught it immediately. Without any hesitation, he turned around and activated the fifth ultimacy of the law of cause and effect, attacking the black fog in front. In the black fog, a surprised voice rang out. It seemed to be surprised that it was hidden so well. How could it be discovered by Qin Feiyang? Moreover, it was a woman's voice. It sounded quite young and pleasant to the ears. There's someone else. Pei Tianhong, Wang Chongyuan, and the artifact spirit immediately looked at the black fog in surprise. Bang! As expected. When the five-colored divine lotus formed by the fifth profundity of the law of karma blasted into the black fog, a terrifying aura erupted from the black fog. This aura carried the aura of the god of death. This was the law of death. Clang! Along with an enormous bang, a door of hell shot out from within the black mist and collided with the five-colored divine lotus. A destructive wave of air instantly surged out and swept towards the surroundings. Puff! At the same time, Qin Feiyang spurted out a mouthful of blood and retreated several steps. The five-colored divine lotus was no match for the gates of hell and shattered on the spot. Next, the gate of hell smashed through the sky, carrying with it a terrifying aura of death. It shot towards Qin Feiyang like a bolt of lightning. This person's cultivation is at least at the level of a great sovereign, the artifact spirit said in a deep voice. Although its body was not damaged and it could still fight, it could only watch helplessly. So what if he's a high-level hegemon? Qin Feiyang's eyes surged with killing intent, and 3,000 incarnations appeared behind him. But at this moment, Qin Feiyang spurted out another mouthful of blood and fell down as if the world was spinning. The 3,000 incarnations also dissipated. What's going on? The artifact spirit was bewildered. It's the power of the Yin demon. The young master has reached his limit. Madman, hurry and wake up, or else the young master will definitely die. Wang Chongyuan roared. Once the Yin demon's power completely devoured Qin Feiyang's divine soul, not even a god would be able to save him. More importantly, the person in the dark did not show any mercy. The gate of hell's demonic aura surged, accompanied by a ghostly howl, and shot towards the fallen Qin Feiyang. Wang Chongyuan looked at the motionless madman and clenched his teeth. Old Pei, you go and save the young master. I'll hold them back. With just you. The black-robed old man disdainfully smiled. Yes, with just me. Wang Chongyuan roared, and various laws and intents were activated as they charged towards the black-robed old man like moths to a flame. With just your strength, you're not worthy to fight with this old man. The black-robed man stepped out and faced Wang Chongyuan. The black-robed old man laughed in disdain, and his aura locked onto Pei Tianhong. Don't struggle in vain. Plus, if Qin Feiyang dies, it'll be good for you. Because once he dies, you'll regain your freedom. Pei Tianhong was silent. Shua. Suddenly, he disappeared from the black-robed old man's sight. Instant time. Stubborn. The black-robed old man snorted coldly, and used a supreme-level support technique to chase. Although the speed of the support technique was not as fast as the instant time, as long as Pei Tianhong dared to save Qin Feiyang, he was confident that he could deal a fatal blow to Pei Tianhong while Pei Tianhong was saving Qin Feiyang. Pei Tianhong naturally knew this. Although the instant time was fast, it was not invincible. But at this moment, he did not hesitate and charged towards Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang had already lost consciousness. The power of the Yin demon was like gangrene, constantly devouring his divine soul. Finally, Pei Tianhong arrived in front of Qin Feiyang, and grabbed Qin Feiyang. At the same time, he slapped at the gate of hell, and with a loud crack, the gate of hell shattered. But at this moment, the black-robed old man charged over aggressively, and the destruction and darkness laws turned into giant dragons that charged towards Pei Tianhong from all direction. At this moment, Pei Tianhong could not dodge. It seems that if I don't pay a price today, I won't be able to kill my way out. Pei Tianhong scanned the surroundings and took a deep breath. Just as he was about to use a forbidden technique, an extremely fierce aura suddenly exploded. Pei Tianhong immediately looked towards the madman. The madman opened his eyes and suddenly stood up, his body filled with a murderous aura. In just an instant, his 1.8-meter body grew to over 10,000 feet, and his body was covered with blood-red hair. He was like an ancient giant ape, and his violent aura covered the surroundings. You dare to bully my brother? You're fucking courting death. The madman roared, and his voice was like thunder as he punched at the black-robed old man. The transformed madman was like a wild giant. Just the violent aura alone was enough to make people feel fear. The black-robed old man raised his eyebrows, and like a king, his eyes were filled with disdain. Just as the madman's fist was about to land, the black-robed old man raised his arm to meet the attack, and the destruction laws were like a flood, shattering the heavens and earth. With a loud bang, the two fists collided, and the madman was sent flying. His mountain-like arm was torn apart, and blood dyed the sky red. However, this was nothing to the madman. When fighting with the fire dragon, even if his body was torn apart, he could quickly recover, not to mention a mere arm. As endless yin demonic chi surged in, the broken arm instantly recovered. Don't tangle with him, let's go. Pei Tianhong roared, and released his aura. He brought Qin Feiyang and the artifact spirit out of the encirclement, and arrived in front of the madman. For this reason, he had paid a heavy price. He had been heavily injured by the dragons formed from the laws of destruction and darkness, and was covered in wounds. The madman looked at Qin Feiyang's current state, and his expression changed slightly. He immediately raised his arm and grabbed Qin Feiyang's shoulder, and absorbed the yin demon power in Qin Feiyang's body. At the same time, Pei Tianhong activated instant time, and instantly arrived beside Wang Changyuan. He activated the time laws and punched at the black-robed man. The black-robed man and Wang Changyuan fought until the sky turned dark. Although the black-robed man had grasped two ultimates, it wasn't that easy for the black-robed man to kill Wang Changyuan when he went all out. However, facing Pei Tianhong's punch, the black-robed man didn't dodge. The law of earth and the law of strength surged, and directly met it. "You want to stall us with just you?" Pei Tianhong sneered. He knew that he wasn't the black-robed old man's match. But this black-robed man dared to jump in front of him? He really didn't know his place. Boom! The two fists clashed, and the black-robed man was sent flying, his arm instantly shattering. "Don't fight, let's go." The artifact spirit roared. Pei Tianhong didn't plan on fighting. Because whether it was strength or the environment here, it wasn't good for them. Shua. Instant time activated. Pei Tianhong took Qin Feiyang, Wang Changyuan, the madman, and the artifact spirit and left without looking back. At the same time, the madman also absorbed the yin demon power in Pei Tianhong and Wang Changyuan's bodies. "Want to leave?" A vicious glint flashed in the eyes of the black-robed old man. He used an auxiliary deity technique and aggressively chased after Su Chen. The black-robed man took a divine life pill and also chased expressionlessly. "Don't chase." But at this moment, a crisp and pleasant voice rang out. Then, a woman in a long black dress slowly walked out of the black fog. She had an exquisite figure, red lips, white teeth, and skin that was like sparkling and translucent jade. Her jet-black hair fluttered in the wind, giving her an extraordinary temperament. "Why don't we chase?" The black-robed old man and black-robed man stopped and looked suspiciously at the woman. "The other party has instant time. Can you catch up? Plus, so what if we catch up? They also have dominator weapons. I'm not the only princess and prince that came out to train. Maybe someone is hiding in the dark, waiting to reap the benefit. So, we don't need to fight to the death with them." The woman's voice was filled with shrewdness and wisdom. When the two heard this, they immediately glanced around calmly and frowned slightly. "Let's go. We can only use our wits to deal with them, not force. They can't stay here forever, they will leave the Yin Demon Land sooner or later. Plus, since they can't use a time-space teleportation divine artifact in the Yin Demon Land, when they leave, they will pass by the entrance of the Yin Demon Land. We'll wait for them there. Since we can wait for them to come, why waste so much effort to chase after them?" The woman smiled secretly. The black-robed old man and black-robed man looked at each other and nodded happily. They were very impressed by the woman. Chapter 3403. Let's talk about Qin Feiyang and the others. In the boundless black fog, Pei Tianhong activated momentary time and brought the few of them as fast as lightning. It didn't matter where they went, as long as they escaped. 100 breaths passed. Wang Changyuan turned around and looked behind, secretly heaving a sigh of relief. "I don't feel their aura, they shouldn't be chasing us." Hearing this, Madman also turned his head to look behind. Indeed, he didn't feel the aura of the black-clothed old man and the black-clothed man. Who? After letting out a long breath, Madman's body returned to normal. Before this, he had been maintaining his transformed state. Because he wasn't out of danger yet, he didn't dare to turn it off. After all, this transformation ability could only be activated once a day. What if he turned off the transformation and encountered danger again? Didn't Qin Feiyang always say the same thing? It's better to be safe than sorry. Then, Madman waved his hand again and opened a blood demon force barrier, blocking the yin demon force. Then, he helped Qin Feiyang, Pei Tianhong, and Wang Changyuan absorb the yin demon force in their bodies. As the yin demon force disappeared, Qin Feiyang quickly woke up. He opened his eyes in confusion and looked around. "Don't look, we are out of danger," Madman said. "That's good." Qin Feiyang also heaved a sigh of relief. Madman looked at him with concern and asked, "How do you feel now?" "Not bad, just a little weak," Qin Feiyang said as he took out a Sky Sun Spirit Pill and placed it in his mouth. The Sky Sun Spirit Pill was used to repair the soul. And now, Qin Feiyang's soul was injured. Therefore, The Sky Sun Spirit Pill was of great help to him at this moment. It's good that you're fine. Madman nodded and grinned. Is it exciting? Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him and asked, what about your inheritance? Was it interrupted? Sigh. Hearing this, Madman sighed, his face filled with disappointment. Was it interrupted? Pei Tianhong, Wang Chongyuan, and the artifact spirit also looked at him in surprise. Previously, they were only focused on escaping and didn't have time to care about this problem. It was interrupted. Madman nodded, his face filled with unwillingness. Qin Feiyang was silent for a while. He patted Madman's shoulder and sighed, there's nothing we can do about it. Let it go. What else can I do if I don't want to accept it? Madman shook his head. What a pity. Pei Tianhong and Wang Chongyuan looked at each other and shook their heads regretfully. These weren't ordinary laws of nature, but space-time laws of nature. Furthermore, judging from what the black-clothed old man had said, there was definitely a fifth profound. In other words, if Madman could obtain this inheritance and grasp it, he would be able to step into the sovereign realm. But in the end, he gave up halfway. How could it not be a pity? Ha. When the Madman saw their reactions, he couldn't hold it in any longer. In the end, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Qin Feiyang and the others looked at him suspiciously. Are you all so naive? You believe me just because I said a few words? Madman laughed. What do you mean? Are you trying to trick us? Wang Chongyuan was stunned. Yes, can't I? Don't blame me, you can only blame yourselves for being stupid. Madman smiled proudly. Wang Chongyuan and Pei Tianhong couldn't help but stare at Madman. Qin Feiyang and the artifact spirit were also speechless. What kind of situation was this, and he still made such a joke? You're a bastard. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him. Thanks for the compliment. Madman's face was thick as he laughed. Qin Feiyang shook his head speechlessly and smiled. Although we almost lost our lives, as long as we obtained the inheritance, it's worth it. Especially old Pei and old Wang, their contributions this time can't be ignored. Don't say that, don't say that. It's our duty. Wang Chongyuan quickly waved his hand and smiled. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but laugh as he glanced at Pei Tianhong and smiled. Once we leave the Yin Devil Land, I will help you open the door to all your potential. Really? Pei Tianhong was taken aback as he quickly looked at Qin Feiyang and asked. How can I lie to you? But I hope that you won't have a change of heart after I open the door to potential. At that time, I will ask you for help for anything. Qin Feiyang smiled. No. Pei Tianhong quickly waved his hand. Helping him open the door to potential, he couldn't be more grateful. How could he put on airs? Besides, being controlled by the slave seal, he didn't have the right to put on airs now. Qin Feiyang smiled and suddenly thought of something. He asked, right, who is the woman who controlled the law of death and ambushed me? We don't know either. From the beginning to the end, she didn't appear. Madman shook his head. Didn't appear. But there's no rush, we will meet sooner or later. At that time, we will let her know the price of ambushing me. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed coldly as he turned to the artifact spirit. Bring us to the other inheritance land immediately. Okay. The artifact spirit nodded. Pei Tianhong looked at Qin Feiyang and said, in order to meet up with the white-eyed wolf as soon as possible, Wang Chongyuan and I will take turns to activate the auxiliary divine arts to bring you there. Thank you for your hard work. Qin Feiyang smiled. Pei Tianhong smiled faintly and looked at Wang Chongyuan, saying, your injuries are more serious than mine, recover first. Okay. Wang Chongyuan nodded. In the past, he and Pei Tianhong were master and servant, but now they were friends of equal status and were no longer as humble as before. Right. Do you still remember what the black-robed old man said at the beginning? The artifact spirit suddenly spoke. Pei Tianhong led a group of people and flew towards the southeast direction as he asked, what is it? At that time, didn't Qin Feiyang ask him if there was a supreme law in the outer region? He probably said that there is indeed such an inheritance in the outer region, but we no longer have the chance. The artifact spirit said, yes. I remember too. He did say that. Wang Chongyuan nodded. That is to say, The next place of inheritance might contain a supreme law. The artifact spirit said. What? The next place of inheritance has a supreme law? Frenzy was stunned. At that time, he was accepting the inheritance, so he didn't pay attention and didn't know. That's right. I have already told you about the situation in the outer region. There are only 2 barriers that the fire dragon and the others couldn't break. Now that one is confirmed to be the time law, the other place of inheritance must be the supreme law that the black-robed old man mentioned. The artifact spirit analyzed. Then wouldn't I suffer a huge loss? Frenzy looked at the artifact spirit in shock. He had already obtained the spacetime law, he couldn't possibly snatch it from Qin Feiyang. It was even more impossible for Wang Chongyuan and Pei Tianhong to snatch it. So, the next place of inheritance must be Qin Feiyang's. Originally, he wanted to show off after obtaining the spacetime law, but he didn't expect that the next place would contain a supreme law. His mood instantly turned bad. He looked at Qin Feiyang and smiled. Old Qin, why don't we continue with rock, paper, scissors? As soon as these words came out, before Qin Feiyang could react, Pei Tianhong, Wang Chongyuan, and the artifact spirit revealed a look of disdain. You have already obtained an inheritance and you still have the cheek to say this. Where is your face? You really don't want it anymore? Ha! Frenzy looked at the 3 of them with an awkward expression. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. If you really want to do this, I don't mind. The corner of Frenzy's mouth twitched. This was really generous. He waved his hand. Forget it, if I really do this, old Pei and the rest will despise me for a lifetime. You're so thick-skinned and you're still afraid of them despising you. The artifact spirit laughed. Frenzy's face turned black as he glared at the artifact spirit. Don't hit people's faces when you hit them. Don't go overboard. I'm just joking. Do you really think I want to snatch it from old Qin? What kind of person am I? Yes. The artifact spirit turned on its face slapping mode again and nodded. Wang Chongyuan and Pei Tianhong looked at each other. Although they didn't speak, the expression on their faces was enough to explain everything. Damn. You guys are measuring the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. Do you know that? Frenzy roared. Just you. A gentleman? Come on, don't be laughed at. The artifact spirit looked down on him. You're too arrogant, right? Frenzy glared at the artifact spirit. Hey, I'm just joking. Why are you so serious? The artifact spirit bared its teeth. Pei Tianhong shook his head and smiled. This kind of harmonious atmosphere was indeed good. He then brought the others and sped up, disappearing without a trace. At the same time, southeast direction, a gigantic mountain stood tall in the midst of the boundless black fog, towering into the sky. Above it, there were 3 peaks. Looking from afar, it looked like a huge trident. And the peak in the middle was the tallest. At this moment, beside the peak, the white-eyed wolf stood in the air. Looking at the peak, he scratched his ears and scratched his cheeks. He seemed extremely irritated. If I had known, I would have brought the horsetail whisk here. He had already confirmed that this peak was the place of inheritance. But there was also a barrier on the peak. He had already tried and couldn't break it at all. As for the inheritance inside, he naturally didn't know what it was. If he knew that there might be an inheritance with a profound meaning inside, he would definitely regret it even more. Because when Qin Feiyang came, he wouldn't have the face to snatch it. After all, the 3 strongest laws he had now were all snatched by Qin Feiyang. Forget it. Just wait and see. It's better to benefit little Qin Zi than to benefit those dregs from the dragons. I hope those dregs won't find this place. The white-eyed wolf muttered to himself and then carefully went into hiding. He didn't know that the horsetail whisk was also hiding not far away, but it had concealed its aura and couldn't sense it. There shouldn't be any changes, right? The horsetail whisk muttered, also paying attention to the situation at the peak. Boom. Suddenly, in the depths, 3 powerful auras surged. The white-eyed wolf and the horsetail whisk were startled and immediately became vigilant. Don't come here, at the same time. The white-eyed wolf roared in his heart. Coming from the depths, it was obviously the dragons. If they came here, they might snatch the inheritance. But things didn't go as he wished. The three auras were coming this way. He didn't know if it was a coincidence or if they came here specially. In short, the white-eyed wolf was very anxious at this moment. Chapter 3404. About 10 breaths later, three auras finally broke through the air and appeared in the sky. The white-eyed wolf and the horsetail whisk restrained their auras to the extreme and hid in the mountains below. However, after these three auras appeared in the sky, they did not stop and continued to fly outside. Fortunately, the white-eyed wolf breathed a sigh of relief. They did not come for the inheritance. But suddenly, the three auras stopped again. What do you mean? The white-eyed wolf's heart was in his throat again. Your Highness, if I remember correctly, there seems to be a place of inheritance here. The sky was silent for a while. Suddenly, a vigorous voice sounded in the sky. Your Highness. Hearing this name, the white-eyed wolf could not help but raise his eyebrows. Could it be the golden-robed young man? Is that so? Another young man's voice sounded. Hearing this voice, the white-eyed wolf shook his head. This was not the golden-robed young man's voice. It seemed that there was more than one highness among the dragons. However, they were all scum. If there was no one to protect them, it would be like pulling carrots. I'm not sure. After all, they rarely come to the outer area. Should I go and look for them? The middle-aged man's voice sounded again. Go ahead. Anyway, we can't find Qin Feiyang and the others for a while. The young man's voice sounded. As the middle-aged man's voice sounded, there was a sound of breaking through the air and rushing toward the top of the mountain. Soon, on the top of the mountain, a golden divine light suddenly appeared, followed by a golden barrier that enveloped the entire mountain. Damn it! The white-eyed wolf cursed secretly. However, after thinking about it for a while, his attitude changed to one of indifference. So what if they found out? I don't believe that they have the ability to break this barrier. His Highness is here. In front of the barrier, a middle-aged man, holding a folding fan in his hand, wearing a white robe, with long hair tied behind his back and a faint smile on his face, looked gentle and elegant. As his voice fell, two figures landed beside him. It was a man and a woman. The man was a young man in his 20s. He was about 1.85 meters tall and was also wearing a white brocade robe. There was a belt around his waist with an exquisite jade pendant hanging from it. His face was like divine jade, and his figure was tall and straight. His temperament was extremely outstanding, like a shining star. As for the woman, she was a middle-aged woman who appeared to be in her 30s. She was also wearing a plain white dress. Although she was not young, her skin was as tender as a 16-year-old girl, and there were no wrinkles on her face. The middle-aged man in white waved his folding fan and looked at the golden barrier. He smiled warmly and said, Your Highness, this should be a level 1 inheritance. Are you interested in going in to take a look? What's the point of just looking? The white-robed young man shook his head. Since there's no point in taking a look, I'll just inherit the legacy here. The white-clothed woman said with a smile. Her voice was extremely gentle. Inheritance. The white-clothed youth was stunned. He looked at the white-clothed woman and said, Can you break this barrier? I definitely can't. But Your Highness, you can. The woman in white said. Me. The white-clothed youth was stunned. He smiled bitterly and said, With my little strength, I'm not even 1/10 of your strength. How can I break this barrier? You're not strong enough, but the weapon you brought can. The white-clothed woman smiled. The white-clothed youth's expression froze. He shook his head and said, Definitely not. The clan has long had a rule that the inheritance of the law in the inner area must be obtained with one's own strength. If I do that, I'll be violating the clan's rules. But no one is seeing it now, right? Moreover, the rules are dead, and people are alive. The white-clothed middle-aged man and the woman said. It would be a pity to give up a level 1 inheritance just like that. The white-clothed youth was very hesitant. What kind of weapon can break this barrier? Could it be a sovereign weapon? The white-eyed wolf had already lurked behind the three of them. He heard the conversation between the three of them, and there was a trace of suspicion between his brows. Your Highness, don't worry. Just do it. We'll keep it a secret for you. When you return to the clan in the future, if anyone asks, just say that you comprehended it yourself. The white-clothed middle-aged man advised. The white-clothed youth pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "All right." In the end, he still couldn't resist the temptation of the level 1 inheritance. "White dragon sword, come out and help me." Immediately after, the white-clothed youth spoke. With a clanging sound, a ray of divine light shot out from the white-clothed youth's body. It was a 3-feet-long sword. Its entire body was as white as jade, and the sword hilt was like a white dragon. "This is sovereign weapon." The white-eyed wolf's pupils constricted. The horsetail whisk hidden in the dark also felt a great sense of danger. First, there was the golden spear, and now there was a white dragon sword. In other words, currently, there were already 2 sovereign weapons that had appeared from the dragons. Just these 2 sovereign weapons were enough to threaten Qin Feiyang and the others. However, if they were to really fight, 2 sovereign weapons wouldn't be enough. After all, Qin Feiyang still had the slaughter domain. The white-clothed youth looked at Bai Longjian and laughed. "When the time comes, you have to keep it a secret for me. I don't want to be judged by those old antiques in the clan, especially the other princes and princesses. If they find out about this, they will definitely make a big fuss. As long as Lord Dragon King doesn't personally investigate, this sovereign can help you keep it a secret." The artifact spirit of the white dragon sword pondered for a moment and said, "Dragon King." The white-clothed youth's pupils constricted, his eyes filled with fear. The middle-aged man and his wife glanced at the white-clothed youth, then looked at Bai Longjian and said, "Lord Dragon King shouldn't care about such a small matter, right?" Bai Longjian said coldly, "If the other princes and princesses really want to make a big fuss out of nothing, do you think Lord Dragon King will not care?" The 2 of them fell silent. "You know the situation of the dragons, and you also know the competition between the princes and princesses. If you make a small mistake, you might end up in a terrible state." Bai Longjian said, "That's right. On the surface, us princes and princesses are glamorous and have high statuses, and we can have whatever we want. But who knows our suffering? It can be said that our lives are more tiring than anyone else's. Every day, it's like walking on thin ice, afraid of making a mistake and being caught by others." The white-clothed youth sighed. "There's nothing we can do about it. After all, this is the law of survival for us dragons. It's also because of this that your highness should work hard to improve your own strength. I heard that there are 2 level 1 inheritances in the outer zone of the inner zone. One of the level 1 inheritances even contains the highest profoundness. Perhaps it's this place of inheritance. If it's really here, as long as you obtain this inheritance, your strength will be able to suppress the other princes and princesses. Then, your chances of killing Qin Feiyang and the others will undoubtedly be greater." "Your Highness, this is a great merit," the couple said. The white-clothed youth's eyes flashed. He looked at Bai Longjian and said, "Make your move." Bai Longjian did not say anything else. A sharp light swept out, and the golden barrier shattered on the spot. Then, it disappeared into the white-clothed youth's body. "Let's go." The white-clothed youth waved his hand and led the middle-aged couple to the center of the mountain peak. At the center, there was also a black stone tablet that exuded a magnificent aura. The middle-aged man in white walked forward and pressed his hand on the stone tablet. After sensing for a moment, he turned to look at the white-clothed youth and said in surprise, "Your Highness, this is the law of destruction." "The law of destruction?" The white-clothed youth was shocked. "Fuck. It's actually the law of destruction, and it might even contain the highest profoundness. We must not let them snatch it away." The white-eyed wolf's eyes trembled slightly, and he immediately prepared to sneak over. "Don't be impulsive." But suddenly, a familiar voice sounded in his mind. "Horsetail whisk." The white-eyed wolf was stunned, and then he was wild with joy. He lowered his head and saw the horsetail whisk silently flying to his side from behind a rock. Seeing that the horsetail whisk was alone, the white-eyed wolf was a little confused. He said telepathically, "Where are little Qinzi and the others?" "They haven't arrived yet." The horsetail whisk whispered, "You're already here. Why haven't they arrived yet? The white-eyed wolf frowned. He thought that the horsetail whisk had come with Qin Feiyang and the others. The horsetail whisk said, "After you left, Qin Feiyang asked me to follow you and protect you secretly." Ah! The white-eyed wolf was stunned. He said telepathically, "In other words, you've been here for a long time?" "Yes." The weapon spirit responded. "Oh my God, what's little Qinzi doing? Didn't we agree to let you stay by his side and protect them? What if we encounter dragons over there?" The white-eyed wolf was extremely annoyed. "Don't blame Qin Feiyang. He's just thinking about your safety. We'll talk about it later. Pei Tianhong and Wang Chongyuan are over there. Even if we encounter dragons, even if we can't defeat them, we should have no problem escaping." The horsetail whisk whispered. "Okay. Then what do you think we should do now?" The white-eyed wolf asked. "Wait." The weapon spirit said. "What do you mean?" The white-eyed wolf was slightly stunned. He was full of expectations for the horsetail whisk to come up with an idea. In the end, wait? We can only wait. The other party has a sovereign divine weapon. The strength of the couple is also unfathomable. According to my observation, they may be at the same level as the fire dragon. If we act rashly now, not only will we not be able to obtain the inheritance, but we may also be hunted down by them. After all, you just heard that they're here to hunt us down. So, we can only wait for Qin Feiyang and the others to arrive and then think of a way. The horsetail whisk whispered. By the time they arrive, it'll be too late. The white-eyed wolf was speechless. No. It's not as fast as you think. It'll take at least 10 days to half a month to accept the inheritance. Moreover, if we're interrupted halfway, all our previous efforts will be wasted. So, even if they accept the inheritance now, as long as we act and forcefully interrupt them, they won't be able to obtain the inheritance. As for Qin Feiyang and the others, according to the time, frenzy should be almost done, and with Qin Feiyang's character, when he arrives to meet us, he will definitely activate the auxiliary divine technique. So, I guess that they will definitely arrive here in 5 or 6 days at the latest. The horsetail whisk said. Can we interrupt them? The white-eyed wolf was stunned and smiled. As long as we can interrupt them, it'll be fine. Okay, you continue to keep an eye here. Don't rush up. The horsetail whisk warned again. Then what are you going to do? The white-eyed wolf was puzzled. Of course, I'm going to wait for Qin Feiyang and the others. Although we know, they don't know that the dragons have already found this place. When they arrive, they will definitely not conceal their aura. In this way, won't they alert the enemy? The horsetail whisk whispered. You've thought it through quite thoroughly. Okay, you can go. I'll stay here and keep an eye on them. I won't be impulsive. The white-eyed wolf smiled. En. The horsetail whisk responded and quietly slipped away. The white-eyed wolf raised his head and looked at the center of the mountain peak. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Chapter 3405. In the blink of an eye, 4 days passed. The mountain peak was very calm. The white-clothed youth sat under the stone tablet with his eyes closed, accepting the inheritance. The middle-aged couple had been standing at the side all this time, protecting him. If it was before, there was no need to stay here to protect the white-clothed youth. After all, no one could step into the inner area. But it was different now. Now there was Qin Feiyang and his group. They were not afraid of the yin demon power and could enter and exit the inner area at will. What if they did not leave and were still in the yin demon land? What if they were in the inner area now? At that time, if they bumped into him, His Highness would be doomed. This was something that had to be prevented. The inner area was the territory of the dragons. If His Highness died here, not only would they be punished, but the dragons would also be humiliated. What could be more shameful than dying in one's own territory? If it really happened, it would be a stain that the dragons would never be able to wash away in their entire lives. After all, the death of a prince was not a small matter. For example, the fire dragon. Although his status among the dragons was not as high as the princes and princesses, once he died, it would directly alarm the entire dragons. Because this concerned the face and dignity of the dragons. They would not allow anyone to challenge their dignity. At the same time, in the distance, there was a long mountain ridge that looked like a giant python lying on the ground. This was the path that Qin Feiyang and the others had to pass through. The horsetail whisk was waiting here. Black fog lingered around, making it impossible to see anything. However, with the perception of the sovereign divine weapon, it could sense the movements within a radius of 100 million miles. Time passed quietly. Compared to the white-eyed wolf, the horsetail whisk was extremely steady and did not have any anxious emotions. Finally, night fell. The inner area seemed to be even darker. Swish. Suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air came from afar. The horsetail whisk was shocked. This was the aura of Wang Chongyuan activating the auxiliary divine art. Immediately, it silently rose into the air and took the initiative to meet him. At the same time, the artifact spirit pointed ahead and said in a low voice, "The inheritance land is in front." Of course, they could not see it. After all, the black fog in the inner area was too thick. "You're finally here. Thank you for your hard work." Qin Feiyang smiled at Wang Chongyuan and Pei Tianhong. If it weren't for the two of them taking turns to activate their auxiliary divine techniques and continuously carrying them on their journey, how could they have arrived here so quickly? "I'm fine." Pei Tianhong waved his hand. His personality was different from Wang Chongyuan's. He would not deliberately curry favor with Qin Feiyang. Anyway, he had done what he should do. Whether or not Qin Feiyang could see it was Qin Feiyang's own business. "I wonder how Brother Wolf is doing now?" Madman muttered. "With the horsetail whisk following it, as long as it doesn't act rashly, it will be fine." Qin Feiyang smiled. "I'm just worried that it will be impulsive. It's not like you don't know its character. It can steal from others, but if others come to steal from it, it will fight to the death." Madman transmitted. She wasn't worried about anyone but this wolf cub. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but feel nervous after hearing Madman's words. Suddenly, a ray of light silently appeared in front of him. "Who?" Qin Feiyang and the others instantly became alert. "It's me." The horsetail whisk's voice rang in their minds. They looked at each other and a trace of joy appeared in their eyes. In the next instant, the horsetail whisk arrived in front of them. "Where is the white-eyed wolf?" Madman saw that there was only the horsetail whisk and hurriedly asked. The horsetail whisk said, "It is watching over the mountain peak. I am in charge of receiving you guys here. Quickly retract your aura." "What is it watching over?" Wang Chongyuan was bewildered. "Retract your aura first," the horsetail whisk urged. Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other and immediately retracted their aura. Could there be someone over there? Qin Feiyang frowned. Otherwise, why would the horsetail whisk be so careful? "That's right. There are 3 dragons over there. And they are receiving the inheritance." The horsetail whisk whispered. "What?" "This is an inheritance that contains a supreme profound. How did they manage to get their hands on it?" Go, go, let's kill our way over," Madman urged. "Don't worry. Listen to this sovereign. These 3 people, except for that young man, are all extremely powerful. According to this sovereign's guess, their strength is definitely not weaker than that fire dragon. And the most important point is that they are carrying a sovereign weapon," the horsetail whisk said in a deep voice. "What? Sovereign weapon?" The faces of Qin Feiyang and the others changed. With a sovereign weapon, this matter would not be easy to deal with. Although the horsetail whisk was also a sovereign weapon, its body was damaged and had yet to recover. It couldn't display its full strength and definitely wouldn't be able to fight against the other party's sovereign weapon. Moreover, there were also 2 powerhouses on the same level as the fire dragon. It was a bit difficult to deal with. Wang Chongyuan rubbed his forehead and said angrily, "In the inheritance land over there, we met 3, and now there are 3 here. How many people did the dragons send out this time?" "What? You also met 3 over there?" The horsetail whisk was surprised. "That's right. And we also experienced a bitter battle." Wang Chongyuan nodded. "Then did they take out their sovereign weapons?" the horsetail whisk asked. "We don't know because they didn't take out their sovereign weapons at that time." Wang Chongyuan shook his head. It seems that the ice dragon wasn't joking with us. The dragons are coming to hunt us. The horsetail whisk was worried. As a sovereign weapon, it was actually worried like this. It was a shameful thing, but now it couldn't help but be worried. Don't worry. It's not certain who will be hunting who. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly and looked at the horsetail whisk. Take us to the white-eyed wolf. Okay. But, this barrier of yours, the horsetail whisk was a bit hesitant. The aura emitted by the barrier condensed by the power of the blood demon was hard to hide. Madman looked at Qin Feiyang and the others and asked, why don't you guys stay here for the time being and I and the horsetail whisk go take a look? Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. Okay. Wait for us for a moment. Madman followed the horsetail whisk out of the barrier and flew towards the giant peak. I really envy Madman and the white-eyed wolf. Pei Tianhong shook his head and sighed. This wasn't flattery, it was true envy. If they could also absorb the power of the yin demon, how could they be so passive? Less than an hour later, Madman, horsetail whisk, and the white-eyed wolf all returned. You're finally here. I've been waiting for so long. The white-eyed wolf stared at Qin Feiyang and felt wronged. Ha, Qin Feiyang laughed dryly and asked Madman, what's the situation? Not good. It's similar to what horsetail whisk said. Snatching it by force won't work. And if we fight with them, it's hard to guarantee that the other dragons won't come. It will be even more troublesome then. So for the inheritance here, we can either give up or think of a way to take it. Madman transmitted. Give up? What are you talking about? Do you know that the inheritance here might contain the highest profound? The white-eyed wolf stared at Madman. I know. Besides, I didn't say that I would give up. Madman rolled his eyes at him. How do you know? The white-eyed wolf was stunned. I don't want to talk nonsense with you. Madman looked at Qin Feiyang and said, if we want to take it by wisdom, we can only rely on you to think of a way. I can't think of a good plan anyway. Take it by wisdom, Qin Feiyang muttered. Suddenly, he turned to look at the artifact spirit and asked, can we directly move the stone tablet in the inheritance land? Move it. The artifact spirit was stunned and shook his head. No one has tried it before. Wang Changyuan and the others also pondered. Move it. If they could really move it, it would save them a lot of trouble. At that time, they wouldn't want to fight anymore. They would snatch the stone tablet and run away. What could the dragons and the other two do to them? And with their methods, even if they had the sovereign divine weapon and the couple, it wouldn't be difficult to snatch the stone tablet. It could be said that this was the most convenient and easiest way. However, the premise was that they had to confirm the stone tablet. Otherwise, could they really move it? If they couldn't, then it would be awkward to rush out. To be honest, in terms of our current situation, moving the stone tablet is the perfect way. But we can't confirm whether we can move it or not. Qin Feiyang was also in a dilemma. The white-eyed wolf asked, then what if we deceive the couple and the white dragon sword? White dragon sword? Qin Feiyang was stunned. It's that heaven-defying artifact. The white-eyed wolf said. So it's like that. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization and then said, the method of deceit won't work because there is a hard condition in front of us. We also need time to accept the inheritance. That's right. Even if we deceive them, or even if we kill them, when we receive the inheritance, other accidents might happen. So, moving the stone tablet is the safest method. The madman nodded. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment, looked at the horsetail whisk and asked, are you confident? If it was outside, I would definitely be confident. Because outside, the sovereign divine weapon is the most powerful existence, omnipotent. But in this yin demon land, especially when it is related to the dragons, to be honest, I don't have much confidence. The horsetail whisk thought for a moment and said. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang smiled and looked at the madman and the others. If other methods don't work, then it seems that we can only gamble once. Let's gamble. Life and death are up to fate. The madman nodded. Since they couldn't think of a better way, they might as well be straightforward. To move the stone tablet, we also need bait. Because only by luring the couple and the white dragon sword away can we succeed. Especially the white dragon sword. If this sovereign divine weapon stays in the young man's body, then with our current state, there is no way we can snatch the stone tablet from their hands. The white-eyed wolf transmitted. That's right. Qin Feiyang nodded, lowered his head and thought for a moment, and said, how about this, we will split into two. Horsetail Whisk, artifact spirit, you two go far away and pretend to fight, the bigger the better. Why? The Horsetail Whisk was suspicious. Chapter 3406. Because only you will have a chance to lure the white dragon sword away. If it were Old Pei and Old Wang, no matter how big the commotion is, only the couple will go to check the situation. Qin Feiyang laughed secretly. Yes, yes, yes. Old Pei and Old Wang's strength is not worth the white dragon sword's attention. Only you, as a dominator divine weapon, can attract its attention. And when the white dragon sword comes to find you, although your body has not recovered, at least you have a certain ability to restrain it and escape from its hands. But if it were us, once the white dragon sword arrives, we would have to run for our lives. It would be meaningless. Madman looked at the Horsetail Whisk and said, okay. The Horsetail Whisk replied, okay, you guys go first. As soon as the white dragon sword leaves, we will start moving. Try your best to delay it. In the end, whether we succeed or not, we will give you a signal. When the time comes, as long as you receive the signal, don't fight and immediately run away. Qin Feiyang warned and took out the ghost blade's body. The artifact spirit immediately returned to the body. Although the ghost blade's body had not recovered yet, it had been reassembled. And when the white dragon sword went over, with the Horsetail Whisk, there was no need for its help, so there was no danger. Besides, in the face of a dominator divine weapon, the ghost blade was not qualified to interfere. Don't worry, I won't fight. The ghost blade chuckled. Then go. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. You guys be careful too. The Horsetail Whisk reminded him before taking the ghost blade and silently flying into the distance. After watching the two divine weapons leave, Qin Feiyang retracted his gaze and looked at the white-eyed wolf. Lead the way, but don't get too close to the peak, so as not to let them sense the aura of the blood demon. Understood. The white-eyed wolf grinned and immediately led a group of people to the peak of the mountain. At the peak of the mountain, it was as calm as ever. The white-clothed youth looked serene as if he had fallen into a deep sleep. The middle-aged couple stood at the side silently, but they were not numb by the calm atmosphere. They secretly looked around vigilantly. Boom. About 100 breaths. In the distance, a loud noise suddenly sounded. Following that, a terrifying wave of energy surged out from all directions. Within a radius of 100 million li, mountains and rivers collapsed, and the earth caved in. The middle-aged couple shuddered and looked in the direction of the battle. But the black fog was too thick. Even if they were not afraid of the Yin demon's power, their vision would be like Qin Feiyang and others. They would be shrouded in endless darkness. These are the ripples of a sovereign weapon. What is the situation? Why is there a dominator divine weapon? The middle-aged man. Could it be Qin Feiyang and the others? The white-robed woman asked. Wait, could it be our clansmen? No. The other aura that is fighting with this dominator divine weapon is not from our clan. It seems to be a divine weapon, but it doesn't seem very strong. It should be a heaven-defying divine weapon. What's going on? Isn't it easy for a dominator divine weapon to destroy a heaven-defying divine weapon? Why would there be such a big commotion? Both husband and wife frowned, unable to figure out what was going on. Should I go over and take a look? Suddenly, the middle-aged man looked at the woman and said, Don't. You can't withstand the dominator divine weapon's energy. Let's talk about it later. If it's really Qin Feiyang and others, they will definitely not show mercy if they find you. The woman shook her head. But we can't just ignore it. Look at their aura, they are slowly moving over here. It means that the battlefield is also moving over here. If we don't stop them, they will sooner or later come here. At that time, it will affect His Highness's inheritance. The middle-aged man said. The woman frowned. Suddenly, she looked up at the middle-aged man and asked, Do you think it's possible that they are coming for us? Coming for us? The middle-aged man was stunned. He shook his head and said, "It shouldn't be. If they were really coming for us, they wouldn't have caused such a big commotion." "That's true." The woman nodded. Then, she said with some annoyance, "But why would a mere heaven-defying divine weapon make it so difficult for it to destroy it? Wait. Before I left, I heard from my clansman that Qin Fei Yang's Dominator divine weapon seemed to have been severely damaged by that lord. Could it be that the damage is so severe that it can't use its full strength? Is that why it can't do anything to a heaven-defying divine weapon?" The middle-aged man was shocked. The woman was stunned. She thought about it carefully and nodded. "That's possible." The middle-aged man said, "If that's the case, I'll go over and take a look. Even if they find me, they can't do anything to me. It's better not to take the risk. After all, Qin Fei Yang has an accomplice." "How about?" the woman said and turned to look at the young man. When the middle-aged man saw this, he understood what the white-clothed woman meant. He smiled and said, "Bai Longjian, why don't you go and take a look? If that sovereign divine weapon is really damaged, it will be a great opportunity for us." Bai Longjian didn't say anything. The couple looked at each other and couldn't help but frown. Although their status in the dragons wasn't low, they were far from being qualified to command a Dominator divine weapon. Boom. Crack. The battle in the distance was getting more and more terrifying. And it was getting closer and closer to the peak. The couple was very anxious. Once the inheritance started, it couldn't be interrupted. Otherwise, all the previous efforts would be wasted. Clang. Finally. Accompanied by a sword chime, the white dragon sword swept out from the young man's body. It was also silent and without a word, it swept in the direction of the battle fluctuations at lightning speed. Thank goodness. Seeing this, the couple couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As long as the Dominator divine weapon was involved, there was nothing that couldn't be solved. However, they didn't know that there was a pair of eyes staring at them at this moment. It was the white-eyed wolf. At this moment, it was only the size of a palm. It stood a few meters behind the couple like a ghost, looking at the two. When it saw Bai Longjian leave with its own eyes, a hint of ridicule flashed in its eyes. It then quietly retreated to the foot of the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, Qin Fei Yang, Madman, Pei Tianhong, and Wang Changyuan stood together without any aura on their bodies. Madman also suppressed his aura to the minimum. As long as they didn't get too close, they wouldn't be able to sense it. The white-eyed wolf suddenly rushed into the barrier and laughed, "Bai Longjian has left. So smooth." Madman was stunned. The plan had been set. It was naturally best if it developed according to the plan. But who was the opponent? If it was an ordinary person, it wouldn't be a problem. After all, there weren't many people in this world who could scheme against them. But now, their opponents were dragons. The dragon race was such a colossus, and the middle-aged couple were definitely experienced figures, yet they were actually going along with their plan. It was really a little hard to get used to. That couple is indeed smart and vigilant. They all thought that they might be coming for them. However, there is a good saying that cleverness leads to its own downfall. Moreover, because they were too vigilant and didn't dare to go personally, they sent Bai Longjian to take a look at the situation. The white-eyed wolf chuckled. Then it seems that being too smart is not a good thing. Wang Changyuan chuckled. That's right. The white-eyed wolf bared its teeth and pointed to the top of the mountain. It looked at Qin Fei Yang and asked, "When are we going to act?" "No rush." Qin Fei Yang waved his hand and looked in the direction of the horsetail whisk. The time to make a move was not now, but the moment when Bai Longjian and the horsetail whisk clashed. The body of the horsetail whisk was damaged. When Bai Longjian ran over and saw the situation, he would definitely not let go of this opportunity. In other words, Bai Longjian would definitely be taken by the horsetail whisk. In the distant battlefield, the horsetail whisk and Ghost Blade continued to exchange blows. Although Ghost Blade followed Qin Fei Yang, not many people knew about it. Besides, in the eyes of others, a heaven-defying artifact like it could betray at any time, so it didn't matter if it was seen by others. "I say, big brother, can you be gentler? My body hasn't been repaired in the first place. If you continue to beat it like this, It will definitely fall apart. Ghost Blade's heart was also bitter. It was just a heaven-defying artifact. To let it fight with a Dominator divine weapon, even if it was just acting, it was still difficult for it. This sovereign has already been merciful. It's you who is too weak. The horsetail whisk transmitted its voice. Big brother, is this what you're saying? You are a Dominator divine weapon. In front of you, how can I not be weak? Ghost Blade wanted to cry but had no tears. It was simply too shocking. Okay, this sovereign will be gentler. The horsetail whisk was helpless. Although its body was damaged, the strength it could exert was far more than this. Now, it had already suppressed a large part of its strength. If its strength was divided into 10, then right now, the strength it could exert was only 1/10 of its strength. Even so, it was difficult for Ghost Blade to block its sharpness. The horsetail whisk expressed its disdain. It was too weak. As its strength continued to be suppressed, the horsetail whisk's aura became weaker and weaker. It was as if it was gradually weakening, giving people the feeling that it was indeed seriously injured. Big brother, do you think White Dragon's sword is coming? It's been so long, but I still haven't sensed its aura. Ghost Blade secretly asked. I don't know. But there will definitely be people coming to check. Maybe they are hiding in the dark and watching us. Why don't we add another act? The horsetail whisk transmitted its voice. How? Ghost Blade secretly asked. Let's do this. The horsetail whisk secretly said a few words. Good idea. Ghost Blade laughed and then laughed wildly. You think you can kill this sovereign just because you are a Dominator divine weapon? Humph. If this sovereign wasn't seriously injured by Ice Dragon, killing you would be as easy as killing a chicken. The horsetail whisk coldly snorted. Chapter 3407. Yes. I don't dare to deny your strength, but now, you just can't kill me. Don't you think it's embarrassing for you to be a sovereign weapon? Just you wait. The inner area will definitely be filled with dragons people. When they notice the battle here, you and Qin Feiyang won't be able to escape. Ghost Blade shouted. Bastard. You still have the face to mention Qin Feiyang. Think about it, he treated you so well these days, completely treating you like a brother. But what about you? You actually betrayed him at the critical moment and ambushed him. I don't even know if he's dead or alive now. Let me tell you, if anything happens to him, I won't let you go even if I have to chase you to the ends of the earth. Horsetail Whisk shouted angrily. That anger, that killing intent, it was too real and didn't seem to be faked at all. Brother. You must be joking. A mere human is qualified to be my brother. Let's talk about it again. No matter how powerful Qin Feiyang is, can he be stronger than the dragons? I'll say it again. I'm loyal to the fire dragon, not Qin Feiyang, and I've never thought of following Qin Feiyang. I approached you purely to gain your trust so that I can ambush you from behind. Ghost Blade laughed. Well said. Before Ghost Blade finished speaking, a laughter sounded. Clang. Accompanied by a deafening sword cry, a sword light tore through the sky and rushed out from the black fog. It's here. Ghost Blade shouted. I don't need you to remind me. Horsetail Whisk transmitted his voice. His tone was quite solemn. He hoped that Qin Feiyang's side would be faster. You are? Ghost Blade asked White Dragon Sword, puzzled. White Dragon Sword said, I'm the sovereign weapon of dragons. Who is the fire dragon you mentioned before? Ghost Blade said, it's the fire dragon who can give everyone the blood mark. So it's him. Very soon. You ambushed Qin Feiyang and seriously injured him. You've rendered a great service. From now on, you'll join the dragons. As for now, you can back off to the side. Sovereign Lord, kill it first. The White Dragon Sword pointed at the Horsetail Whisk, its sharpness tearing the heavens and splitting the earth. All right. Ghost Blade responded and then transmitted his voice to his Horsetail Whisk. Big brother, I'll take this opportunity to slip away so that I won't drag you down. After saying that, he flew away without looking back. This guy, the Horsetail Whisk, was speechless. It really ran faster than a rabbit. I'll also give you a chance. Join us dragons and I'll give you a way out. Bai Longjian's aura was firmly locked onto the Horsetail Whisk, and his tone was overbearing. What if I say no? The horsetail whisk said calmly. Then today will be your doomsday. Bai Longjian let out a cold snort. Rays of sword light soared into the sky, tearing apart the thick black fog and crazily attacking the horsetail whisk. Do you really think that you dragons are the rulers of the sky cloud realm? Those who obey you will prosper and those who oppose you will die. The horsetail whisk snorted coldly, and the suppressed strength instantly erupted. The rays of sword light were annihilated on the spot. What? It can still erupt with such a strong power? Bai Longjian was shocked. This sentence is really stupid. As a sovereign divine weapon, don't you know that once a sovereign divine weapon goes all out, even if the main body is damaged, it can still destroy the heavens and earth? The horsetail whisk's aura was like a rainbow, shattering all directions as it took the initiative to attack. That's just the final radiance of the setting sun, Bai Longjian sneered. Tens of thousands of sword chi turned into a storm, emitting the power to destroy the world, and collided with the horsetail whisk. Immediately, the entire inner area could feel the fluctuations of their battle. At the same time, at the foot of the mountain, Qin Feiyang retracted his gaze, looked at the peak of the mountain, and said in a deep voice, "Let's go." He was the first to rush out of the barrier. Although he could only last for a dozen breaths of time in the yin demon force, these dozen breaths were enough to reach the peak of the mountain and complete the sneak attack. As expected, in less than 3 breaths, the group of people silently rushed to the peak of the mountain, and then silently rushed towards the stone tablet. Below the stone tablet, the white-clothed youth was not disturbed by the outside world and continued to receive the inheritance. The middle-aged couple looked in the direction of the battle between the horsetail whisk and the white dragon sword, their brows tightly knitted together. Didn't they tell it to go over and take a look? Why did they fight with the other party? Furthermore, the fluctuations of the battle were countless times stronger than before. Even the giant mountain peak beneath their feet was trembling. Large rocks rolled down and crashed into the ground below, emitting a deafening rumble, as if it was about to collapse. They were too focused on the battle between the horsetail whisk and the white dragon sword, so much so that they didn't notice that Qin Feiyang and the others had already arrived at the back of the stone tablet. It's them. White-eyed Wolf sent a sound transmission. Old Pei, Old Wang, you guys make your move. White-eyed Wolf, come with me and deal with that young man. Senior brother Madman, transform. If you can pull out the stone tablet after transforming, then we don't want to fight and immediately run away. Qin Feiyang sent a sound transmission. After transforming, Madman's body would be 10,000 feet tall. The small stone tablet in front of him was like a small stone in front of him, so it shouldn't be a problem. Got it. The 3 men and 1 wolf nodded. Do it. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Pei Tianhong and Wang Chongyuan immediately released a terrifying aura and activated instant time, instantly appearing behind the middle-aged couple. How could the middle-aged couple think that there was an ambush here? How could they think that someone would dare to ambush them? It was completely unexpected. Pei Tianhong and Wang Chongyuan slapped their backs at the same time, but at this moment, a set of armor appeared on their bodies. Divine light flickered. Divine artifact, actively protecting its owner. Pei Tianhong and Wang Chongyuan raised their eyebrows. The power of law gushed out from their palms and slapped their backs. Catcher. The armor on their bodies shattered on the spot. Although they were protected by the armor, Pei Tianhong and Wang Chongyuan had activated their power of law. The couple groaned and spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, like meteorites, they smashed into the ground below. At the same time, Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf also jumped out from behind the stone tablet and went straight for the young man in white. The young man in white was also shocked. He suddenly opened his eyes, but when he saw Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf, his expression changed and he did not hesitate to escape. But he was still one step too late. The power of law gushed out. The white-eyed wolf and Qin Feiyang punched him. However, at this moment, a set of armor appeared on the white-clothed young man's body. Puff! The young man in white spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out. Because of the armor protecting its owner, his life was saved. Boom! When Qin Feiyang, Pei Tianhong, the white-eyed wolf and Pei Tianhong attacked, Madman also transformed. In an instant, that 1-meter-tall body turned into a 10,000 jong tall giant, exuding a ferocious and violent aura. The stone tablet was right under his feet. He bent down and used his huge hand to grab the stone tablet. The stone tablet in his hand was like a green onion sprout. "Get up for me," Madman roared, grabbed the stone tablet and pulled with force. However, the stone tablet seemed to have fused with the giant mountain. With Madman's current strength, he was unable to move it. "What?" Qin Feiyang and the other two and the white-eyed wolf turned around and their expressions changed. "You can't pull it out." "I don't believe it." Madman's other hand also stretched out. Both hands exerted force, and he used all his strength. The veins on his forehead bulged. Catcher, rumble, the giant mountain under his feet began to shake violently. Cracks began to spread. The base of the stone tablet also began to loosen. "It's working. Quickly help!" Qin Feiyang roared. The 3 men and 1 wolf immediately rushed to the front of the stone tablet. In front of the stone tablet, they were as insignificant as ants, completely unremarkable. However, this did not affect their performance. With the addition of the 3 men and 1 wolf, the giant mountain shook even more violently. The cracks on the mountain peak crazily spread like a spider web. Half of the stone tablet's base had come out. "Put in more effort," Qin Feiyang roared. "Get up." The 4 men and 1 wolf roared at the same time. With a loud bang, the stone tablet was finally pulled out. With the stone tablet uprooted, the giant mountain also collapsed. It was so fast. At this time, the middle-aged couple and the white-clothed youth charged over. "You dare to snatch food from the tiger's mouth." The 3 were unable to restrain their anger. "We've already snatched it. What can you do? Bite us if you have the ability." The white-eyed wolf laughed in disdain. He looked at Pei Tianhong and roared, "Let's go." Pei Tianhong waved his hand and swept up a group of people. He activated momentary time and disappeared into the black fog like lightning. As for the stone tablet, Madman carried it on his shoulder. Although it was a small stone tablet, it weighed millions of pounds. Even Madman found it difficult to carry it. Fortunately, Pei Tianhong had brought him away. If he had to carry the stone tablet and run, he would be as slow as a snail. "Chase!" the white-clothed youth shouted, his eyes filled with killing intent. He had almost accepted half of the inheritance, but it was destroyed. How could he not be angry? The most important thing was, using the white dragon sword to break the enchantment and obtain the inheritance, he took a huge risk. So now, how could he tolerate Qin Feiyang and the others taking away the stone tablet under his nose? The middle-aged couple was the same. With a heart full of anger, they swept up the white-clothed youth and chased after Qin Feiyang and the others. "This person should be Qin Feiyang." The white-clothed woman raised her eyebrows. To be able to enter the inner area and be so arrogant in the inner area, who else could it be other than them? The middle-aged man sneered, killing intent surging in his eyes. "Brat, you are plucking the fur from the tiger's body. They still chased after us." The white-eyed wolf frowned when he sensed the aura of the 3 people. Their speed isn't fast, so no one should have grasped the momentary time. Right now, the only thing we have to consider is the white dragon sword and the other dragons in the inner area. Pei Tianhong said. "Horsetail whisk, ghost blade, let's go." The white-eyed wolf roared. The distant battlefield. Bai Longjian also sensed the movement at the peak of the mountain and realized that he had been tricked. He shouted, "So your goal is the inheritance?" "That's right." The horsetail whisk sneered. "In that case, the dagger from before was actually acting with you?" The white dragon sword said coldly. "Yes." The horsetail whisk said. "Good, very good. I was actually tricked by you. However, with your final radiance, don't even think about escaping from this sovereign's hand." The white dragon sword was burning with anger as he crazily attacked the horsetail whisk. As long as he left the horsetail whisk behind, Qin Feiyang and the others would not be able to escape. Chapter 3408. The Final Radiance of the Setting Sun? The horsetail whisk was stunned. At this point, it actually thought that it was the final radiance of the setting sun. Was there something wrong with its brain? With a loud clang, the horsetail whisk once again erupted with an astonishing aura. This time, it no longer held back. Caught off guard, White Dragon's sword was sent flying on the spot. What? White Dragon's sword was shocked. A dignified sovereign weapon is actually so stupid. It seems that following the dragons is not a good thing. The horsetail whisk sneered, turned into a stream of light, and rushed to meet up with Qin Feiyang and the others. We've been played. We've been completely played. White Dragon's sword was furious. What final radiance of the setting sun, what betraying Qin Feiyang. He was simply playing with it like a monkey. This was intolerable. Clang. Immediately. White Dragon's sword was also like a graceful swan, carrying with it a world-destroying edge, crazily chasing after it. Thus, a game of chase began. Whether it was White Dragon's sword or the white-clothed youth, they all looked extremely sinister. Whoosh. Ghost Blade took the lead to meet up with Qin Feiyang and the others. Because the place where it was hiding just happened to be the direction where Qin Feiyang and the others escaped. Awesome. Looking at the stone tablet on Madman's shoulder, Ghost Blade was immediately impressed and really pulled it out. A small matter, White-Eyed Wolf bared its teeth. Show off. The artifact spirit couldn't help but look down on him, and asked, Qin Feiyang, where are we going next? Qin Feiyang pondered, I originally wanted to go to the inner area for a stroll, but looking at the current situation, it seems that we can't take the risk anymore. We definitely can't go. In the outer area, we met two groups of dragons, not to mention the inner area. If we enter their encirclement, we won't be able to escape even if we have wings. Ghost Blade said. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment, and said, let's meet up with the horsetail whisk first, then discuss. All right. Pei Tianhong nodded and turned towards the direction of the horsetail whisk. We can't go. Ghost Blade hurriedly said. Why can't we go? Pei Tianhong was slightly stunned and looked at it suspiciously. You wish. You have the instant time. Compared to the three people behind us, our speed has an absolute advantage. In other words, if we want to escape now, it will be very easy. That's because they are simply unable to catch up to us. However, if we were to rush over to the horsetail whisk now, our advantage would instantly vanish. Because the White Dragon's sword is a Dominator divine weapon. Its speed is even faster than when you activate momentary time. At that time, you won't have the advantage in that split second, so we can only rely on the horsetail whisk to take us away. If the horsetail whisk was at its peak, it would be fine. But now that its body is damaged, it can't unleash its full strength or speed. If we let it take us away, the White Longjian will catch up to us sooner or later. Gui Ren said in a deep voice. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and asked, then what do you think we should do? Personally, I think we should split up with the horsetail whisk. As long as it restrains the White Dragon's sword and doesn't chase after us, with the speed of the three dragons, it will be easy for us to escape. Gui Ren said. You mean, we should leave the horsetail whisk behind? Frenzy also frowned. It's not that we don't care, but we should temporarily separate. As long as we safely escape, with the horsetail whisk strength, we will definitely be able to escape successfully. Gui Ren said. But didn't you say that its body is damaged now? Whether it is strength or speed, it is not as good as before. If we leave it alone, wouldn't it be waiting for its death? It fought the White Dragon's sword for us. Now that the stone tablet is in our hands, are we going to leave it behind? You can do this kind of thing, but I, Qin Feiyang, will definitely not do it. Since we came together, then we should leave together. In short, since we are partners, then we should live and die together. If you really don't want to take the risk, we won't force you. Let's part ways here. Qin Feiyang said. When Gui Ren heard this, he was suddenly a little terrified. However, Pei Tianhong and Wang Chongyuan were quite touched. Although the horsetail whisk was in danger and not them, but Qin Feiyang's heartfelt words really touched them. Since they came together, they should leave together. Since they are partners, then they should live and die together. This kind of camaraderie towards a partner, in today's world, where could you find it? It could also be seen from this. If it were them today, Qin Feiyang would also not leave them behind and escape alone. There were countless talented young people in the Sky Cloud realm, but young people with good character, in today's world of mutual deception and selfishness, were already 1 in 10,000. Not to mention anything else, just this point alone was admirable. Pei Tianhong no longer hesitated, activating the moment of time to the extreme, chasing after the aura of the horsetail whisk, flying away like lightning. They seemed to be rushing to meet with the sovereign weapon. Behind. The middle-aged woman frowned as she sensed that the aura of Qin Feiyang and the others had deviated. Then they are courting death. The middle-aged man smiled coldly. If Qin Feiyang and the others did not care about the horsetail whisk and let the horsetail whisk restrain the white dragon sword, then they really had no way. Because apart from the sovereign weapon, no one could surpass the speed of the moment of time. But now. They actually ran to meet up with the horsetail whisk. It was simply a stupid act. The white-clothed youth said, but then again, he did not leave behind the sovereign weapon and escaped alone. He can be considered a loyal person. Loyal and affectionate. Your Highness, you must not think so. The world is very cruel now, a woman's benevolence will not achieve great things. The white-clothed middle-aged man looked at the youth and warned seriously. The white-clothed youth looked at the middle-aged man in his eyes and did not speak again. No one knew what he was thinking. The middle-aged man waved his hand and led the woman and the youth to turn in the air, continuing to chase after Qin Feiyang and the others. In the blink of an eye, about 10 breaths of time, Qin Feiyang and the others met up with the horsetail whisk. At this moment, Pei Tianhong consciously closed the moment of time and used the horsetail whisk to bring everyone away. Behind. The white dragon sword's aura was fierce, and its sharpness covered the sky and earth. After the white-clothed youth and the other two met up with the white dragon sword, the white dragon sword also led the 3 of them to chase after them. The horsetail whisk said in a deep voice, "No, my body is injured, and my speed is a bit slower than it. I have to think of a way quickly." Qin Feiyang looked behind him. Although the black fog lingered and he could not see the white dragon sword and the 3 figures, it was not difficult to determine from the aura that the distance between the 2 sides was slowly closing. Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at the stone tablet on the madman's shoulder, and sent a sound transmission. If only we could keep this stone tablet. The spatial divine object cannot be opened, and the black tortoise realm cannot be opened. We can only put it in the universe ring. But I tried just now, and this stone tablet cannot be put into the universe ring. The madman raised his eyebrows. The stone tablet's target was too big, and the aura it emitted was too strong. Even if he activated the concealment technique, it was useless. Can't be put into the universe ring? Qin Feiyang was stunned. That's right. This stone tablet seems to have a resisting force. The madman nodded. Then we can't keep carrying it like this. Everyone was rather annoyed. Although they had successfully snatched the stone tablet, they did not expect it to become a hot potato. Wang Chongyuan said, "If there's no other way, let's throw down the stone tablet and run away," firmly opposed. The white-eyed wolf was the first to disagree. What a joke. It was not easy to snatch it, and it might even contain the highest profound meaning, to throw it away like this. Wouldn't that be a waste? It's impossible to throw it away. After all, this is our spoils of war. Qin Feiyang and the madman also spoke. Looking at the attitude of Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf, Wang Chongyuan smiled embarrassedly and said, "I was just saying. Everyone has their own opinions, there's no need to be so nervous." Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. Yes, yes, yes. Wang Chongyuan nodded. It was only Qin Feiyang that he met. If it was anyone else, if you dared to say something that he did not like, he would definitely be angry on the spot. Pei Tianhong pondered for a moment and sighed, "If we can't put away the stone tablet, then we can only continue to drag it out and see if we can find an opportunity." Qin Feiyang nodded, but suddenly seemed to have thought of something and said, "Actually, if we can make the stone tablet retract its aura and use the black fog, it will be easy to escape." Retract the stone tablet's aura? Everyone was slightly stunned and could not help but ponder in their hearts. The stone tablet was not something they could control, so it was definitely impossible to make the stone tablet retract its aura. However, there was another way. That was to use their aura to cover up the stone tablet's aura. But in this way, Bai Longjian and the white-clothed youth could still lock onto their aura. Therefore, this method would not work. After thinking about it, they could not think of a way to solve this problem. Wait. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's gaze trembled. He turned to look at the white-eyed wolf and Pei Tianhong, and said, "The two of you seem to be able to set up a time array, right?" "That's right." The white-eyed wolf and Pei Tianhong nodded. "Since we can set up a time array, then we can set up a time array first and escape while accepting the stone tablet's inheritance. Once we obtain the inheritance, wouldn't the stone tablet be useless? Wouldn't it be much easier to escape then?" Qin Feiyang said. "That's right. Why didn't I think of this problem?" Pei Tianhong was stunned. Although the Yin Devil Land was unable to open a time and space transmission channel, nor could it open a time and space transmission divine artifact, the time array was not restricted. Pig brain. The white-eyed wolf also slapped his head. They had clearly grasped such a powerful power of law, but they had actually overlooked its existence. If he had thought of this earlier, he wouldn't have spent so much time when he found the first inheritance land and the madman accepted the inheritance. Pei Tianhong urged, "Hurry up and decide, who will accept the inheritance?" The inheritance here, from what the three of them said, seems to be the law of destruction. The white-eyed wolf looked at Qin Feiyang and the madman, as if waiting for Qin Feiyang and the madman to make a decision first. Law of destruction? The madman was slightly stunned, and a trace of desire appeared in his eyes. But when he looked at Qin Feiyang, he shook his head and said, "Forget it, I have already obtained an inheritance. If I were to snatch it again, it would be unethical." Chapter 3409. The white-eyed wolf was quite surprised by Madman's words. This was the law of destruction. Most importantly, it might contain supreme mysteries. It was no exaggeration to say that it was more precious than a peerless treasure. Originally, it planned to join in the fun if Madman snatched it, but it didn't expect Madman to be so decisive. "You have the nerve to snatch it." Madman sized up the white-eyed wolf. "Hee. If little Qin Zi takes the initiative to give it to me, I won't be polite either." The white-eyed wolf bared its teeth. "In your dreams." Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at it. He wasn't a polite person. He immediately sat cross-legged in the barrier formed by the power of the blood demon and said to the horsetail whisk, "Help form a barrier to cover the aura of the time array." "Okay." The horsetail whisk responded. Divine power rolled out and an invisible barrier appeared, enveloping the barrier formed by the power of the blood demon. Although Qin Feiyang was sitting cross-legged in the barrier, it didn't affect the horsetail whisk from bringing them away. From beginning to end, the horsetail whisk didn't stop. Because with the horsetail whisk's strength, it could bring the barrier away. Qin Feiyang and the others could do whatever they wanted inside the barrier. Madman also waved his hand and the stone tablet fell inside the barrier, standing in front of Qin Feiyang. Then he looked at Pei Tianhong and the white-eyed wolf and urged, "Hurry up. Let me do it." Pei Tianhong said and formed a seal with both hands. The law of time surged out and surrounded Qin Feiyang like a river of time. "Array, appear." After a while, Pei Tianhong bellowed, and a pentagon-like formation immediately appeared around Qin Feiyang. It emitted a hazy divine light, and Qin Feiyang sat in the center of the formation. He immediately felt that the law of time around him had changed. Without any hesitation, he took out a drop of blood essence and fused it with the stone tablet. A divine light with a destructive aura immediately rushed out from the stone tablet and fused with Qin Feiyang's forehead. Following closely, Qin Feiyang closed his eyes and wholeheartedly accepted the inheritance. Madman and the others were standing outside the array and weren't affected by it. The horsetail whisk's speed was not affected in the slightest. It carried the group of people as fast as lightning. Madman looked at the formation and asked, "Old Pei, how many years does this time formation last?" 500 years. Pei Tianhong said, 500 years? Madman was slightly taken aback and asked suspiciously, "The time arrays I saw in the sky cloud realm only lasted for 1 day and 500 years. Are there no time arrays of a higher grade?" "Of course. But we don't have that ability. That's because people at our level can only set up a time array that lasts 500 years in a day." Pei Tianhong explained. Madman thought for a moment and asked, "You mean, People like you who have comprehended the ultimate profound can only set up a time array that lasts 500 years? That's right. Pei Tianhong nodded. Madman suddenly realized and said, then what level does one have to reach to set up a time array that lasts 1,000 years in a day or even 5,000 years in Black Tortoise Realm? He thought of Sky Cloud Island's time array. The little rabbit had said that Sky Cloud Island had a time array that lasted 5,000 years in a day. It was 5 times faster than Black Tortoise Realm. Only by comprehending the ultimate profound of the time law could one set up a time array that lasted 500 years. Then for a 1,500 years time array, did one have to comprehend the ultimate profound of the time law? I'm not sure about that. Pei Tianhong shook his head. Madman wasn't too disappointed hearing this. After all, this was already beyond Pei Tianhong's ability. Let me calculate, 500 years in a day, 24 hours in a day, 500 divided by 12, in other words, old Qin is now in this time array. 2 hours is around 41.5 years. In the time array, 2 hours is 41.5 years. The time he needs to accept the inheritance is at most half a month. So, he only needs a few breaths of time to accept the inheritance. Madman was stunned. That's right. Pei Tianhong nodded. At the back. Because of the cover of the Horsetail Whisk, Bai Longjian and the other two didn't sense the aura of the time array. They were still thinking of catching up to Qin Feiyang and killing a few people to take back the Steely. In just a few breaths of time, Qin Feiyang, who was sitting in the middle of the time array, suddenly opened his eyes. 2 rays of light shot out from his eyes. That's it. Madman was stunned. What do you think? The white-eyed wolf looked at him with disdain. Madman angrily glared at the white-eyed wolf and shouted, "Why didn't you set up a time array for me when I accepted the inheritance? Isn't it because we didn't expect it?" The white-eyed wolf smiled embarrassedly. Pei Tianhong was also embarrassed. At that time, he really didn't expect this. You're all unreliable bastards. Madman stared at Pei Tianhong and the white-eyed wolf, then looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "How is it? Is there a supreme profound meaning?" Qin Feiyang turned around and landed in front of Madman, smiling, "If I say no, you definitely won't believe me. So there is?" Madman asked. "En." Qin Feiyang nodded. "Oh my God. I really regret it. Why did I snatch the time array?" Madman immediately wailed like a ghost and howled like a wolf. His nose was dripping with tears and snot. He was extremely regretful. This proves a principle. Getting it first isn't the best. The white-eyed wolf looked at him with schadenfreude. Scram. Madman angrily glared at it. Didn't it see that he was depressed? It was fine if it didn't comfort him, but it actually mocked him. What kind of brother was this? Pei Tianhong waved his hand and the time array dissipated. He then looked at the Steely with a trace of surprise in his eyes. What's wrong? Wang Chongyuan noticed Pei Tianhong's abnormality and raised his head. He was also surprised. After Qin Feiyang received the inheritance, the stone tablet no longer had its previous divine might. It was as if its essence had been sucked out. It appeared dull and lusterless. Taking a closer look, it was just an ordinary stone. It seems like the Steely's extraordinariness was because of the inheritance within. Qin Feiyang looked at the stone tablet and said with a faint smile. Madman received the time array. He also received the destruction array and the supreme profound meaning. Also, the fire dragon's claws and fangs were all wiped out. The fire dragon was also heavily injured. The most important thing was, he even lured out the dragons. It could be said that this trip to the Yin Demon Land wasn't a waste. The white-eyed wolf looked behind and smiled evilly. Didn't they want the Steely? Return it to them now. Okay. Madman raised the Steely. He was still in his transformed state. The Steely was no longer as heavy as before. It was as light as a feather in his hand. When the Horsetail Whisk retracted its aura and the invisible barrier disappeared, Madman threw the Steely out. Get ready. Now is the time to get rid of them. Qin Feiyang's eyes also flickered. Behind. The Steely broke through the air and rubbed against the void, emitting a whining sound. What's flying over? When the white-clothed youth and the other two heard the sound, they immediately became vigilant. What are you afraid of? No matter what it is, just crush it. Bai Longjian smiled coldly. Finally, the Steely entered their line of sight. Bai Longjian slashed out without hesitation. Wait, this is the Steely with the inheritance, the white-clothed youth hurriedly shouted. Bai Longjian immediately braked and brought the three of them to a stop. The middle-aged woman waved her hand and a surge of divine power surged out, enveloping the Steely. The Steely immediately stopped in the air and floated in front of them. Have you finally given up on the Steely? But do you think that if you return the Steely to us, we will let you go? The white-clothed youth sneered, but suddenly seemed to have discovered something. He looked up at the Steely and shouted, "There's something wrong with this Steely." Something's wrong? The middle-aged couple and Bai Longjian couldn't help but be stunned. Then, they carefully examined it. There was indeed a problem. Damn it! The inheritance inside has already been obtained by them. This is just an ordinary Steely. The white-clothed youth stretched out his hand and pressed the Steely. His face suddenly revealed a look of anger as he roared. What? How are they so fast? The middle-aged woman was surprised. Time array, it must be a time array. Damn it, damn it. That wolf cub and that blood-haired old man both have mastered momentary time. They can obviously set up a time array, but I actually overlooked this point. Chase. If we don't kill them, we won't stop. The white-clothed youth roared without caring about his image. The so-called blood-haired old man was naturally Pei Tianhong. Clang. Bai Longjian's sharp edge tore the sky as he led the three of them to chase. However, they soon discovered that Qin Feiyang and the others' auras had actually disappeared without a trace. Where are they? Bai Longjian and the white-clothed youth were a little stunned. Suddenly, an aura appeared in front of them on the left. This aura was Qin Feiyang. Bai Longjian immediately led the three of them and rushed to the left. Very quickly, they saw a white figure in front of them. It was Qin Feiyang. But now, there was only Qin Feiyang alone. Where are the sovereign divine weapon and the others? The white-clothed youth and the other two looked at each other. What was going on? Could it be that Qin Feiyang saw that he couldn't get rid of them, so he took the risk to lure them away to buy time for the sovereign divine weapon and the others to escape? How stupid. At that moment, they came to a conclusion. It must be that Qin Feiyang was willing to be the bait to attract their attention so that the sovereign divine weapon and the others could take the opportunity to escape. Bai Longjian aggressively rushed over and stood in front of Qin Feiyang. Seeing this, a trace of fear appeared on Qin Feiyang's face. He immediately turned around and used the space-time step to escape in another direction. Humph! The white-clothed youth and the other two snorted and stepped out one after another, appearing in 3 different directions and surrounding Qin Feiyang. You guys really don't give up. Qin Feiyang stopped and looked around at the three of them and Bai Longjian. His face was extremely gloomy. You're also stupid. The white-clothed youth laughed mockingly. I'm stupid. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and asked curiously, then tell me, how am I stupid? You acted as bait to lure us over and give the sovereign divine weapon and the others a chance to escape. Isn't that stupid enough? The white-clothed youth spoke with a face full of ridicule. Sure enough. People like him who valued friendship and righteousness couldn't survive in this world. Chapter 34:10. Yes. I'm just a bait to lure you here. Qin Feiyang nodded. Then how are you going to escape now? Without the sovereign divine weapon, with your strength, it's not enough to fill the gaps between Bai Longjian's teeth. Let's talk about it later. Do you think we really care about the sovereign divine weapon and others? No. The only one we want to kill is you. You are also the target of this hunting plan. The white-clothed young man chuckled. Qin Feiyang froze for a moment, then laughed. Being targeted by the dragons, should I feel honored? You can still laugh. Your courage is indeed extraordinary. As for the honor, hey, you should feel honored. After all, since ancient times, no one in the sky cloud realm can make us dragons go to war like this. So even if you die, it's a worthy death. The white-clothed young man nodded. So it's like that. Then I'll thank you in advance. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands, the fear on his face disappeared, and he looked extremely calm. You're welcome. The white-clothed young man waved his hand. No, 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 I want it. Because if it weren't for you talking so much nonsense, it would be a bit difficult for me and them to completely get rid of you. Qin Feiyang chuckled. Me and them? Get rid of them? The white-clothed young man was stunned. Why did these words sound so puzzling? Then he looked at the middle-aged couple and asked, what does he mean by this? The couple looked at Qin Feiyang and seemed to be thinking about something. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, take your time to think about it. In any case, the longer it takes, the better it is for me and them. That's right. He wasn't Qin Feiyang himself, but an avatar formed by the 3,000 avatars. As for Qin Feiyang himself, he had already activated the concealment technique and ran in the opposite direction with his horsetail whisk, Madman, and the others. No one knew where he was now. Not good. He's not Qin Feiyang. Suddenly, Bai Longjian shouted. What? Not Qin Feiyang? The eyes of the three trembled as they looked at Qin Feiyang in bewilderment. The incarnation looked at Bai Longjian with a mocking smile and said, then I would like to ask, if I am not Qin Feiyang, who am I? Although your appearance, temperament, cultivation base, and even the auxiliary divine arts are exactly the same as Qin Feiyang's, I can guarantee that you are definitely not Qin Feiyang. Bai Longjian's tone was extremely gloomy, and his sharp aura covered the sky as he pounced towards the incarnation. Ha ha, calling others idiots, who is the idiot here? Brat, you want to fight with us? You're still too young. The incarnation laughed loudly as he looked at the white-robed young man. His eyes were filled with mockery. As the sharp light rushed over, it immediately shattered. Only that arrogant laughter was left, echoing in the void for a long time. No flesh and blood, this is just one of Qin Feiyang's doppelgangers. When the white-robed young man saw this scene, he was instantly dumbfounded. From the beginning to the end, he was like a monkey, being played in circles. What was even more ridiculous was that not only did he not realize it, he was even complacent and smug, calling others idiots. In the end, he was the real idiot. No. This is not a doppelganger. A doppelganger can't activate a divine art. The middle-aged man muttered. Qin Feiyang, just you wait. I swear, today's humiliation will be repaid 100 times in the future. The more the white-robed young man thought about it, the angrier he became. He suddenly raised his head and roared at the sky. Then, he spat out a mouthful of blood. In the distance, above a giant mountain, Qin Feiyang and the others stood side by side, looking in the direction of the white-robed young man and his two companions. Their eyes were filled with amusement. Especially when they heard the faint roar, the sarcasm on their faces was undisguised. Young master, I'm really convinced. Wang Changyuan retracted his gaze and looked at Qin Feiyang with admiration. He thought that even if he could escape, he would definitely have to pay a big price. He did not expect it to be so easy. Perhaps in this world, only this man in front of him could do it. Don't. I'm just relying on 3,000 doppelgangers. Without 3,000 doppelgangers, it would be really difficult to get rid of them. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. When it's time to be high profile, you should be high profile. Why are you being modest? Madman rolled his eyes at him. Ha ha, Qin Feiyang laughed heartily. He had to admit that it was indeed very satisfying. The other party was full of confidence, thinking that they were already in the bag. But in the end, not only did they snatch the inheritance, but they also ruthlessly played with them. The only regret was that he did not see the white-robed young man's hysterical expression with his own eyes. If there's nothing else, I will go and repair my body first. Fu Chen said. I also want to repair my body. Ghost Blade followed. Qin Feiyang looked at Fu Chen and Ghost Blade and said with a smile, all right, but Ghost Blade, your body can go to my Sea of Qi, but your weapon spirit has to stay outside to guide us. What else do you need to guide us? Ghost Blade was suspicious. Nonsense. Look at this inner area. If you don't lead the way, how can we escape the hunt of the dragons? Qin Feiyang was speechless. Then it seems that I'm still very valuable. Ghost Blade smirked. Still showing off. Your value is only limited to the Devil's Land. Madman was disdainful. Cough, cough. Ghostblade coughed and said with a smile, I was wrong, I was wrong. I will be humble and low-key in the future. Ghostblade's weapon spirit appeared, and his body disappeared into Qin Feiyang's body together with Fu Chen. White-eyed Wolf rolled his eyes and asked, why don't we go to the inner area again? Don't. Wang Changyuan, Pei Tianhong, and Ghostblade's weapon spirit shouted at the same time. What a joke. If they went to the inner area now, wasn't that the same as sending a lamb to the tiger's mouth? Look at your cowardice. White-eyed Wolf said with disdain. Pei Tianhong, Wang Changyuan, and Ghostblade didn't care at all. It was better to be cowardly than to lose their lives. They looked at Qin Feiyang. White-eyed Wolf didn't have the final say in this matter. They had to see Qin Feiyang's attitude. However, they noticed that Qin Feiyang was looking at Madman. They looked at Madman and their eyelids twitched. Because they saw that Madman was looking at the inner area. This little Madman couldn't be thinking of going to the inner area too, right? They didn't know what Madman was thinking, but Qin Feiyang knew that it was definitely because of that familiar call. Qin Feiyang also looked at the inner area and patted Madman's shoulder. No rush. Wait until you reach the peak ruler realm, then we'll try again. Madman didn't say anything. That familiar call had always been there. He really wanted to go in and see what was calling him. However, the mysteriousness and strength of the dragons made him not dare to step in. Who? After a long while, Madman took a deep breath and laughed. All right, we'll come again in the future. At that time, we'll turn that dogshit dragon's nest upside down. With that, he retracted his gaze and looked at Qin Feiyang. Then are we leaving the Yin Demon Land now? Qin Feiyang nodded. Then let's go. Artifact Spirit urged. It didn't want to stay in the inner area for a moment longer. Pei Tianhong was the same. As Qin Feiyang's words landed, he swept up a group of people and flew towards the central area. Wait a moment. Qin Feiyang quickly said. What's wrong? Pei Tianhong stopped and looked suspiciously at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang raised his head and scanned the front. He shook his head and said, we can't go in this direction now. Can't go? What do you mean? Artifact Spirit was suspicious. It's very simple. The dragons already know that we are still in the inner area. At that time, they will definitely ambush us at the border between the central area and the inner area. If we run now, wouldn't that be the same as walking into a trap? Qin Feiyang laughed. Makes sense. Especially by Long Jian and those three people. After suffering such a huge loss, they will definitely not let it go. Even if they don't ambush us at the border between the central area and the inner area, they will definitely ambush us at the exit of the Yin Demon Land. In other words, we can't return to the eastern continent. Otherwise, there will be danger everywhere. Madman nodded. Wang Changyuan, Pei Tianhong, White-eyed Wolf, and Ghostblade all nodded when they heard this. He really thought it through. Then if we don't return to the eastern continent, where will we go? Artifact Spirit asked. Isn't the Yin Demon Land between the eastern continent and the southern continent? Since we can't return to the eastern continent, then let's go to the southern continent. As long as we leave the Yin Demon Land and enter the southern continent, we can open the space-time teleportation channel and directly return to the eastern continent. At that time, will their ambush still have any meaning? Qin Feiyang chuckled. Haha, brilliant. All right, let's take a detour and rush to the southern continent. Artifact Spirit gave a thumbs up and then pointed a direction to Pei Tianhong. Pei Tianhong immediately brought the few of them and sped away like lightning. Sure enough, it was as Qin Feiyang had expected. At the border between the inner area and the central area, a beautiful woman in a black dress stood in the sky and scanned the inner area. This was the woman who sneaked an attack on Qin Feiyang from behind. The black-clothed old man and the black-clothed man were also standing beside her. The three of them were currently looking at the depths of the inner area. The battle fluctuations just now did indeed have the aura of the white dragon sword. Could it be that they also met Qin Feiyang? The black-clothed man suddenly spoke, his brows knitted together. Other than Qin Feiyang's group, who else dares to challenge us dragons? The way this group of people does things is really hard to guess. I thought that after meeting us, they would immediately leave the inner area, but I didn't expect them to still be inside. There seemed to be a trace of anger between the black-clothed woman's smooth brows. Can't you play by the rules? Then are Qin Fei Yang and the others already dead? The black-clothed man was suspicious. They all used the white dragon sword, they should be dead. The black-clothed old man said with uncertainty. Dead? If it was so easy to kill them, would they be able to roam freely in the Yin Demon Land for so long? Let's go, there's no need to squat here. Let's go directly to the exit of the Yin Demon Land. They have to leave the Yin Demon Land and return to the Eastern continent. A cold light flashed in the black-clothed woman's eyes. She turned around and flew outside without looking back. Chapter 34:11. Not long after the three of them left, a stone door opened in the sky. This was a legendary artifact of time and space. 3 people walked out of the stone door. It was the young man in white and the middle-aged couple. The middle-aged man in white glanced around and looked at the inner area. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he said, "We'll wait for them here." But before he finished, another time and space teleportation channel appeared. 3 figures walked out slowly. The leader was a woman in a silver-white dress. She was about 20 years old. Her long hair was silver-white and fluttered in the wind. She was tall and had an outstanding temperament. Her skin was as delicate as a baby's. Behind the silver-haired woman, there were 2 old women. They had white hair and each held a walking stick in their hands. The aura they emitted was unfathomable. Is this Brother Xiaobai? When the silver-haired woman saw the young man in white, she ran towards him happily like a little girl next door. The smile on her face was innocent. But when the young man in white saw this, he could not help but frown and waved his hand. "Stay away from me." "Huh!" The silver-haired woman was stunned. She stopped and said with grievance, "Brother Xiaobai, I didn't do anything to you. Why do you look at me like I'm the plague? Stop." The young man in white quickly reached out and interrupted the silver-haired woman. He then said, "I don't have time to talk nonsense with you." After saying that, he turned to look at the middle-aged couple and said, "Let's go." "Aren't we going to wait here?" The middle-aged couple was suspicious. "With her here, how can we wait? Go directly to the exit of the Yin Demon Land," the young man in white secretly said. He glanced at the silver-haired woman from the corner of his eyes. There seemed to be a trace of irritation in his expression. "All right." The middle-aged couple secretly responded and opened the stone door again. Seeing this, the silver-haired woman hurriedly shouted, "Brother Xiaobai, why are you leaving? Where are you going? Does it have anything to do with you?" The young man in white glared at her angrily. "It has nothing to do with me. But before, we seem to have sensed the aura of Bai Longjian fighting with someone else. Did you meet Qin Fei Yang?" The silver-haired woman's big eyes flashed as she looked at the young man in white and asked. The young man in white clenched his fists. There was a trace of hostility on his body. "I really did meet him. Didn't you get a bargain then?" the silver-haired woman said. "Are you done?" The white-clothed young man suddenly turned around and stared at the silver-haired woman, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Taking advantage of others? It was obvious that he had taken a big tumble. Moreover, he did not believe that the woman in front of him had not thought of this. If he had really killed Qin Fei Yang, he would have returned to the dragon lair. Why would he come here? Wasn't it obvious that he was mocking him? What happened? Brother Xiaobai, did you fail to kill them? This is impossible. They even used the white dragon sword. Do they have 3 heads and 6 arms? The silver-haired woman was still acting innocent, which made the white-clothed youth extremely angry. Actually, he wasn't afraid of being mocked. After all, they were all adults. Who hadn't been mocked before? What he was afraid of was this kind of mockery, because this kind of mockery hurt his pride the most. "All right, Brother Xiaobai, I spoke too much. Don't be angry." The silver-haired woman smiled apologetically. "Let's go." A sinister look flashed in the white-clothed youth's eyes. He turned around and stepped into the stone door without looking back. He was afraid that he would not be able to hold back the anger in his heart and go berserk on the spot. The middle-aged couple smiled at the silver-haired woman and turned to enter the stone door. After the stone door disappeared, the silver-haired woman's smile disappeared. She looked up at the inner area and said with a smile, "I didn't expect them to be so capable. Even the white dragon sword couldn't do anything to them. If it was just an ordinary person, could they force that old man to self-destruct?" One of the old women chuckled. The silver-haired woman was slightly stunned. She looked at the old woman and said, "Then according to what you said, with our individual strength, we can't do anything to him? It's probably difficult. But it's up to us. This time, Lord Dragon King asked you to come out. On the surface, it's to hunt Qin Fei Yang, but in reality, it's also to train you and test you. So don't be anxious. Take it slow." The old woman laughed hoarsely. "That's right. We don't want to fail, but we don't want to make mistakes." The other old woman also laughed. "Okay." The silver-haired woman nodded. After pondering for a while, she said with a smile, "Then let's go to the eastern continent first. Although we were born in the Sky Cloud realm, we have never had a good tour of the Sky Cloud realm. This time, we'll treat it as a sightseeing tour. That's the mentality we should have." The two old women smiled. The old woman on the left waved her hand and opened a space-time transmission channel. "I hope there are places in the Sky Cloud realm that can interest me." The silver-haired woman smiled and stepped into the transmission channel. The two old women looked at each other and couldn't help but smile. Although their princess looked innocent on the surface, she was actually very calculative in her heart. At the same time, in other places, there were several groups of dragons who were also silently calculating in their hearts. Time flew. 2 months passed. Southern continent. The Yin Demon land here was similar to the situation in the eastern continent. In the border area and the central area, there were many traces of berserk beasts and humans. Fights and robberies were common occurrences. This morning, 4 people and 1 wolf appeared in the border area. It was Qin Fei Yang's group. After 2 months, they finally came to the southern continent from the eastern continent. There was no need to talk about the dangers on the way. Fortunately, they had Pei Tianhong and Wang Chengyuan, these 2 super experts. Otherwise, with the strength of Qin Fei Yang, the madman, and the white-eyed wolf, it would be a fool's dream to cross the Yin Demon land and come to the southern continent. Even the transformed madman couldn't do it. Especially in the central area. Not only were there humans looking for opportunities, but there were also berserk beasts living in the Yin Demon land. Most of their cultivation had reached the perfection dominator realm. If a battle really broke out, the madman could kill 1 or 2 after transforming, but if there were too many of them, he would only be slaughtered. "All right. The exit is in front. We can slow down." Gui Ren pointed forward and smiled as if relieved of a burden. Qin Fei Yang and the others heard this and couldn't help but sigh in relief. In fact, the humans and berserk beasts on the way weren't a big threat to them. The main threat was the dragons. They were afraid of encountering the dragons on the way. However, looking at the situation, the dragons seemed to have all gone to the eastern continent. They didn't encounter a single one in the southern continent, which saved them a lot of worry. Roar. Boom. Battles at the border could be seen everywhere. Just like this moment, there were 3 battlefields in the surroundings of Qin Fei Yang's group. There were battles between humans, battles between ferocious beasts, and even battles between ferocious beasts. They fought to the point the heavens and the earth dimmed. However, Qin Fei Yang and the others didn't care about it and went straight outside. In these few months, they had experienced too much in the Yin Demon land. Although it wasn't a long time, they felt as if a few centuries had passed. They couldn't wait to leave this damned place. "Look, the morning sun." The madman pointed forward and chuckled. Qin Fei Yang and the others raised their heads to look. The sky above the land of the shadow devils was still densely covered by black clouds, making it appear extremely dusky. However, the sky outside the land of the shadow devils was clear and boundless. It was 2 completely different worlds. "It's been a long time since I saw the sun. How nostalgic." The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. Ha ha, Pei Tianhong, Wang Chengyuan, and Gui Ren couldn't help but laugh. It seemed that even the white-eyed wolf was tired of the Yin Demon land. Lords, save me. Suddenly, a cry for help sounded from the left. Qin Feiyang and the others were stunned. They stopped in the air and turned their heads to look in the direction of the sound. They saw two bloody voices fleeing in a sorry state from that direction. It was a man and a woman. They looked to be in their 20s, and their cultivation wasn't bad. They were at the early stage ruler realm. Bastard couple, let's see where you can run to. Immediately after, a cold laugh sounded. A purple-clothed youth with 5 middle-aged men flew over like lightning. They seemed to be chasing after the man and woman. The purple-clothed youth's cultivation was only at the half-step ruler realm. However, the 5 middle-aged men's cultivation wasn't bad. 4 of them were at the early stage ruler realm, and the last one was at the late stage ruler realm. Yi, Pei Tianhong and Wang Chongyuan looked at the two. Their eyes suddenly locked onto the left side of the purple-clothed youth's clothes. On the clothes, there was the word God written on it. What? The white-eyed wolf was suspicious. Wang Chongyuan looked at the purple-clothed youth and laughed. He's a disciple of the God Palace. Disciple of the God Palace? The white-eyed wolf was stunned. Qin Feiyang transmitted, the superforce of the southern continent is the God Palace. Brother knows. I don't need you to explain. Brother is just thinking that it's too much of a coincidence to meet a disciple of the God Palace. The white-eyed wolf laughed evilly. What do you want? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and warned, let me tell you, the God Palace has no enmity with us. Don't take the initiative to provoke them. Right now, Qin Feiyang's motto was, if I don't provoke you, don't provoke me. Damn. Brother, am I a wolf that likes to cause trouble? The white-eyed wolf said angrily. Yes. Before Qin Feiyang could say anything, Frenzy, Pei Tianhong, Wang Chongyuan, and the artifact spirit all nodded. Do you have any morals? You actually joined forces to slander a pure and kind wolf. The white-eyed wolf's face darkened. Pure? Kind? Frenzy and the others were stunned and then rolled their eyes. Can you be more shameless? Do you think we don't know your character because it's the first time we meet? Soon. The man and woman ran to the side of Qin Feiyang and the others and begged, Lords, I beg you, please save us. As they spoke, they turned to look at the purple-clothed youth and the others. Their eyes were filled with fear and despair. It's not good for us to interfere with your personal grudges. Besides, we don't know why you have a dispute. Who is right and who is wrong? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. If you have the time to ask for help, you might as well run away. Frenzy laughed and had no intention of helping. Chapter 34:12. I'm sorry, it's indeed a bit abrupt. But we really have no other way. Please help us. The cause of this matter is also because of them. We are the victims. The man and woman begged again and again. If you say you are the victims, then you are the victims. In this world, there doesn't seem to be any bad person who will admit that they are the bad person. The white-eyed wolf pursed his lips. We are really the victims. Can you believe us? The man and woman were burning with anxiety. Qin Feiyang, the white-eyed wolf, and the madman looked at each other. It seemed that they really looked like the victims. The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth and said, if you are really the victims, then you have found the right people because we are the embodiment of justice. Qin Feiyang and the others were stunned. This was too much of a braggart. The man and woman also looked at the white-eyed wolf with a depressed face. They were afraid that they had met a fool, right? The embodiment of justice? Why didn't he say that he was the nemesis of the devil? At this time, the purple-clothed youth led a group of people over with a murderous aura. Looking at Qin Feiyang and the others, he shouted, it's none of your business. Get lost. The white-eyed wolf raised his eyebrows. He was quite aggressive. They didn't plan to interfere, so why was he acting like this? The madman secretly laughed and said, Old Pei, Old Wang, you two are not doing well. What do you mean? The two were a little confused. How did they get involved? The madman joked, as the former overlord of the Western continent, the disciples of the temple actually don't recognize you. Haven't you failed enough? The two were speechless. They were indeed famous figures in the sky cloud realm, but because of this, Ordinary people couldn't get in touch with them at all. Naturally, they couldn't recognize them. If it were the big shots of the temple or the managers, they would definitely recognize them at a glance. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang looked at the purple-clothed youth and muttered, "Why do I find him familiar?" Familiar? The white-eyed wolf and the others were stunned and looked at the purple-clothed youth suspiciously. "I've never seen him before." Moreover, this was their first time in the southern continent. How could it be familiar? Wait. Don't tell me that he was also present during the exchange on Heavenly Cloud Island? Madman transmitted. Impossible. If he was really there, how could he not recognize us? Qin Feiyang shook his head. But he looked a little familiar. It wasn't the appearance of the purple-robed young man that was familiar, but rather, the look in his eyes. "Didn't you hear me tell you to get lost?" The purple-clothed young man's face was filled with hostility. His patience seemed to have reached its limit. "Why can't we talk nicely? You can ask us to back off or get out of the way, but don't you think the words 'get out of the way' will hurt our friendship?" Qin Feiyang said with a smile. "It seems that you really don't understand." A cold light flashed in the purple-clothed young man's eyes as he shouted, "Beat him up. Beat him to death or cripple him. I'll take responsibility." The 5 middle-aged men suddenly burst out with a terrifying aura and rushed towards Qin Feiyang and the others. "You're courting death." A cold light flashed in Wang Chongyuan's eyes, and an aura surged out. The 5 men groaned and were sent flying. One had to know. He was a perfect ruler. Just his aura wasn't something that these people could withstand. Not only were they sent flying, but their chi-seas were also shattered. So strong. The purple-clothed young man was dumbfounded. The 5 middle-aged men crashed into the ground, and their faces couldn't help but turn pale. Killing intent flashed in the eyes of the man and woman when they saw the 5 heavily injured middle-aged men. They didn't hesitate to charge at the purple-clothed young man. They were both at the early stage of the ruler realm. The purple-clothed young man was only at the half-step ruler realm. He was only able to chase after the man and woman because of the 5 middle-aged men. Thus, at this moment, a trace of fear appeared in the purple-clothed young man's eyes when he saw the man and woman charging at him. "Don't you dare harm the young master." The middle-aged man at the late stage of the ruler realm roared and struggled to stand beside the purple-clothed young man. The man and woman didn't hold back at all. Because the middle-aged man's chi-si was shattered, he was no longer a threat. With a miserable cry, the middle-aged man's blood splattered everywhere. Only his divine soul remained. "Old Black." The purple-clothed young man roared. "Young master, hurry up and leave. We'll hold them back." Even though the middle-aged man was only left with his divine soul, he didn't retreat a single step. He swore to protect the purple-clothed young man with his life. The other 4 middle-aged men also got up and stood in front of the purple-clothed young man. They all urged the purple-clothed young man to leave. "How can I leave you all behind?" The purple-clothed young man roared. He looked at Qin Feiyang and the others and said angrily, "Why are you all meddling in my business? Do you know who I am? I'm a disciple of the Deity's hall." Seeing the purple-clothed young man's attitude toward the 5 middle-aged men, Qin Feiyang and the others were astonished. They had originally thought that the purple-clothed young man was a hedonistic son of a rich family. They didn't expect him to be so loyal. This was because they knew that the 5 middle-aged men were only the purple-clothed young man's subordinates. If it were anyone else, a mere subordinate, they would die. Who would care if they died? But this person, even in such a situation, still didn't abandon them. This was a bit surprising. Qin Feiyang looked at the man and woman again. It was reasonable for the man and woman to kill the purple-clothed young man and the others. After all, they couldn't be merciful to their enemies. But suddenly, Qin Feiyang caught an unusual sneer in the man and woman's eyes. How to describe it? It was like the sneer of a spy who had succeeded. Were they wrong? The real villains were this pitiful man and woman. The man and woman didn't stop. They continued to attack the 4 middle-aged men with murderous intent in their eyes. "Bastard couple, I'll kill you." The purple-clothed young man roared, and a destructive aura rushed out of his body. Self-detonation. Qin Feiyang and the others were shocked. He chose to self-detonate without saying anything. However, after thinking about it for a while, he felt relieved. Since he couldn't win and couldn't escape, he would die even if he didn't self-detonate. It was better to self-detonate and die together. Although the man and woman's cultivation was at the small success ruler realm, they couldn't help but panic when the purple-clothed young man self-detonated. They immediately turned around and used auxiliary divine techniques to escape. Qin Feiyang and the others didn't move. After all, with Wang Changyuan and Pei Tianhong's strength, the self-detonation of a half-step ruler wasn't a threat to them. Young master, don't. Seeing the purple-clothed young man self-detonate, the 5 men cried out. Isn't it just death? Have some backbone. 18 years later, you'll be heroes again, the purple-clothed young man said coldly. He glared at Qin Feiyang and the others with hatred. The destructive aura around him had reached the limit of self-detonation. Backbone, Qin Feiyang murmured with admiration in his eyes. He said, Old Wang, stop his self-detonation. Wang Changyuan nodded. He took a step forward and grabbed the purple-clothed young man's shoulder. A surge of divine power entered the young man's body, forcibly stopping the self-detonation. You won't even give me a chance to self-detonate. The purple-clothed young man was stunned. He then roared at Qin Feiyang. Calm down, calm down. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, What grudge do you have with them? What does it have to do with you? The purple-clothed young man snorted. You're quite arrogant. Wang Changyuan chuckled. He raised his hand and punched the purple-clothed young man's stomach. The purple-clothed young man cried out in pain. I won't say it even if you beat me to death. The purple-clothed young man roared. Wang Changyuan was stunned. What's going on? Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other suspiciously. The white-eyed wolf went up and asked, Kid, why won't you say it even if you beat me to death? Because, the purple-clothed young man stammered. Say it or I'll kill you. The white-eyed wolf shouted. His eyes flashed fiercely. Embarrassing. The purple-clothed young man panicked and roared. Embarrassing? Qin Feiyang and the others were stunned. The purple-clothed young man lowered his head. His face was full of anger and pain, as if there was something that he couldn't say. Sigh. The middle-aged man whose body was destroyed sighed softly. He looked at Qin Feiyang and the others and said, Since you don't look like unreasonable people, I might as well tell you the truth. Old Black, shut up. The purple-clothed young man glared at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's skin was indeed very dark, like a piece of charcoal. It's already happened. There's no point in running away. Besides, you're a man. No matter what happens, you have to face it bravely. Old Black sighed. It didn't happen to you. Of course you'd say that. The purple-clothed young man said angrily. Young master, your words are hurtful. We've been with you for so many years. Don't you know what kind of people we are? Let's talk about it later. You've treated us so well, as if we're your family. Your pain is our pain. You've been humiliated by them. We feel the same way. Old Black roared. The other 4 burly men nodded in agreement. The purple-clothed young man went silent. Old Black looked at Qin Feiyang and the others and said, It's like this. The 2 of them, the man is called Zhong Chuan and the woman is called Liu Mai. They are the same as young master, disciples of the temple. They're both disciples of the temple? Qin Feiyang was stunned. That's right. But they don't have any background. But the family behind my young master is quite famous in our southern continent. You should have heard of the Yun family, Old Black said. Yun family? Qin Feiyang, white-eyed wolf, madman, they had never heard of this before. Because they knew nothing about the situation in the southern continent. The only thing they knew was the existence of the temple. However, Pei Tianhong and Wang Changyuan lowered their heads and pondered. Suddenly, Wang Changyuan looked at Old Black and asked, Is it the Yun family, known as the second largest family in the southern continent? Yes. Old Black nodded. I see. Wang Changyuan nodded. Is the Yun family very powerful? White-eyed wolf looked at Wang Changyuan suspiciously. Hearing this, Wang Changyuan was speechless. Old Black, the purple-clothed young man, and the other 4 middle-aged men all looked at White-Eyed Wolf in shock. He didn't even know about the Yun family. Was he still from the southern continent? Chapter 34:13. Is there a problem? The White-Eyed Wolf was a little depressed when he saw everyone's strange expression. Of course there's a problem. As the second family of the southern continent, how can he not be powerful? Wang Chongyuan was speechless. That's true. The White-Eyed Wolf was stunned for a moment before he nodded and smiled. Use your brain more so that you won't be laughed at, Wang Chongyuan said. After going through so many life and death situations together, coupled with the fact that Qin Feiyang, the madman, and the White-Eyed Wolf were all very easygoing and easy to get along with, Wang Chongyuan was no longer as reserved as before. Are you looking for a beating? The White-Eyed Wolf stared at him. Wang Chongyuan chuckled and explained, the Yun family's weight in the southern continent can be said to be very important. It's not an exaggeration to say that the Yun family can change the situation of the southern continent with just a word. So powerful? Even more powerful than the Deity's Hall? The White-Eyed Wolf was shocked. Not as powerful as the Deity's Hall, but the Deity's Hall is also related to the Yun family. One of the old ancestors of the Yun family is the Vice Hall Master of the Deity's Hall. You should have seen him during the exchange on Skycloud Island, but maybe your attention was on us at that time and you didn't pay attention to them. Wang Chongyuan said. Vice Hall Master? The White-Eyed Wolf, Qin Feiyang, and the madman looked at each other. That's really powerful. However, as Wang Chongyuan said, because of the Sword Emperor, their attention was on the Blood Hall and they didn't pay much attention to the Deity's Hall and Sky Hall. Therefore, they didn't have any impression of the big shots and core disciples of these two forces. What? You actually participated in the exchange on Skycloud Island back then? This time, it was the purple-clothed young man and the other 4's turn to be shocked. Yes. Wang Chongyuan nodded. Then you must have a great background, but why don't we have any impression of you? Who are you? The black-clothed young man looked at Qin Feiyang and the others suspiciously. Now that he took a closer look, he realized that Qin Feiyang and the madman seemed somewhat familiar. Don't worry about who we are. What embarrassing thing did this young master of yours do with Zhong Chuan and Liu Mai? Qin Feiyang said. It's like this. Back then, my clan's young master, Zhong Chuan, and Liu Mai participated in the examination together and entered the sacred palace. Due to the fact that they helped each other and possessed decent personalities, and my clan's young master was open-minded and fond of making friends, they slowly established a deep friendship with one another. Old Black said. Their personalities are not bad. The White-Eyed Wolf was stunned. Yes. Blackie nodded. The purple-clothed youth clenched his fists and looked at Blackie. Let me say it. All right. Old Hay paused for a moment, then nodded and stepped aside. The purple-clothed youth looked at Qin Feiyang and the others and said, when I first started to associate with them, their personalities did seem decent. I also treated them wholeheartedly and treated them as true friends. I even took good care of them in the sacred palace. Later, speaking of this, the purple-clothed youth clenched his fists again. His fingernails dug into his flesh, and blood dripped down from the gaps between his fingers. Qin Feiyang and the others did not disturb him and waited quietly. Later, one day, Zhong Chuan suddenly came to me and said that I was a blockhead. I asked him why he said that. He said, can't you tell? Liu Mai has always liked you in secret. At that time, I was really surprised because I always felt that Liu Mai treated me like a brother. Then I observed in secret, and slowly I realized that it was true. Later, you should also be able to imagine that Liu Mai was not bad-looking and had a decent personality. I wanted to try dating her. In the end, I really fell in love with her. The purple-clothed youth sighed. Isn't that a good thing? White-Eyed Wolf said. Bullshit. This is a trap. Liu Mai and Zhong Chuan have known each other for a long time, and the two of them are childhood sweethearts. During the assessment, they deliberately pretended that it was their first time meeting each other and then kept acting in front of me, hoping to benefit from me. The purple-clothed youth roared. This, Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other. This was too melodramatic. At first, I didn't know. I thought Liu Mai really liked me. Divine weapons, divine techniques, resources, I gave her anything, including Zhongchuan. If it wasn't for me, would the two of them have become core disciples of the sanctuary? If it wasn't for me, would the two of them have the cultivation they have today? In fact, I even planned to bring Liu Mai to meet my parents to talk about marriage. But just as I excitedly went to find Liu Mai and prepared to give her a surprise, something unexpected happened. I saw the two of them hugging each other and whispering sweet nothings to each other. They even called me a fool, an idiot, so easy to use. The most hateful thing was, Zhongchuan actually said that if I wanted to marry Liu Mai, he should really let Liu Mai marry me. He said that as long as she married me, Liu Mai would be able to enter the Yun family. At that time, she would be able to obtain even more benefit. The purple-clothed youth roared, almost going mad with hatred. Is that so? Don't tell me you're so hysterical. I have to admit that you're really lucky. Otherwise, when the two of you get married, you might have to raise someone else's child. The madman looked at the purple-clothed youth mockingly. Can you shut up? When the purple-clothed youth heard this, his eyes instantly turned red as he glared at the madman. It's the truth. The madman chuckled. The purple-clothed youth snorted and continued, at that time, I was about to go crazy. I treated them so well, but they had been secretly plotting against me, using me. I was so angry that I accidentally exposed my whereabouts. When the two of them found me, they were dumbfounded. But because I was in the temple at that time and because of my identity, they didn't dare to attack me. They also knew that I definitely wouldn't let them go, so they ran away. My cultivation wasn't as high as theirs, and Old Hay and the others weren't there, so I couldn't stop them. Also, I'm a person who cares about my face and is afraid of being laughed at, so I didn't dare to cause too much of a commotion and let Old Hay and the others secretly investigate. Just this morning, Old Hay finally found out that the two of them were hiding in the Yin Demon Land. So I brought Old Hay and the others here. I don't need to say what happened next. You should be able to guess. The purple-clothed youth sighed. After the white-eyed wolf heard this, he looked at Qin Feiyang, the madman, the weapon spirit, and Pei Tianhong and asked, were we used by the two of them? What do you think? The weapon spirit was speechless. They're courting death. The white-eyed wolf's eyes were filled with killing intent. He looked in the direction that the two of them had escaped, but they had already disappeared. Actually, with Old Hay and the others' strength, it's really easy for them to kill the two of them. It's all my fault. I was blind back then and gave them the supreme level god artifact and god technique. Otherwise, they would be dead before they even met you. The purple-clothed youth was extremely vexed. All right. It's our fault. The madman smiled bitterly. He didn't expect the situation to turn out like this. You guys didn't know and were confused by their pitiful appearance. Also, I was in the wrong before, so I can't blame you guys. The purple-clothed youth sighed. Madman said, you don't say. You really did look like an arrogant and despotic playboy. Is that called arrogant? I was angry. The purple-clothed youth roared. Okay. You're the victim, so whatever you say is right. The madman waved his hand. The purple-clothed youth snorted and said, now that you guys know, shouldn't you take responsibility for your actions? After all, they escaped because of you guys. Are you going to blame it on us? The madman smiled helplessly and looked at Pei Tianhong, Old Pei, Old Wang. Go and look for them. All right. The two nodded. Pei Tianhong activated momentary time and disappeared without a trace with Wang Changyuan. This is, Old Hay's pupils shrank. What? The purple-clothed youth looked at him suspiciously. Old Hay transmitted his voice, young master, this is the supreme profound of the time law, split time. What? Split time? The purple-clothed youth was shocked. There's no mistake, it's split time. In the 4 continents of the Sky Cloud realm, the number of people who can control split time can be counted with one hand. Moreover, they actually participated in the exchange conference held in the Sky Cloud realm. Their background is definitely not small. Old Hay was secretly vigilant. The purple-clothed youth looked at Qin Feiyang, the white-eyed wolf, the madman, and the artifact spirit. Suddenly, a trace of suspicion appeared in his eyes. Old Hay, don't you feel that they are a bit familiar? Old Hay and the others responded. The madman looked at the purple-clothed youth and also transmitted his voice to Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf. I suddenly realized that this person's eyes, I seem to have seen it somewhere before. You also have this feeling? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Yen, it seems familiar. The madman secretly said. Strange. Qin Feiyang touched his chin and looked at the purple-clothed youth suspiciously. Both sides sized each other up and fell into silence for a moment. Not long after, Pei Tianhong and Wang Chongyuan returned. However, they didn't see Zhong Chuan and Liu Mai. Where are they? The madman asked. We chased them out of the Yin Demon Land and didn't see any trace of them. I guess after leaving the Yin Demon Land, they activated the teleportation altar and left. Pei Tianhong said. They ran quite fast. The white-eyed wolf muttered. We don't need to care about this matter. The dragons are still waiting for us to deal with them. The artifact spirit transmitted his voice. No. Pei Tianhong thought about it and secretly said, I personally feel that we can help this person. Why? The artifact spirit was suspicious. Because of the Yun family. This person's strength isn't much, but the Yun family's strength can't be ignored. If we can be on good terms with them, it will definitely be helpful for us in the future. Besides, the dragons are such a huge monster. It will be troublesome for us to deal with them alone. Not to mention us, even if the Rogue Cultivator Alliance and the Demon Palace join forces with us, we might not be able to fight the dragons. So if there's a chance, we might as well pull the Yun family over. Pei Tianhong transmitted his voice. You're not being nice. You actually want to drag others down with you. It would be strange if the Yun family doesn't hate you to death. The artifact spirit looked down on him. Not being nice. Pei Tianhong was slightly stunned and secretly raged. Aren't I thinking for the young master? You also know how strong the dragons are. If we don't have more allies, what can we use to fight them? Moreover, I know a secret that no one knows. It's about the temple and the Yun family. What secret? The artifact spirit and Qin Feiyang looked at Pei Tianhong curiously. Chapter 34:14. Do you know the number 1 family in the southern continent? Pei Tianhong asked secretly. Nonsense, we haven't even been to the southern continent, how would we know about the number 1 family? Madman rolled his eyes at him. Pei Tianhong smiled and explained, the number 1 family in the southern continent is the He family, and the ancestor of the He family also has another identity, which is the temple master of the temple. He family? Temple master of the temple? Qin Feiyang and the others were stunned. The white-eyed wolf asked suspiciously, this kind of thing should be known by everyone in the southern continent, what kind of secret can it be? The ancestor of the He family is the temple master of the temple, and the ancestor of the Yun family is the deputy temple master of the temple. These things are indeed known by everyone, but no one knows the origin of these 2 families. Pei Tianhong transmitted. What origin? The white-eyed wolf was puzzled. Pei Tianhong secretly said, this matter has to start from the beginning of the temple. So long ago? Qin Feiyang was stunned, looking at the purple-clothed youth and the others. He transmitted his voice. Then let's leave the Yin Demon Land first, find a place to sit down, and then you can slowly tell us. All right. Pei Tianhong nodded. Qin Feiyang looked at the purple-clothed youth and said, Brother, may I know your name? The purple-clothed youth was stunned and replied, Yun Zifeng. Yun Zifeng, Qin Feiyang murmured and smiled, today's matter is indeed our fault, but we didn't do it on purpose, please forgive us, Brother Yun. Yun Zifeng and Old Black looked at each other. This group of people didn't look like unreasonable people. Since the other party had taken the initiative to apologize, there was no need for them to not let it go. The most important thing was, this group of people exuded a mysterious aura, and they felt that they were not people to be trifled with. Since the misunderstanding had been resolved, it was better to have less trouble. It's fine. It's all a misunderstanding. Yun Zifeng waved his hand and said, but you can't just leave like this, you should at least take some responsibility, after all, it was because of you that they escaped. Responsibility is a must. However, we are not familiar with the southern continent. It will be difficult to find them. Qin Feiyang looked at Yun Zifeng awkwardly, then suddenly smiled and said, How about this? I'll compensate you for your losses. Compensation? Yun Zifeng was slightly taken aback and said speechlessly, I say, big brother, do I look like someone who lacks money? Qin Feiyang was stunned. He forced a smile and said, as a descendant of the Yun family, I can get whatever I want. I really don't lack anything. I have offended you, please forgive me. What do you mean you can get whatever you want? It's not as exaggerated as you say. Some things have to be fought for with your own efforts. Others won't give it to you. Yun Zifeng waved his hand and pondered for a moment before he said, I see that all of you are sensible people, so I won't make things difficult for you. After all, it's just as you said. We're not familiar with this place, so finding two people is no different from finding a needle in a haystack. Thank you for your understanding, brother. Qin Feiyang smiled. His impression of this person was not bad. Although he had a powerful family background, he did not show that kind of arrogant and overbearing attitude. However, I'm not such a magnanimous person. I'm not afraid of offending you. After such a thing happened, I really can't let it go just like that. Yun Zifeng said again. Understandable. I understand what you mean. I owe you for this matter. If there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely pay you back. Qin Feiyang smiled. You said it. I didn't force you. Yun Zifeng said. I said it. Qin Feiyang smiled. Okay. Yun Zifeng nodded. Then we'll meet again. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and smiled, then nodded to Pei Tianhong. Pei Tianhong waved his hand and swept up the few people, then turned around and left at lightning speed. After watching Qin Feiyang and the others leave, Old Black shook his head and said, the more I look at this group, the more I feel that they're not simple. I think so too. Yun Zifeng nodded, then frowned and said, but those two young men look really familiar. Do you want me to investigate? Old Black asked. There's no hurry. Let's find that pair first. Even if we have to turn the southern continent upside down, we have to find them. Yun Zifeng clenched his fists. Yes. Old Black nodded respectfully. Yun Zifeng looked at Old Black, whose body had been destroyed, and blamed himself. It's all my fault. Don't worry about it. Go back to your family and heal your body. It's okay. Even if I'm only left with my divine soul, I can still do it. Old Black hurriedly said. Shut up. I told you to go back, so go back. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Yun Zifeng said angrily. Even if Yun Zifeng was angry, Blackie didn't have the slightest fear. He still wanted to argue for what was right. But when he saw the four large men giving him meaningful glances, he immediately sighed and respectfully said, all right, I'll immediately return to recover. That's right. Yun Zifeng's expression eased a lot, and he said with a smile, you know me, I'm not scolding you, I'm worried about you. You have elders and children to take care of. With your current state, if something happens, how can I explain it to your family? Thank you for your concern, young master. Old Black was touched. Pretentious. Yun Zifeng rolled his eyes at Old Black and took out 4 yuan high divine pills. There were 8 dragon-shaped pill chi. The quality was better than Dan Wangcai's. Here you go. Yun Zifeng threw it to the 4 middle-aged men. Thank you, young master. The 4 of them caught the pills, thanked him, and threw them into their mouths. Let's go. Yun Zifeng chuckled and led the 5 people flying outside. Back to Qin Feiyang's group. At this moment, they had already walked out of the Yin Demon Land. In front of them were endless mountains and rivers. The morning sun shone on the earth, making all living things grow. Towering ancient trees swayed in the wind, exuding exuberant vitality. It's more comfortable to stay outside. The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. Qin Feiyang and the others lowered their heads and then turned to look at the Yin Demon Land. Although it had only been a few months, they had experienced too much. And they hadn't rested for a moment. They had been running and fighting. Not to mention Pei Tianhong and Wang Chongyuan, who had been fighting. Even Qin Feiyang, Frenzy, White-Eyed Wolf, and Artifact Spirit felt a little tired. However, the gains were also great. First was Frenzy. Not only had his divine power evolved, he had the ability to transform, and he had also inherited the laws of space and time. Next was Qin Feiyang. He had inherited the laws of destruction, and it also contained the supreme profound. Compared to these, what Qin Feiyang was most satisfied with was Pei Tianhong's change. After a few months of life and death, Pei Tianhong had completely integrated into this small team. For example, Wang Chongyuan. In the past, Pei Tianhong had a lot of complaints about Wang Chongyuan, because Wang Chongyuan betrayed him. Even though he had been working by Qin Feiyang's side, he still couldn't help but feel disgusted and hateful. But now, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Pei Tianhong's attitude towards Wang Chongyuan had obviously changed. Even if they weren't brothers, at least they could be called friends. Although we have gained a lot, there are also regrets. This regret is the fire dragon. I really don't understand. Why is this bastard so lucky every time? The white-eyed wolf was furious. Every time he was so close to killing the fire dragon, but at the crucial moment, he could always escape. Could this be the old saying, a good person doesn't live long, but a disaster lasts for 1,000 years? Don't worry, we will meet again sooner or later anyway. I want to see if the heavens will always take care of him like this. Frenzy smiled coldly. Damn heavens. The white-eyed wolf raised his head and looked at the sky, his eyes full of contempt. Qin Feiyang looked at the white-eyed wolf and smiled. Shouldn't your biggest regret be that you didn't get the laws of destruction from the golden-clothed youth? The white-eyed wolf was stunned for a moment before disdain appeared in his eyes. What? You changed your mind and don't want it? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Of course. You have already obtained the inheritance of the supreme laws of destruction. Why would I want to snatch his fifth law of destruction? A person must have a goal. No matter what, this big brother can't be worse than you. The white-eyed wolf chuckled. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but reveal a trace of disdain in his eyes. Pei Tianhong coughed and smiled. Let's go to the Black Tortoise world first. I haven't seen everyone for so long, I miss you guys. Qin Feiyang and the others looked at Pei Tianhong. Did I say something wrong? Pei Tianhong was suspicious. You actually miss others? That's really strange. Frenzy chuckled. Little Frenzy, you don't understand. What others miss is the door of potential. The white-eyed wolf had a mocking expression. So that's how it is. Look at my brain, it's too slow. Sorry, don't laugh at me. Frenzy slapped his forehead and looked at everyone with his hands clasped. Looking at the man and wolf singing the same tune, Pei Tianhong's expression was awkward. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. He looked deeply at the Yin Demon Land and then waved his hand. The group immediately appeared above the Devil Land. This is the Black Tortoise world. Looking at this unfamiliar world, Ghost Blade was shocked. Spirit vein, crystal vein, herbs, this was simply a god treasury in front of them. We're finally home. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Frenzy and the white-eyed wolf also smiled. Wang Chongyuan and Pei Tianhong looked at each other and scanned the Devil Land. Now that they were back in the Black Tortoise world, they actually felt a sense of belonging. This was where their home belonged. No matter what happened outside, no matter how much they experienced, when they returned here, their hearts felt more at ease. Hey, is no one coming to welcome us? The white-eyed wolf roared in dissatisfaction. Su. Not long after he finished speaking, 3 figures flew out from 3 different courtyards, flew into the sky, and landed in front of Qin Feiyang and the others. It was the Mermaid Princess, Zhuoxiaoxian, and Fire Lotus. The 3 women's faces were filled with joy. You're the only one with a loud voice. The Mermaid Princess glared at the white-eyed wolf and walked in front of Qin Feiyang. Her eyes seemed to be a little wet. I'm sorry for making you worry for so long. Qin Feiyang held his lover's hand with an apologetic expression. No. I'm just happy to see you guys back. The Mermaid Princess shook her head. Zhuoxiaoxian didn't hold back and directly went into Frenzy's arms to seek comfort. So many people are watching. What are you doing? It's embarrassing. Frenzy glanced at Wang Chongyuan and the others with an uncomfortable expression. So what if they're watching? It's not like I haven't seen it before. Zhuo Xiaoxian's face was full of indifference. She hugged Frenzy's waist tightly with both hands, which made Frenzy feel helpless. Chapter 34:15. Qin Feiyang hugged the mermaid princess's waist and looked down. The ancient castle had returned to its original place and the main body that was damaged in the battle had been repaired. After all, one day outside was 1,000 years in the Black Tortoise world. After a few months, there were already several 100,000 people in the Black Tortoise world. "Where's the ruler weapon from the Demon Hall?" Qin Feiyang asked. "It's in my Qi. Fire Lotus smiled. "Why did it go to your Qi?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Fire Lotus smiled, "Because I'm Elder Hua's disciple, so it trusts me more." "So it's like that." Qin Feiyang laughed involuntarily. It turned out that this sovereign divine weapon was worried that everyone would steal it away. Then, he waved his hand and the horsetail whisk and Ghost Blade's main bodies appeared. He smiled and said, "You two also go to the land of origin and repair your main bodies." "Okay." The artifact spirit chuckled and flew into the sky with the horsetail whisk, disappearing without a trace. Gui Ren yearned for the land of origin. He had risked his life with Qin Feiyang for so long just for this moment. Qin Feiyang turned to Pei Tianhong and smiled, "Old Pei, you go to the ancient castle and find Dan Wangxi." "Thank you, young master." Pei Tianhong took a deep breath and flew toward the ancient castle with excitement and anticipation. Mermaid Princess crawled out of Qin Feiyang's embrace and looked at Pei Tianhong's back. She asked, "Are you going to help him open the door of potential?" Qin Feiyang nodded. "Can we trust him?" Mermaid Princess asked. Qin Feiyang paused and asked suspiciously, "You don't know what happened in the land of Yin Demons?" "We don't know. Before you entered the land of Yin Demons, Big Sister Fire Lotus tried to contact you and couldn't see what was happening outside." Mermaid Princess shook her head. "So you're saying that the laws and restrictions of the Enmore land are even scarier than the Nether King's Hell?" Qin Feiyang frowned. When they were in the Underworld King's Hell, although they couldn't enter the Black Tortoise world, the people in the Black Tortoise world could see the situation outside. "What exactly did you experience in the Yin Devil land?" Zhuo Xiaoxian also came out from Madman's arms, curiously looking at Qin Feiyang and the others. "Let's go to the tea garden first. Let's sit down and talk." Qin Feiyang smiled. In the tea garden, the tea trees swayed in the wind like young girls, full of vitality. Every tea leaf was sparkling and translucent like jade. Walking into this place was like walking into a sea of tea, making one feel happy. Qin Feiyang and the others sat around the table. The mermaid princess sat next to Qin Feiyang and made tea. The faint fragrance of the tea and the peaceful atmosphere made them relax, and their fatigue gradually dissipated. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Wang Chongyuan, you say it." "Okay." Wang Chongyuan nodded and described what happened in the Yin Devil land in detail. Qin Feiyang drank his tea with a calm expression. Madman and White-Eyed Wolf drank the Black Tortoise Divine Brew, and their expressions were also calm. After all, it was something they had experienced personally. Hearing it now, it wasn't surprising. However, the mermaid princess, Zhuo Xiaoxian, and Fire Lotus couldn't help but tremble in fear. They didn't expect Qin Feiyang and the others to experience so many dangers in just a few months outside. No wonder Qin Feiyang helped Pei Tianhong open the door to potential. This was a test of life and death. He was absolutely trustworthy. "So, we're facing the risk of being hunted down by the dragons again?" Fire Lotus looked at Qin Feiyang. "Yes. Their hunting plan has already begun. When we return to the Eastern continent, fierce battles will be inevitable." Qin Feiyang rubbed his forehead. Couldn't they let him rest for a while? He had just finished off the Blood Hall, and now he had to face the dragons that were countless times stronger than the Blood Hall. Sigh. "I didn't expect the Sky Cloud Realm to have dragons." Mermaid Princess sighed. "What are you afraid of? The dragons of the ancient realm can't beat us, and the dragons here can't beat us either. We'll be the victors in the end." Madman smiled proudly. "Can you not be so arrogant? Can the dragons of the ancient realm compare to the dragons of the ancient realm?" Zhuo Xiaoxian glared at him with dissatisfaction. Although she hadn't been to the ancient realm, She had been in the Black Tortoise realm for so many years and knew about the dragons of the ancient realm. Is there a difference? Madman drank a mouthful of the Black Tortoise divine brew, and his face was full of disdain. Zhuo Xiaoxian expressed her helplessness. Qin Feiyang glanced at Zhuo Xiaoxian, and a trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. This little girl's strength had improved by quite a bit. It seemed that she hadn't slacked off in the Black Tortoise realm for the past few months. Qin Feiyang looked at Fire Lotus and Mermaid Princess, and his expression was slightly stunned. He hadn't noticed before, but the aura of these two girls had already reached the half-step ruler realm. There's no hurry to deal with the dragons. Those princesses and princes want to end the battle quickly, but we won't let them have their way. We'll play with them slowly. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and smiled. That's easy to say. Do you have the ability to end the battle quickly with them? White-eyed Wolf said with disdain. Can you not talk about it? Qin Feiyang's expression froze, and he glared fiercely at White-eyed Wolf. Haven't you heard of the saying, life is hard, don't talk about it? Cough, cough. Qin Feiyang coughed dryly, looked at the three girls, and said with a smile, let's not talk about the dragons for now. Let's talk about the three of you first. I haven't seen you for a few months, and your strength has increased. Of course. It's not just us. Apart from little Jie and the other kids, basically all of them have reached the half-step ruler realm. Mermaid Princess raised her head, revealing a rare bit of pride. Really? Don't make me happy, Qin Feiyang said. Why would I lie to you about this? Xie Yuan, Big Sister Rushuang, and even Mu Tianyang, Dong Zhengyang, the demon ancestor, and Mu Qing have all reached the half-step ruler realm. The few of them might not even be half-step ruler realm. Mermaid Princess said. Not bad. Qin Feiyang was overjoyed. The overall strength of the Black Tortoise realm had increased by another level. Wait, you're saying that Mu Tianyang and the others might not even be half-step ruler realm? Qin Feiyang frowned. Yes. In any case, every time I see them, I can't see through their cultivation. Mermaid Princess nodded. What's the situation? Qin Feiyang pondered for a while, then asked, what kind of laws have they comprehended? I don't know. Mermaid Princess shook her head. Haven't you always been in the Black Tortoise realm? How can you not know? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Then I can't keep an eye on them every day, right? Besides, ever since they broke through to the peak imperishable realm, they've been training outside and comprehending laws. It's rare to see them return. Mermaid Princess said. All of them are quite carefree. Qin Feiyang pursed his lips. He was risking his life outside, but these guys were enjoying their lives in the Black Tortoise realm. No. He had to find a chance to drag them down with him. In his heart, Qin Feiyang began to calculate silently. Mu Tianyang, Dong Zhengyang, demon ancestor, and Mu Qing were all people with heaven-defying battle souls, and each of them had extraordinary talent. The most important thing was, they had opened the door of potential early on. And they were cultivating in the Black Tortoise realm every day. Their cultivation would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. Of course. To be honest, even Qin Feiyang and Madman's current strength was nothing in the Sky Cloud realm. After all, only by reaching the Peak Dominator realm would they have the right to speak. But, in terms of brains and methods, Mu Tianyang and the others were all old foxes. After all, after fighting for so many years, Qin Feiyang was still clear about the details of these people. If he let them help, then he should have more confidence in dealing with the dragons. After pondering for a while, Qin Feiyang looked at Wang Changyuan and smiled. Old Wang, I'll give you a mission. Please tell me. Wang Changyuan stood up and looked at Qin Feiyang respectfully. Go to the central continent and tell the secret guards about the dragon's situation. Tell them to work harder and be ready to fight at any time. Qin Feiyang said. Yes. Wang Changyuan nodded, turned around, and flew away like lightning. Qin Feiyang was silent for a while, then looked at Madman and White-eyed Wolf, and sighed. We have to tell Xie Yuan and the others about this, let them be mentally prepared, and also give them some pressure. Madman and White-eyed Wolf both agreed. All right. Senior brother Madman and I are going to comprehend the inheritance. White-eyed Wolf, I'll leave this matter to you. Qin Feiyang smiled. Can you not mention the inheritance? The ingrate angrily glared at Qin Feiyang. Then, he picked up the wine jug and left with a face full of displeasure. What's wrong with it? Mermaid Princess and the others looked at White-Eyed Wolf's back suspiciously. What else can it be? It's just unhappy that senior brother and I got the inheritance. Qin Feiyang was helpless. Is that so? The three shook their heads and laughed. Qin Feiyang looked at Fire Lotus and asked, have you finished organizing the resources in the Blood Hall? It's already been organized. I asked Pai Lupi and the others to take the Crystal Vein and Soul Vein to the east, south, north, and central continent. After all, the Devil's Land is only so big, it's already full. There are also many divine weapons and divine arts. Except for the few supreme divine arts and divine weapons, I've distributed them to everyone. Now in our Devil's Land, whether it's humans or beasts, basically all of us have a legendary divine weapon, a legendary divine art, and a support divine art. Fire Lotus explained. Very good. Qin Feiyang nodded. His previous wish was to equip everyone with a divine weapon and divine art. Now, he finally did it. Although they were only at the legendary level, it didn't matter. This was because all heaven-defying divine artifacts could slowly grow. As for divine arts, they didn't have much meaning because battles in the sovereign realm basically used the profound laws. Of course. It wasn't that they were useless. If they really insisted on pursuing divine arts, 1 or 2 would be enough. They could slowly improve it in the future and fuse the power of the laws. As for the remaining low-level divine arts and divine weapons, I asked Pai Lupi and Theta Wang to send them to the divine treasures and the various forbidden areas. Consider it a blessing for the Black Tortoise world. Fire Lotus smiled. When you do things, it's really reassuring. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. Fire Lotus smiled and said, however, I still have the supreme divine arts and divine weapons in my hands, waiting for you to deal with them. How many do you have? Qin Feiyang asked. The 3rd chapter is a little late. Chapter 34:16. Fire Lotus said, 8 divine artifacts, 12 divine arts, and 4 of them are supreme, heaven-defying support divine arts. That's all there is in such a big blood hall? Qin Feiyang was stunned. That's right. This also proves that supreme-level divine artifacts and divine techniques are indeed very rare. Fire Lotus nodded. That's all. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while, then looked at Fire Lotus and said, Senior brother, White-Eyed Wolf and I don't need these things. Let's just give them to Wang Ming and Yang Li. Okay. Fire Lotus smiled. Okay, I'll trouble you to take care of them. I'll go back and comprehend the law of destruction that I inherited. Qin Feiyang smiled at Fire Lotus, then pulled the Mermaid Princess home. Can you be more honest with your hands? Blushing, the Mermaid Princess said angrily. Because Qin Feiyang's hands were very naughty. We've been apart for a few months, and I miss you a lot. You have to help me relieve my lovesickness, right? Qin Feiyang chuckled. You're so naughty. Mermaid Princess rolled her eyes at him. Pondering for a while, she said, Feiyang, Sister Fire Lotus isn't young anymore. Huh? Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback. He looked at the Mermaid Princess suspiciously. Why are you suddenly talking about this? You're such a blockhead. Mermaid Princess glared at Qin Feiyang angrily and said in a low voice, Look at Sister Fire Lotus. She's been busy with you all these years and hasn't thought about her marriage. Oh, you mean that? Realization dawned on Qin Feiyang and he chuckled. You really can't blame me for this. I've thought about it, but after thinking about it, I realized that this girl is really too outstanding. I don't think anyone is worthy of her. We can't let her die alone, can we? The Mermaid Princess said. That definitely won't happen. Don't worry, I'll take this matter to heart. Besides, Fire Lotus is my sister, so I have to keep an eye on her. His strength and talent can be mediocre, but his character must be top-notch. Qin Feiyang smiled. According to the standards in your heart, I don't think anyone in this world is qualified. The Mermaid Princess was speechless. So, it all depends on fate. We can't be too deliberate. Otherwise, Fire Lotus will think that we're going to force her to leave. Qin Feiyang smiled. You have a lot of excuses. The mermaid princess was helpless. While they were talking, the two of them had already reached the courtyard. Qin Feiyang moved closer to the mermaid princess's ear and chuckled, let's take our time with Fire Lotus. First, help me relieve the pain of lovesickness. After saying that, he carried the mermaid princess and ran towards the pavilion as if he was flying. Fuck, can't you be more reserved? On the other side, Lunatic followed Zhuo Xiaoxian back to the house. Seeing Qin Feiyang's behavior, he immediately rolled his eyes. Jealous? Zhuo Xiaoxian giggled. Jealous? Lunatic's face was full of disdain. He hugged Zhuo Xiaoxian and said proudly, it's not like I don't have one. Why should I be jealous of him? Zhuo Xiaoxian's cheeks were red. She lowered her head and twisted her fingers like a little girl, murmuring, then, should we, what? Lunatic looked at her suspiciously. That is, Zhuo Xiaoxian's cheeks were almost dripping with water. Say it. Lunatic urged. Zhuo Xiaoxian's face darkened. She said angrily, why are you so stupid? Just like Qin Dage and sister-in-law, we're going to make a baby. She then realized that she was being too straightforward. She lowered her head in embarrassment. Make a baby? Lunatic was startled. He lifted Zhuo Xiaoxian and said with a cunning smile, so you want to make a baby with me that much? Fine, I'll take you on the spot. We'll have a shotgun marriage in the future. Saying this, he rushed into the attic and slammed the door shut. As for whether he would take her on the spot, no one knew. Time passed quickly. 1,000 years later, a terrifying aura burst out from Lunatic's courtyard, startling many people. Following it, space-time storms appeared in the sky above, sweeping across the place. That looks like the rules of space-time. Long Tianyu, Wang Xiajie, Qin Chen, and Zhuo Xiaocheng ran out of the courtyard and looked at Lunatic's courtyard with their mouths agape. Zhuo Xiaocheng didn't have much contact with others in the Black Tortoise world, but he spent every day with Wang Xiajie and the other two. Their relationship was very good now. Because in this demonic land, only Wang Xiajie and the other two were a little younger. This is Martial Uncle Lunatic's aura. He actually comprehended the space-time laws again. This is too much. Not only did we not catch up with him, the gap between us is getting bigger and bigger. Wang Xiajie said with jealousy. Catch up with him? Come on. Qin Chen rolled his eyes. Looking at the space-time storm in the sky, his eyes were full of admiration. Soon, the space-time storm dissipated, and Lunatic's aura soared to the greater success stage. Swoosh. After the aura dissipated, a space-time rift appeared in front of Long Tianyu and the other three. The four of them were surprised. Was this the space-time portal? In the next moment, a black-robed young man walked out of the space-time rift. Who else could it be but Lunatic? Uncle is mighty. Wang Xiajie immediately went up to flatter him. I am mighty, do I need you to say that? Lunatic rolled his eyes at him. Wang Xiajie was stunned and immediately muttered in his heart. Shameless, he smiled and said, Uncle, when will you explain the mysteries of the space-time laws to us? Didn't Qin Batian and Chu Yun talk about it before? What were you all doing at that time? Didn't you listen carefully? Lunatic said. Yes, yes, yes. Wang Xiajie quickly nodded and said, but this thing, after hearing it once or twice, I don't think it's very useful. That's because your talent isn't good enough and you can't understand it. I really don't understand, why does old Qin like you as a disciple? Lunatic shook his head. Uncle, just say it, can you not attack me personally? Wang Xiajie looked at him bitterly. I'm too lazy to attack you. Lunatic smiled in disdain. Wang Xiajie smiled and said, Uncle, don't be like this. Look, in our generation, Qin Chen, Long Tianyu, and I are all pretty good. Brother-in-law, and me, Zhuo Xiaocheng quickly raised his hand, afraid that he would be forgotten. The current him, compared to the past, not only was he much more mature, his cultivation had also improved greatly. The most important thing was that he was no longer as timid as before. Brother-in-law? Lunatic was stunned and looked at Zhuo Xiaocheng. The word brother-in-law sounded pretty good. Then he glanced at Wang Xiajie and the other two and said indifferently, all right, since I'm free now, I'll tell you guys. Thank you, uncle. Wang Xiaojie chuckled. An uncle is an uncle. Old uncle? Am I that old? Lunatic glared at him, then glanced at Qin Feiyang's courtyard and asked, Your master hasn't come out of seclusion yet? Not yet. Wang Xiaojie shook his head. Madman frowned. Could it be that the inheritance of a supreme profound meaning needed even more time? In the blink of an eye, another 2,000 years passed. Boom. On this day, another terrifying aura erupted. However, it was different from the space-time law. This aura contained a destructive power that could destroy the world. Lunatic was the first to run out of his room. Looking at Qin Feiyang's courtyard, his eyes were filled with envy. He could tell the strength of this destruction energy at once. It was much stronger than the destruction energy he had comprehended when he comprehended the fifth profound. Clearly, Qin Feiyang had already grasped the supreme profound of the law of destruction. The white-eyed wolf also ran over. Looking at the destructive power surging in the sky, he roared, Little Qinzi, Big Brother wants to fight you one-on-one. Sure. I would also like to see how powerful a person who has mastered 3 profound truths is. As his voice fell, Qin Feiyang stepped into the air above the courtyard. Like Lunatic, his aura instantly soared to the greater mastery level. He broke through? The white-eyed wolf's expression stiffened. He quickly waved his paw and laughed, Forget it, there's no need to fight between brothers. What a joke. He had already broken through to the greater mastery level. How could he fight? If Qin Feiyang was still at the lesser mastery level, he was confident that even if Qin Feiyang had grasped the supreme profound of the law of destruction, he would still be able to suppress Qin Feiyang. After all, as Qin Feiyang had said, he had grasped the 3 supreme profound. But now, Qin Feiyang had broken through, while the white-eyed wolf was still at the lesser mastery level. With a difference of 1 minor realm, even if he had the 3 supreme profound, he still wouldn't be able to fight against Qin Feiyang. This was because Qin Feiyang had also grasped the supreme profound of the supreme law. Although the number was a bit lower, his cultivation could suppress the white-eyed wolf. You think I won't fight just because you said so? The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth lifted. After this wolf cub had obtained the supreme profound of the 3 supreme laws, it had been extremely arrogant. It was time to let it have a taste of being beaten. Boom. But just as Qin Feiyang was about to make a move, a terrifying aura suddenly burst out and rolled over from the distance. Qin Feiyang, Madman, and the white-eyed wolf were startled. They hurriedly raised their heads and looked over, their eyes filled with surprise. Madman landed beside Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf and said with a frown, This aura doesn't seem to be from the Devil's Land. Definitely not. Qin Feiyang shook his head. The 2 men and 1 wolf carefully analyzed for a while and exclaimed in unison, Middle ground. How could such a terrifying aura erupt from middle ground? Let's go and take a look. The white-eyed wolf urged. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and brought the man and wolf to the sky above middle ground. Immediately, they saw a shocking scene. The entire sky above middle ground had turned into a sea of fire. The scorching heat shrouded the world and the entire place was like a huge furnace. Greetings, young master. Accompanied by the sound of breaking through the air, the 9 commanders rushed in front of Qin Feiyang and bowed respectfully. They were the 9 deacons in the past. Qin Feiyang nodded and lowered his head to look down. He saw that there were several thousand people standing in the mountains and rivers below. It was the 6,000 shadow guards, Pei Dason, and the others. The 6,000 shadow guards and Pei Dason looked at Qin Feiyang with awe in their eyes. Especially Pei Dason and the others. Since coming to the Black Tortoise world, this was the first time Qin Feiyang descended to middle ground. The previous encounter in the Soul-Sealing Valley was still vivid in their minds. So when they saw Qin Feiyang again, they instinctively felt fear. Chapter 34:17. Glancing at everyone, Qin Feiyang raised his head to look at the sky. Waves of fire were rolling, covering the sky and earth. Not only the sky, but even the sky and the ground were dyed red. This is the power of law. Madman frowned and glanced at the sea of fire. Suddenly, his pupils shrank as he saw a figure in the middle of the sea of fire. It was Wang Chongyuan. So that's how it is. Madman revealed a look of understanding and a smile appeared on his face. Obviously. Wang Chongyuan comprehended the supreme mystery of fire law. Madman glanced at the 9 commanders and joked, "Are you envious?" The 9 commanders looked at Wang Chongyuan and couldn't help but nod. Of course, they were envious. In the past, although Wang Chongyuan was the confidant of the Blood Hall Master, in terms of power and status, he wasn't as good as them. However, after following Wang Chongyuan had not only become their immediate superior, but he had also comprehended the law of fire's supreme profundity. Adding the law of lightning's supreme profundity, Wang Chongyuan now possessed 2 great supreme profundities. Although they weren't the strongest laws, these 2 supreme mysteries were already powerful enough in the sky cloud realm. And this was the benefit of opening all the gates of potential. If Wang Chongyuan hadn't opened all the gates of potential, how could he comprehend the supreme mystery of fire law so quickly? They were more and more eager to open the gates of potential. A moment later, the sea of fire gradually dissipated, revealing Wang Chongyuan's figure. When he saw Qin Feiyang coming, he immediately flew in front of Qin Feiyang and bowed, "Greetings, young master." "Congratulations." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "It's all thanks to you, young master." Wang Chongyuan quickly waved his hand. "Don't say that. If your talent isn't good or you don't work hard, even if I help you open all the gates of potential, it's useless." Qin Feiyang smiled. Wang Chongyuan scratched his head, looking charmingly naive. "However, you can't be arrogant and complacent. You have to continue to work hard. It's best if you can comprehend an ultimate law. This way, you will truly have the capital to fight against the dragons." Qin Feiyang reminded. "I will." Wang Chongyuan nodded solemnly. From these words, it was not difficult to see that the young lord had high expectations of him, so he must not disappoint the young lord. Qin Feiyang smiled and glanced at the crowd below. He asked, "Where's old Pei?" "I don't know. Isn't he activating the gate of potential in the castle?" Wang Chongyuan shook his head. "It's been 3,000 years. He should have opened it long ago." Qin Feiyang said. "Then he didn't look for you?" Wang Chongyuan asked. "No." Qin Feiyang shook his head and was about to release his perception to search for Pei Tianhong. Boom. But at this moment, another terrifying aura suddenly rolled over from afar. Qin Feiyang, the madman, and the white-eyed wolf were all shocked. This was the aura of the slaughter law. They all grasped the law of slaughter, so they were naturally quite familiar with the aura of the law of slaughter. Madman said, "It seems to be from the western region. Is it old Pei's aura? Let's go and take a look." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and prepared to bring the madman and Wang Chongyuan to the western region. "Young lord, bring us along too," the 9 commanders hurriedly said. Qin Feiyang was stunned and looked at the 9 commanders with deep meaning. Then, he brought the 9 of them and instantly descended in the sky above the western region. Below, the blood sea surged and a thick smell of blood assaulted their nostrils. Although all the blood had been consumed last time, after hundreds of thousands of years of accumulation in the Black Tortoise world, there was still a lot of blood left. At this moment, the entire blood sea was filled with a monstrous killing intent. An old man in blood clothes was sitting cross-legged in the sky with his eyes closed. His blood-red hair fluttered in the wind. From afar, he looked like a killing god that had returned. It's indeed old Pei. The strength of the law of slaughter. Could it be that he has also comprehended the profound meaning? The madman was surprised. This strength means he has comprehended the profound meaning. Wang Chongyuan was shocked. He originally thought that if he was given some time, he might have a chance to surpass Pei Tianhong. But he never imagined that after Pei Tianhong opened the door of potential, he would be able to comprehend the profound meaning of the law of slaughter so quickly. As expected. He was once the overlord of the western region, his reputation was not undeserved. Regardless of whether it was before or after unlocking the door of potential, the gap between him and Pei Tianhong had never changed. Looking at this scene, the 9 commanders were even more envious and eager. Wang Chongyuan was able to comprehend the profound meaning of the law of fire because he had opened the door of potential. Pei Tianhong was also able to comprehend the profound meaning of the law of slaughter because he had opened the door of potential. The door of potential was equivalent to breaking out of the cocoon and becoming a butterfly. Whether it was talent or potential, it would receive a huge increase. Young lord, give us a chance to perform. Suddenly, the 9 of them looked at each other and knelt in the air, looking at Qin Feiyang with begging eyes. Qin Feiyang was stunned. We also want to open the door of potential, but we stay in Zhengzhou every day and have no chance to perform. The second commander lowered his head and looked aggrieved. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Young lord, as long as you help us open the door of potential, we are willing to do anything. The third commander also said. That's right. Even if you ask us to die, we won't frown. The fourth commander and the others also spoke. Is that so? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. I'm not lying. The 9 commanders nodded with determination in their eyes. All right then, all of you can go to hell, Qin Feiyang said. What? When the 9 commanders heard this, their expressions suddenly froze. Was he really asking them to die? This wasn't good, their deaths were too worthless. I don't dare. Qin Feiyang laughed. The second commander felt aggrieved. Death is lighter than a goose feather and heavier than a mountain. Young lord, you can't let us die in vain. Ha ha, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but laugh, shook his head, and said, you should have misunderstood the word performance. Misunderstood? The 9 of them looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. The performance I'm talking about is not deliberately showing off. If it's too deliberate, it will seem unreal and insincere. In fact, performance doesn't mean following me and blocking knives and arrows for me. It starts from every small thing. For example, you help others to solve their difficulties, teach others to cultivate, and nurture the younger generation. These can all be behaviors of performance. In short, performance is a kind of attitude. You have to really integrate into this big family. Don't be selfish and accept everything with the broadest mind. Understand? Qin Feiyang asked. The 9 of them pondered for a while and nodded, understood. Do you really understand? Qin Feiyang was a little amused. Yes. The 9 of them nodded again. He had made it so clear. If they still didn't understand, wouldn't they have lived their lives in vain? It was just that in the past, they didn't understand Qin Feiyang's thoughts. They thought that Qin Feiyang was the same as others who liked to look at the surface. It was only now that they understood that Qin Feiyang didn't look at a person's surface but inside. All right. In the future, I will leave Zhengzhou to you guys to manage. I don't care about anything else. I only have one request. Don't break the harmonious atmosphere of the Black Tortoise world. Qin Feiyang said. Yes. The 9 of them nodded respectfully. Swish. At this moment, the murderous aura dissipated. Pei Tianhong took a step and landed beside Qin Feiyang. The joy in his heart was suppressed, but it could still be seen. Didn't I ask you to follow me at all times? Qin Feiyang said. When I opened the door of potential, I wanted to look for you. But seeing that you were in seclusion, I didn't disturb you. Pei Tianhong explained. I see. I thought that after you opened the door of potential, you turned hostile. Qin Feiyang laughed. I wouldn't dare. Pei Tianhong quickly waved his hand. It's just a joke. Don't take it seriously. Since you and old Wang have broken through, senior brother Frenzid and I have grasped the inheritance, then let's go out for a walk. Qin Feiyang smiled. Yes. Pei Tianhong nodded. Qin Feiyang looked at the 9 commanders and smiled, remember my words. With that, he waved his hand and sent a group of people to Zhengzhou. By the way, little Pei, what is the relationship between the Yun family and He family that you mentioned? White-eyed Wolf looked at Pei Tianhong suspiciously. The relationship between these two families is very deep. Do you know the origin of Deity's Templar? Pei Tianhong asked. Nonsense, if we know, why would we ask you? Frenzid rolled his eyes at him. Pei Tianhong smiled and said, Deity's Templar was created by the ancestors of the Yun family and He family. Qin Feiyang, Frenzid, and White-eyed Wolf looked at each other. So Deity's Templar was created by these two families. In other words, These two families were the owners of Deity's Templar. It is said that the ancestors of the Yun family and He family grew up together. Although they weren't blood brothers, they were closer than blood brothers, just like you guys now. Pei Tianhong looked at Qin Feiyang and frenzied and smiled. That's quite good. Qin Feiyang smiled. Yes. In a person's life, there are many bad friends, but how many close friends can there be? Pei Tianhong couldn't help but sigh. Because he thought of his life. As the Blood Hall's hall master, he had a high position and knew countless people. But when he was in danger, who would come to help him? Just like Wang Changyuan. Wang Changyuan treated him well back then, but he still betrayed him. Don't sigh, hurry up and say it. Frenzied urged. He felt that the situation between the Yun family and He family wasn't so simple. Pei Tianhong collected his thoughts and said, back then, the ancestors of these two families created Deity's Templar. After unremitting efforts, they finally overthrew all the forces in the southern continent and unified the southern continent, becoming the overlord of this place. However, speaking up to here, Pei Tianhong couldn't help but sneer and say, humans are ultimately controlled by emotions and desires. After unifying the southern continent, the ambitions of the ancestors of these two families became even greater. They both wanted to control the southern continent. So, they had internal strife. Frenzied asked. That's right. Because of ambition and desire, the two of them agreed to fight in the Milky Way. It's said that the battle lasted for half a month. In the end, both of them perished. Pei Tianhong shook his head. Chapter 34:18. What? Both died? The white-eyed wolf paused and asked suspiciously, didn't you say that the Yun family's old ancestor is the deputy temple master and the He family's old ancestor is the temple master? You've misunderstood. Pei Tianhong shook his head and smiled. The old ancestor is the old ancestor, and the primogenitor is the primogenitor. The two are different. Isn't the old ancestor a primogenitor? The white-eyed wolf looked at Madman and Qin Feiyang. Talking to you makes me feel like my intelligence is lowered. How can the old ancestor be a primogenitor? No matter where it is, the primogenitor refers to the first generation. But the old ancestor can be called an old ancestor if they have a bit of seniority, age, and strength. Madman was helpless. I see. The white-eyed wolf nodded in realization. That's right. The Yun family's old ancestor and the He family's old ancestor are both descendants of the two primogenitors. Pei Tianhong said. The white-eyed wolf had an awkward expression. I don't know much about the relationship between you humans, please don't laugh at me. Pei Tianhong shook his head and laughed. Because of that battle, the two primogenitors both died, and the Yun and He families formed an irreconcilable enmity. Don't think that they are harmonious on the surface, but in reality, the two families are constantly scheming against each other. Interesting. Qin Feiyang chuckled and asked, are there many people who know about this? Definitely not many. Because the two primogenitors didn't announce their battle. I only heard about it later. Pei Tianhong said. So even though the temple seems harmonious now, there are undercurrents surging? Qin Feiyang asked. That's right. Both the Yun and He families want to eliminate each other, unify the temple, and dominate the southern continent. However, the He family has developed better in recent years. That's because monstrous geniuses are constantly being born in their clan. Now, almost 2/3 of the people in this temple are from the He clan. Some of them are from the He clan, and some of them are outsiders that the He clan has recruited. These people who don't share the same surname were all groomed by the He family. They are all geniuses that are one in a million. In the beginning, the Yun family and the He family were equal in strength. But now, the He family has basically suppressed the Yun family. This is also the reason why the Yun family became the second most powerful family. Pei Tianhong said. That He clan's ancestor is indeed quite capable. Qin Feiyang smiled. That's for sure. Otherwise, how can he suppress the Yun family's old ancestor and sit firmly on the seat of the temple master? However, the Yun family will definitely not sit still and wait for death. I heard that they've been secretly developing their forces for a long time. Furthermore, I've heard that a demon-level genius was born in this generation of the Yun family. Pei Tianhong said. Monster? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Yes, I've heard that he comprehended an ultimate law. However, the Yun family has protected this person very well. They didn't disclose what ultimate law he comprehended to the public at all. They didn't even tell the public who his parents are, what his name is, or what he looks like. It's not just the He family. Even our Blood Hall, Demonic Hall, and Rogue Cultivator Alliance have investigated in the past. We couldn't help but suspect that the Yun family might have fabricated this out of thin air. Actually, there's no such thing at all, Pei Tianhong said. Ultimate law, the Yun family. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and shook his head. With the Yun family's status, they shouldn't lie to the outside world. We thought so too. However, we've basically investigated the more outstanding geniuses of the Yun family, but none of them possess the spacetime law, Pei Tianhong said. Then, is it possible that this person is hiding among those less outstanding geniuses? Qin Feiyang asked. Of course, this is also possible. Moreover, if this is the case, then this monster of the Yun family, whether it's his temperament or other aspects, can't be underestimated. After all, to be able to hide for so many years without leaving any traces, it's not something an ordinary young person can do, Pei Tianhong said. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. He was also quite curious about this monster of the Yun family. I'm a little puzzled. Suddenly, the white-eyed wolf spoke, its brows tightly knitted together. What? Qin Feiyang and the others looked at it. The white-eyed wolf said, isn't it just comprehending an ultimate law? What's so rare about it that they have to protect it so carefully? Pei Tianhong was stunned. Wang Chongyuan was also extremely speechless. He shook his head and said, it's really as the saying goes, if you're not in charge, you don't know the cost of daily necessities. What does this have to do with daily necessities? The white-eyed wolf rolled its eyes. Isn't this the same logic? You confuse laws, and now you've mastered the 3 ultimate laws. You do have the qualifications to say that ultimate laws aren't rare. But you have to think about it, not everyone has a talent like yours. Let's take the simplest example. Let's talk about the young master and frenzy. Their talents are okay, right? Wang Chongyuan looked at the white-eyed wolf and asked. Isn't this nonsense? Who doesn't know what's in front of them? The white-eyed wolf rolled its eyes at Wang Chongyuan. Yes. Their talents are obvious to all. But look, until now, how many ultimate laws have they comprehended? Wang Chongyuan smiled slightly. The white-eyed wolf was taken aback. Looking at Qin Feiyang and Frenzy, it couldn't help but fall silent. The young master has comprehended the cause and effect law until now. Frenzy hasn't comprehended a single ultimate law until now because his death law and spacetime law are all inherited. When Wang Chongyuan said this, he felt Frenzy's unfriendly gaze and hurriedly smiled. Don't misunderstand, it's not that I'm looking down on you. You were lucky to be able to obtain the inheritance. Others say that luck is also a part of strength, right? Frenzy was speechless and waved his hand. I'm not that stingy. Wang Chongyuan smiled awkwardly and looked at the white-eyed wolf. I won't go into the details. You should also understand that those who can comprehend an ultimate law by themselves aren't bad. All right. The white-eyed wolf nodded. In fact, people like Yi Tian and that monster from the Yun family aren't any worse than the young master and Frenzy. The difference is that they haven't opened the door of potential, and they aren't like the young master and Frenzy, who relied on themselves since young and experienced countless tempering. Their mentality and character are better than those flowers that grew up in a greenhouse. Pei Tianhong smiled faintly. Wang Chongyuan continued Pei Tianhong's words, that's why talent is actually secondary. You still have to rely on your own hard work. Don't make it sound so nice. Who would want to work hard if they have a background? Old Qin and I have no choice. Isn't there a famous saying in the mortal world? Children from poor families can take care of their families early. Frenzy shook his head. Not everyone is like that. I personally feel that even if you and the young master are given a strong family background, you will still work harder than other people of the same age. Because character decides everything. Wang Chongyuan smiled. You're bullshitting. Do you know old Qin's previous identity? He's the son of an emperor. Although the Great Qin Empire can't be compared to a small family in the Sky Cloud domain, it's still a giant that unified the entire continent. In fact, he's also a hedonistic son. That's why he was forced out. Frenzy shook his head. Hey, what are you talking about? Who's the hedonistic son? When I was young, I was quite hardworking. What 4 books and 5 classics, astronomy, geography, zither, chess, calligraphy, painting, which one haven't I learned? Don't slander me. If we're talking about hedonistic, then it should be you. Do you still need me to tell you all the things you've done in 9 Heavens Palace? Qin Feiyang wasn't happy. Cough cough. Frenzy coughed dryly and laughed dryly. Let's not expose each other's background. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and looked at Pei Tianhong. Since the Yun family and the He family have a grudge, then we shouldn't try to rope in the Yun family. After all, we'll offend the He family. That's for sure. There's gain and loss. However, in the long run, if we help the Yun family destroy the He family and take over the temple and the southern continent, then forming an alliance with the Yun family is equivalent to forming an alliance with the entire southern continent. The eastern continent's demonic palace and the western continent's rogue cultivator alliance are already our allies. If we add the southern continent, think about it. At that time, half of the sky cloud boundary will be in our hands. Then, we'll have a greater chance of fighting against the dragons. Pei Tianhong smiled. Old man, you're really dishonest. Not only do you want to drag the temple down, but you also want to drag the demonic palace and the rogue cultivator alliance down. The white-eyed wolf looked at him with disdain. Cough cough. Pei Tianhong's face darkened and said angrily, "Isn't this all for the young master? It's a thankless task. Don't take it seriously." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. After muttering to himself for a while, he shook his head and said, "However, that ingrate truly understands me. The dragon race is coming for me. Furthermore, the strength of the dragon race is already beyond imagination. I will not implicate others." But, Pei Tianhong frowned. "I know what you mean. The dragons are too strong. Our strength isn't enough. However, I believe that sooner or later, we'll surpass them. As for the demonic palace, the rogue cultivator alliance, and the temple, if we let them join in, I'll feel guilty when the dragons take revenge. I don't want to owe others too much. However, we can get to know the Yun family. After all, one more friend means one more path." Qin Feiyang smiled. "Also, we have to figure out who is worthy of us befriending between the Yun family and the He family. We can't just look at Yun Zifeng's performance and think that the Yun family is good. The He family is a scourge. That's too one-sided." Madman added. Chapter 34:19. That's right. Even if we have to help the right person. We don't want to help a white-eyed wolf. After helping them get rid of their opponent, they will bite us back. Qin Feiyang shook his head. He had seen too many tricks of biting the hand that fed them. Then this matter, Pei Tianhong pondered for a while and shook his head with a smile. "I don't dare to talk nonsense because I don't have a good impression of the Yun and He family's ancestors." "Why?" The white-eyed wolf was puzzled. "Why else? As opponents, it's because they don't like each other." Pei Tianhong shook his head and laughed. "Then as opponents, you should have some understanding of their character, right?" The white-eyed wolf asked. "In my eyes, they are all selfish people. If it's a cooperation, it doesn't matter at all. After all, they are just scheming against each other and using each other. But if you want to make friends, you have to find out for yourself." Pei Tianhong said. He didn't dare to interfere in this matter. If he really met a white-eyed wolf, even if Qin Feiyang didn't blame him, he would feel guilty. "All right." Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and said with a smile, "This matter isn't urgent. Time will reveal a person's heart. Let's go back to the eastern continent and see what's the current situation. Then we'll go to the western continent and see how the rogue cultivator alliance is developing." "All right." Pei Tianhong and Wang Chongyuan nodded. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and brought the 3 people and 1 wolf to the sky above the mountains. Behind them was the Yin Devil Land. Qin Feiyang turned around and looked at the Devil Land. Frenzy, the white-eyed wolf, and Pei Tianhong also turned around. Their eyes gradually flashed with a trace of cold light. Dragons, bring it on. Eastern continent. A few months passed. The Rogue Cultivator Alliance had already withdrawn from the Eastern continent. The major cities that were once controlled by the Rogue Cultivator Alliance were now all taken over by the Demon Palace. The Demon Palace had finally completely ruled the Eastern continent. And after so long, the news of the Blood Palace's destruction had already spread in the Sky Cloud realm. Qin Fei Yang, the lunatic, had undoubtedly become the center of attention again. When everyone talked about them, there was only reverence and awe. Such a huge blood hall was actually destroyed in the hands of two little brats. How inconceivable was this? But this was real. No one could erase it, and no one had the right to do so. Speaking of Qin Fei Yang and Madman Mo, when I first saw them in Tianfeng City, this old man felt that their lives would definitely be extraordinary. Look, it is indeed so. Ocean of Cloud City. In a small tea house, an old storyteller sat at a table, stroking his white beard. He had the demeanor of a transcendent being as he spoke calmly. When the surrounding people who were drinking tea heard this, they couldn't help but show looks of disdain. If you had seen through it earlier, you would have gone to curry favor with them. Why would you stay in this lousy place to tell stories? Why don't you take a look at where you are bragging? However, no one exposed him. Ever since the Blood Hall was destroyed, such people had appeared every day. Some people said that they knew Qin Fei Yang and Madman Mo. Some people said that they had sat together and drank wine. There were even more outrageous people who said that they were distant relatives of Qin Fei Yang and the lunatic. There were even people who pretended to be their fiancés. What kind of relatives could Qin Fei Yang and the lunatic have in the Sky Cloud realm? Not to mention their fiancés. Qin Fei Yang was already married. The lunatic's fiancé was also in the Black Tortoise realm. That was why people were afraid of being famous and pigs were afraid of being fat. Once you were famous, all kinds of demons and ghosts would come out. 2 days later. On a street. Two ordinary-looking young men were walking side by side. One of them was holding a cute puppy in his arms. Behind them, there were two old men. That's right. They were Qin Fei Yang, the lunatic, the white-eyed wolf, Pei Tianhong, and Wang Changyuan. In the past 2 days, they had gone to many places and had more or less understood the current situation of the Eastern continent. However, when they heard those rumors, they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Distant relatives were understandable, but fiancés were a little speechless. Wang Changyuan glanced at the people coming and going and said via voice transmission, "Young master, look, many young people now have a wolf by their side. They are all learning from you." Qin Fei Yang shook his head and laughed. Indeed, as Wang Changyuan said, many young people in Cloud Sea City had a wolf by their side. Just like this moment. In their line of sight, there were 5 or 6 young men, each with a wolf, walking on the street proudly. There were gold, white, black, silver. 2 days ago, when they had just arrived in Cloud Sea City, they were still a little depressed. When did wolves become so popular? After asking around, they found out that it was because of him. Because he had a white-eyed wolf by his side, so those young people all imitated him. Especially those who were from wealthy families. They felt embarrassed to go out without a wolf by their side. This also made Qin Fei Yang rather speechless. Unknowingly, they arrived at the entrance of Tianyu Restaurant. Although they had been in Cloud Sea City for 2 days, they hadn't been to Tianyu Restaurant and had been staying in the small restaurant. "Since we're here, why don't we go in and have a seat?" Lunatic asked. Qin Fei Yang thought for a while and said with a smile, "Okay, let's see if Yi Miao and Yuqing are here." So, 4 people and a wolf entered Tianyu Restaurant. "Welcome." A waiter came up to them. Because they had changed their appearances, no one could recognize them. "Is there a private room?" Qin Fei Yang smiled faintly. "No. Because it's mealtime now, not only are there no private rooms, but there are also no seats in the hall." The waiter smiled apologetically. Qin Fei Yang and the others were stunned. They looked up and scanned the hall. Sure enough, it was full. And the funny thing was that basically everyone here had a wolf by their side. If you're not in a hurry, you can sit here and wait for a while. Once there are seats, I'll call you immediately. The waiter pointed to the side. There was a waiting area there and many people were sitting there. Obviously, they were also queuing. Is Tianyu restaurant's business so good? Lunatic was stunned. It's all right. Everyone is giving us face. The waiter smiled. All right then, we'll wait. Qin Feiyang smiled. Okay. Please go ahead. I'll prepare the tea. With that, the waiter turned around and left quickly. Qin Feiyang and Lunatic walked into the waiting area and sat on the seats. Wang Chongyuan and Pei Tianhong stood behind Qin Feiyang consciously. You guys have a seat too. Why are you standing? Qin Feiyang looked at the two of them and said suspiciously. The two of them looked at each other and walked to the side and sat down. The waiter walked over with a teapot and teacups and said with a smile, I'm really sorry. Please have some tea to relieve your boredom. Okay, go ahead. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Okay. The waiter nodded in response and turned around to run away. Wang Chongyuan smiled. The waiter of Tianyu restaurant has a pretty good attitude. This is the way of business. A restaurant not only needs to have special dishes, but also good service. If the service is good and the customers feel comfortable, they will naturally come back to patronize again. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Wang Chongyuan was slightly stunned and shook his head. I didn't expect young master to have such an understanding of business. I haven't eaten dragon meat, but haven't I seen a dragon? Qin Feiyang smiled. You're quite arrogant. You've seen a dragon? Brother, where have you seen it? Tell me, let me see it too. Suddenly, a purple-clothed young man looked at Qin Feiyang and asked curiously. However, there was a trace of disdain in his eyes. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He turned to look at the purple-clothed young man and couldn't help but laugh. Arrogant posture, disdainful eyes, crossing one leg over the other, and a flirtatious woman sitting in his arms. At first glance, one could tell that he was a playboy. Not to mention a playboy, he didn't even like to bother with the geniuses of the major forces. Therefore, he only took a glance and looked away. Dragon? Not only had he seen it, but he had also killed many of them. Braised, stewed, barbecued, he had basically tried them all. It was quite delicious when he first ate it, but he got sick of it when he ate more. Young Master Li, look, he's laughing at you. The flirtatious woman looked at Qin Feiyang and snuggled in the purple-clothed young man's arms coquettishly. Laughing? Hearing that, the purple-clothed young man raised his eyebrows and looked at Qin Feiyang. What are you laughing at? Is it very funny? A cold light flashed in Wang Chongyuan and Pei Tianhong's eyes. Ignore it. Qin Feiyang smiled secretly and continued drinking his tea. The flirtatious woman spoke again. Young Master Li, he actually ignored you. He really doesn't take you seriously. As a playboy, how could he withstand such provocation? He immediately put down the flirtatious woman and looked at Qin Feiyang. I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? Qin Feiyang frowned. Frenzy and the white-eyed wolf raised their heads and looked at the purple-clothed young man with a mocking expression. Is this person's brain rusty? Of all the people to provoke, why did he provoke them? Wang Chongyuan and Pei Tianhong didn't care. They lowered their heads and silently tasted their tea. Don't talk about it. They were used to Qin Feiyang's tea, so they didn't feel anything when drinking this tea again. A dog. The flirtatious woman looked at the white-eyed wolf and was slightly stunned. She immediately mocked, others bring wolves out, but you bring a dog out for a stroll. Don't you find it embarrassing? Young Master Li, show them how mighty and handsome our little white wolf is. Hearing this, the purple-clothed young man smiled proudly and said, Little White, come out. Whoosh. Immediately, a white light flew out from the purple-clothed young man's sleeve and landed on his shoulder. It was a little white wolf. It was valiant and spirited. It seemed to be showing off something. What the hell? Bringing me out, embarrassing? The white-eyed wolf was annoyed when he heard this. Calm down, calm down. Frenzy quickly comforted him and then glanced at the two. It was fine that they provoked Qin Feiyang, but they actually came to provoke the white-eyed wolf. They were really hopeless. These hedonistic sons of rich parents were everywhere. How is it? The purple-clothed young man raised his hand and touched the little white wolf's head. He looked at Qin Feiyang and the others proudly. There were more than 10 people in the waiting area, but no one came to persuade them. They all looked like they were watching a good show. Chapter 34:20. Qin Feiyang looked at the purple-clothed youth with a strange expression. What's there to show off about hugging a little white wolf? Not only the purple-clothed youth, but even the little white wolf was arrogant. This little white wolf only had the cultivation of a war god. To the people of the sky cloud boundary, it was just a pet. What's there to be proud of with a pet? They were just like two clowns. We're just here to eat and drink, not to cause trouble. So, brother, please stop while you're ahead. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Each one of them came to imitate him with a wolf by their side, but now they're mocking him and the white-eyed wolf. It's funny just thinking about it. Qin Feiyang wasn't surprised by this kind of playboy. He was too lazy to bother with them. Are you implying that I'm causing trouble? The purple-clothed youth didn't let go and stared at Qin Feiyang. Am I not? Qin Feiyang asked back. His patience was almost worn out. He didn't want to talk nonsense anymore. This was simply looking for trouble. Humph. The purple-clothed youth snorted and slowly returned to his seat. He said faintly, "Fine, I'm too lazy to bother with you. After all, looking at your clothes, I can tell that you're from the countryside and haven't seen the world. If I really bully you, others will say that I'm bullying the weak and ruin my reputation." Ah! Qin Feiyang was stunned. The madman, the white-eyed wolf, Pei Tianhong, and Wang Chongyuan were also stunned. They wouldn't deny that they're from the countryside. After all, they were indeed born in a small place. Pei Tianhong and Wang Chongyuan may have powerful cultivation and noble status, but they were also born in an ordinary family. They had to rely on their own efforts to reach where they are today. So, they couldn't deny this point. But to say that they haven't seen the world, that's funny. Not to mention Wang Chongyuan and Pei Tianhong, even Qin Feiyang, the madman, and the white-eyed wolf had to go through countless trials and tribulations to reach where they were today. In terms of experience, not to mention this playboy in front of them, even the older generation of the Sky Cloud realm couldn't compare to them. As for bullying the weak, this was even more laughable. Pei Tianhong and Wang Chongyuan were both sovereigns who had mastered 2 supreme profundities. Madman and Qin Feiyang's cultivation had both reached the greater success sovereign realm, and they had grasped 2 supreme laws. And the ingrate had even grasped the supreme profundities of 3 supreme laws. As for the purple-clad young man, he was only at the perfect undead realm. He hadn't even reached the half-step sovereign realm. As for the beautiful woman, she wasn't even at the undead realm. She was only at the 9 heavens realm. At that time, who would be the bully? He really couldn't figure out who gave this purple-clothed young man the courage to say such words. They were just keeping a low profile and didn't reveal their aura. Otherwise, those at the undead realm and 9 heavens realm could only stand at the side and tremble. However, Qin Feiyang and the others still didn't bother about it. After all, their status, strength, and mentality weren't on the same level, so there was no need to waste words. When the purple-clad young man saw this, he thought that Qin Feiyang and the others were afraid and didn't dare to say anything. The pride on his face became thicker. "Young Master Li, how much longer do we have to wait? Didn't you say that you're very familiar with the Heavenly Joy Tower's Tower Lord? Why can't you just find her and arrange a private room for us?" The beautiful woman was also very proud as she shook the purple-clad young man's arm and said in a coquettish voice, "No hurry. There aren't any empty seats now. Even if we find the Tower Lord, it's useless. She can't possibly chase the guests out. After all, she's doing business." The purple-clad young man comforted. "But we've already waited for so long." The beautiful woman seemed to have suffered a great grievance. She even glanced at Qin Feiyang and the others and said unhappily, "I still have to sit together with these bumpkins. How annoying." The madman's brows twitched. She really didn't know how to restrain herself. "Annoying, don't look at them," the purple-clad young man calmly said. "I don't care. In any case, I don't want to wait anymore." The beautiful woman turned her head and pouted. She seemed very fake. The purple-clad young man couldn't help but feel a headache. He turned and looked at Qin Feiyang and the others and frowned. The heavenly immortal tower isn't a place you can come to. Hurry up and scram. Don't be an eyesore and make my woman angry. Trying to take advantage of us? Qin Feiyang instantly frowned. His patience was really reaching its limit. He didn't have the ability to find Yuqing and Yi Miao to arrange a private room for them. Now, he was shamelessly pushing all the responsibility to them. Did you hear that? I told you to scram. The purple-clad young man shouted. Slap. Qin Feiyang couldn't bear it any longer. He stood up and slapped the purple-clad young man's face. At this moment, the purple-clad young man was stunned. The beautiful woman and the little white wolf were stunned as well. The people who were watching the show at the side were also stunned. He actually hit them. You dare to hit me? The purple-clad young man touched his face and looked at Qin Feiyang in disbelief. I'm already going easy on you. If I had my temper in the past, you would have been a corpse by now. I'll give you a chance. Get out of my sight immediately. A cold light flickered in Qin Feiyang's eyes. Such people wouldn't be obedient unless they were beaten. Bastard! Do you know who I am? The purple-clad young man roared with rage in his eyes. His roar instantly alarmed the people in the hall and the waiters of the restaurant. Everyone looked over. Isn't that young Master Li? He's a famous profligate son of our city. He was actually beaten up. Someone looked at the purple-clad young man in astonishment. Obviously. The purple-clad young man wasn't just a regular customer of Qianyu restaurant, he was also a famous person in Cloud Sea City. However, Qin Feiyang and the others didn't have any impression of him. They never paid attention to profligate sons of rich families. The waiters of the restaurant reacted and hurriedly ran into the waiting area. When they saw Qin Feiyang and the purple-clad young man, they asked suspiciously, "What's going on?" The beautiful woman looked at the waiters arrogantly and said angrily, "Drive these bumpkins out right now. Do you think you'll be done with that?" The purple-clad young man smiled coldly. He looked at Qin Feiyang and the others and said sternly, "If you don't kneel down and apologize today, don't even think about stepping out of Qianyu restaurant. Young Master Li, calm down first." The waiters of the restaurant saw that the situation was getting worse and better, so they quickly smiled apologetically and comforted him. Then, they looked at Qin Feiyang and the others and said, "If you've really said or done something wrong and offended young Master Li, please apologize to him and let's turn this into a small matter, okay? Ask him yourself," Qin Feiyang said indifferently. Then, he returned to his seat and continued to drink his tea. The waiters looked at Qin Feiyang and then at the purple-clad young man. They were at a loss of what to do. Seeing Qin Feiyang's attitude, the purple-clad young man was furious. He took a step forward and slapped away the teacup in Qin Feiyang's hand. The teacup was smashed into pieces and the tea splashed all over the floor. Qin Feiyang suddenly raised his head and stared at the purple-clad young man. The purple-clad young man's eyes trembled and a sense of horror emerged in his heart. He felt that he was facing a devil at this moment. The atmosphere here was getting heavier and heavier. "Everyone, please calm down." The waiters were also in a terrible fix. He knew young Master Li's background, so he couldn't be complacent easily. As for Qin Feiyang and the others, although they looked ordinary, they must have a certain level of confidence to slap young Master Li in public. Perhaps they were just pretending to be weak. Moreover, Qianyu restaurant had a rule that forbade them from being rude to any customer. Even if it was a beggar, as long as they were here to spend money, they had to treat them warmly. So, for a moment, he didn't know how to solve the problem. There are so many people who don't know what's good for them. Yes, young Master Li's family is one of the top families in Cloud Sea City. Offending him is like courting death. Most importantly, this is Qianyu restaurant. Although the owners of Qianyu restaurant are Yuqing and Yi Miao, everyone knows that the person behind them is Qin Feiyang. No one has ever dared to cause trouble in Qianyu restaurant. This matter is really going to blow up. We can't afford to offend the Li family, and now there's Qianyu restaurant. These people will definitely suffer. So, if you know what's good for you, you'd better apologize quickly. The crowd looked at Qin Feiyang and the others and discussed animatedly. Did you hear that? Quickly kneel down and apologize. For the sake of Qianyu restaurant, I won't hold it against you. The young man in purple sneered at Qin Feiyang. Sigh. Qin Feiyang shook his head and looked at the waiter. Call your housemaster out. What? The waiter was slightly stunned and frowned. Is there a need to disturb the housemaster over such a small matter? The purple-clothed youth also looked at Qin Feiyang and sneered, Don't you dare say that you know the housemaster. A person like you isn't even fit to carry the housemaster's shoes. So, don't put on an act. People who don't know might think that you're some big shot. Qin Feiyang ignored him and looked at the waiter. The waiter hesitated. Fine, you want to see the housemaster, right? I'll call her for you. I'd like to see what you're going to say to the housemaster when she comes. The young man in purple sneered and took out the divine sound transmission stone. Qin Feiyang changed his teacup and drank his tea while saying indifferently, As long as she comes, I don't need to say anything. She'll ask someone to drive you out directly. He originally wanted to keep a low profile, but this person was too insensible. He had no choice but to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger. Ha ha. As soon as he said that, it immediately caused an uproar of laughter. Even the waiter in the restaurant couldn't help but laugh. You're bragging too much. Who do you think you are? Qin Feiyang, Madman Mo? You're such a big shot. Good, good, good. The young man in purple also laughed. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, I'd like to see if I'm the one who will be driven out. Or will you be driven out? Qin Feiyang just smiled faintly. The young man in purple had a look of ridicule in his eyes and activated the divine sound transmission stone. Not long after, an illusory figure appeared. It was none other than Yi Miao. Young Master Li, how do you have the time to send me a message? Yi Miao asked with a smile. Miss Miao Miao, I'm sorry. If it weren't for some special circumstances, I wouldn't have bothered you, as I know you must be very busy. The young man in purple said with a smile. His words were full of flattery, and his eyes were filled with admiration.